Welcome to my channel. Warning: this fiction contains adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Have fun. Darkhelm, authors, BardLyre. Genres: high fantasy, magic, anti-hero lead, ruling class, Grimdark, psychological, fantasy, historical horror, Dystopia, female lead, Mythos, strong lead, supernatural. Summary: you are a brief candle in a long night. You pass through, and we are grateful, but the blackness will take you. It was yet another village full of complaints. Dane listened, delivered all the justice she had in her power to give, and prepared to move on. Another typical day for a knight of the road. Of course, some disliked her intrusion into their schemes, but they were of little concern. They had tried to stop her before and would doubtless try again. When she is charged with the protection of the boy, Genos, however, things change. This seemingly unimportant stable boy is far more significant than anyone could know. Shadows are gathering around those who seek to bring light. They have their eyes fixed on Genos. Can the Lady Darkhelm stand in their way? Chapter number 1, Let There Be Ale. It would be very easy, thought Dane Orban, Knight of the Road, to lose perspective at such moments. There had just been too many village halls. Too many earnest, sun-reddened faces. Too many discordant, insistent demands for her attention over too many years. It was not that her role had become unnecessary or redundant, far from it. On the contrary, she found herself with more to do with her days now than when she took her first step on the road all those years ago. It was just that, day by day, tale by tale, complaint after complaint, it had all become hauntingly, banally familiar. Had it not been one of old Gant's host of unwritten rules that, come the third tour, the excitement of it all would pall? But that's for starry-eyed wanderers with dreams of slaying dragons and banishing warlocks, he had cackled. Not for the cynical ones like you, Dane Darkhelm. Not for the ones who really know their business. No illusions for you, love, are there? She grimaced and dipped her head in acknowledgement at the nickname, knowing she was one of those dreamy wanderers. That she would gladly spend her blood and her lifetime on the King's Road. It was, quite simply, the right thing to do. She had accepted her peers' good-natured, and otherwise, mockery, knowing all would be well once she joined the road. Her justifiable reputation from a rose eternity would be neither here nor there once she fulfilled her sacred duty. On days like this, though, and were they not all days like this recently, that time of naivety felt a world away. With a sigh, she drew the short sword at her hip and began swinging it, almost absent-mindedly, as she spoke. You will appreciate I feel more than a touch of skepticism at these claims, Lord Drellick. I see your son in front of me, a casual gesture of the blade towards the skinny, sullen youth with a bloodied nose. A boy who has, I sense, had more than his share of scrapes over the years. To speak plain, he does not have the look of a defenseless victim about him. But I have been wrong about such things before, and I accept there may be more to this than my first thought. So, I then turned to his assailant, a nod to, seemingly, a small, sobbing, bundle of clothes wrapped in her mother's arms, who seemed somewhat miscast in her role as the aggressor. What do we, therefore, have? A slip of a girl of 6 assaulting, without provocation, a lord twice her age and more than twice her size. It seems an unlikely tale, does it not? The older man in the delicate red and gold robes did not quite manage to keep the sneer off his face. That is not the point, my lady. It is not for you to parse such things. There is right, and there is wrong. And there is the justice of the goddess. This girl, a commoner no less, struck my son, and blood was spilt. We have innumerable witnesses. I fail to see the complexity here. You must do as is required. Yes, she thought, eyeing Lord Drellick and finding him rather too pleased with himself. All too easy to lose perspective. It had all gone as she had dreamed for those first few years. She would travel the road, and she would deliver judgment. There were bandits to be slain, corrupt officials to be toppled, monsters to be rooted out. Most villagers would be happy to see her. Of course, Some would resent her intrusion into their lives, but that was to be expected, and there had been more bouquets and brickbats in those early days. True, there had needed to be violence, more often of late, now she thought of it, and she had done things over the years which troubled her. But that was the role she had chosen. And she did it well. From those first few days, she had never turned her face from what needed to be done, and she would not do so today. The casual swinging of the sword fell, unconsciously, into an old training pattern. As you say, Lord Drellick. As you say. Right and wrong. And the justice of the goddess. And blood. But that's the trick of things, don't you see? That is why we are charged to make our tours and why the goddess travels with us when we do. Right and wrong. How do we tell the two apart? A young lord has his nose broken, which is certainly a matter for a knight of the road. We can't be having that sort of disorder in the outlying regions. One broken nose in the Westlands leads to broken windows, leads to riots in the town, and, before you know it, we will have venerable elders with their heads on pikes and the commonalty dancing towards the palace with pitchforks and ill intent. The excited hubbub that had greeted Lord Drellick's call for injustice had hushed to a tense silence. All that could be heard was the hum of Dane's sword as it carved ever more complex shapes in the air. But there are other matters also for knights of the road. Some of us, not so many nowadays to be sure, but enough of us to make a difference, look askance at young lords throwing around their weight in what may be considered to be an unfair manner. It may be felt that any retribution that came the way of such a young gentleman overstepping his boundaries would be entirely proper. Some may feel that a wise father would deliver his own justice when coming across such a matter and should not seek to bring wide attention, Dane indicated the crowded hall, to such unfortunate, youthful indiscretions. Indeed, I seem to recall, Lord Drellick, that you chose not to attend my last tour, were heard, if rumor be true, and is it ever, to describe this court as a backward, tyrannical ritual of which we would do well to be rid. I may be misquoting, of course. My age, you see. You have the reputation of a clever and thoughtful man, sir. Thus, I may find myself questioning your motives in bringing attention to this matter. The sword paused its intricate spirals, its tip hovering in front of Lord Drellick's son. The boy stared at her without emotion, seemingly able to ignore the blade inches from his face. Noble blood has been shed, and for that, as all present know, there is a dire penalty. You ask for the execution of this girl in compensation for a bloody nose, my lord. Is that your request? Drellick raised his chin. That is the law, my lady. Dane nodded. So it is. And, as that is the law, this backward ritual finds it should grant you what you seek. There was a soft sigh in the room, undercut by the sobbing of the condemned child. Her mother, eyes huge at Dane's words, tried to comfort her. But, in calling down the goddess to witness at judgment, other crimes, perhaps ones of which you are entirely, innocently, unaware, may well come to her notice. The outstretched sword did not move from its place in front of the youth's face. Dane's brown eyes, seemingly so tired and unremarkable a few moments ago, now glowed with the power of the summoned goddess. Are you quite convinced you want judgment in this matter, Lord Drellick? Once summoned, the goddess can be implacable in such things. Drellick looked considerably less sure of his footing than he did, barely half a bell earlier, when he pushed his way to the front of the supplicant line, dragging his son's assailant with him. Suddenly, he dropped his head, unable to hold Dane's gaze for a moment longer, and cleared his throat. I wonder, my lady, if, now, I have properly considered the matter, whether this is not more a case for the village constable. In retrospect, and it was just the shock of things, I'm sure, I am sorry to have troubled you with such a trivial matter, Master Flynn will be happy to take this off your hands for a less extreme remedy. But it is in my hands, Lord Drellick. You brought it to me. And here it sits, like a turd on a naming day cake. What shall we do about this turd, Lord Drellick? The sword continued to be held, without a quiver, in front of the nose of the Drellick's son. The boy did not show an ounce of fear throughout this all, noted Dane. She was unsure many, even those thrice his age, would be so collected in the circumstances. Blood has been spilt, my lord, but mayhap there is more to discover about the circumstances that led to that outcome. Should I sound the judgment of the goddess? The boy was holding her eyes, wholly defying the goddess' regard. She stared back at him, not quite amused at his impertinence but intrigued nonetheless. He was either entirely innocent of what she suspected or the silence stretched out. She could see that Lord Trellick was unwilling, or perhaps constitutionally unable, to formally withdraw his case in front of so many witnesses. She could feel him prepared to do whatever it took to save face in front of his neighbors, even if that meant sacrificing at least one child. She had met this type before. The death of children, even his own, would not squat for long on his aristocratic conscience. Dane cursed softly. Even after all these years, she still had not developed the skill of giving a cornered animal a way out. She was too used to upping the ante. Too comfortable in her capacity to dominate to accept the possibility of compromise. She had not left him room enough to back down. Sometimes a sucker deserves an even break, Gantrasped in her mind. Sometimes they did, but not today, it seemed. She cleared her throat to deliver her doom when the mother of the crying child took a step forward. I would, my lady, petition for a mutual closure of this case. The young must be able to make mistakes, and I am sure my bell meant no harm. And, whatever Drunnock may have done, her eyes shifted to the dead-eyed youth who stared impassively back at her. Well, boys will be boys, and no more needs to be said. The tension in the room audibly broke. A clever woman, Dane thought. That was a form of words that everyone, even Lord Trellick, would be able to accept with no loss of status. And admitting a fault on both sides with nothing more needing to be said. Boys will be boys? I've oftentimes found that to be true. At least until I brought it to a halt. Permanently and on more than one occasion, if memory serves. Lord Trellick. You brought the complaint. Should I accept the petition for mutual closure, or should we see whether a boys being boys defense survives the judgment of the goddess? For a heartbeat, it seemed Trellick would not accept the lifeline he had been offered. Then good sense won the battle with pride, and he bowed low. Of course, my lady. I would be happy to see the conclusion of this disagreement. I misspoke and gladly withdraw my complaint in the spirit of mutual closure. He pulled his seemingly reluctant son towards the door and exited with a swirl of retainers and hangers-on. The boy, Drunnock, was it, kept his eyes fixed on her the whole time. Boys will be boys, indeed. With a whisper, her sword slipped back into the scabbard and Dane Orban, Knight of the Road, Lady Darkhelm of 100 Tavern Tales, on her third tour of the West Coast and well into her fifth decade, smiled for the first time that week. Excellent. Now, let there be ale. Chapter number 2, should have cut his thumbs off, you should have cut his thumbs off. Dane focused her eyes on the man who had sat, unbidden, opposite her. Considering the volume of ale she had partaken, this took an effort worthy of a knight of her renown. She thought she vaguely remembered him from a previous tour. Kryn? It was some such name like that. One where the letters formed a noise they had no business making. She disliked words, you could not trust them. Could not rely on them to do the same thing, day in, day out. You said something, or you wrote it down, and whilst you might mean one thing, it could end up sounding utterly different once in the mouth of another. Bards had sung countless odes to the origin of her name, Darkhelm, that she perpetually wore the visor of her black ironed helmet down because she was horrendously scarred, that the helmet had been deformed in a titanic struggle with a dragon and hence could never be taken off, that her silence when wearing it was the result of a mighty wizard's final curse depriving her of a voice. The reality was, of course, far more prosaic. She wore the helmet, with the visor permanently down, to dissuade conversation. Words could not be twisted if you chose not to speak them. She wished she had it on now. Although, probably not. Helmeted, storied warriors in village taverns raised conversations all of their own. She warmed to her internal theme, ignoring her uninvited companion. Words had caused more strife across her tours than any giant, orc or enemy action. She had lost count of the judgments she had been required to make where words had been used to mislead the unprepared, property stolen, funds misdirected, assassinations ordered. More often than not, the whole span of human cruelty could come down to a malicious misuse of words. With a snort that somewhat startled the unwanted guest, she recalled her habit of posting judgments on the door of the Church of Dawn in whatever hamlet she found herself in. She had liked the formality of that action, thought it stopped people from forgetting her meaning once she moved on. At the very least, she trusted that the words of the goddess would be enacted when given written form. So it had been somewhat of a shock when she learned how rarely what she'd written occurred as meant. How old Gand had howled when she'd come to him for advice. If you make the judgment, you're the one to carry it out, Darkhelm. You don't write the truth and expect the goddess to spring, fully formed, from your quill. She may be divine, but the rest of us surely ain't. Laughter dogged her for weeks following that. If you wanted everyone to know your business, you told Gallant Stone a hand in the strictest confidence. But it had been worth it. From that moment, she had learned her lesson. Words were slippery. The untrustworthy man, was that fair? She shouldn't let her sour mood run away with her. He couldn't help the name he was given. Call him the changeable man, that was better. The man, whoever, whatever he was speaking again. She wished he wouldn't. Or, at least, would find someone else to do it too. Goddess knows, there would be testimonies of support enough. He's always been a bad one, has Drenoktrellik. He was what, 3 when you last came through? That's been plenty of time for him to have earned a thumb pruning 100 times. And there are rumors that we don't know half what he has been up to. His father's coin, you get me? Much silence can be bought with a deep enough purse. If you'd taken action today, even at the cost of the Icus girl, you'd have been cheered to the rafters for it. Her mother would tell you the same if you asked her. The greater good and all that. The changeable man was not the first to seat himself opposite her with such a tale of Drenoktrellik. True, at least they all read her mood accurately enough to bring a couple full tankards when they impose themselves. It would have been rude to reject such generosity. She did wish they'd leave off with all the talking, though. It was getting that she'd have to do something about it. And she wasn't sure she had it in her tonight. Truth be told, Dane did recall this, whatever his name was, from early in her second tour. He'd been younger then, of course, but there was still much, around the eyes, of that earnest man who'd asked for judgment concerning his father's estate. He was a tailor, she remembered, and a good one. His shop had been flourishing, and he did not seek redress for any financial benefit. He was troubled, that was all, by a sense something that was not as it should be in the way his father had passed from the world. She'd liked that about him, there was nothing mercenary in his heart when he raised the complaint. On the contrary, he had been genuine in his concern. And she had seen little enough of that recently to be touched. She'd found in his favor memories of a young widow who had been rather too eager to speed up the day of her inheritance stirred, unwelcome, in her mind. The goddess had been clear about her guilt, and the execution had been swift. That widow had cried at the end. There'd been a lover, wasn't there always, and a promise of a better life overseas. But funds to set this venture up were needed. All in advance, of course. And the lover would have to set sail without her, perhaps with another, more generous partner if she could not raise the required sums. She had become desperate and acted out of love. With a deed done and an estate mortgaged to the hilt, it went without saying that better life did not manifest. But he sent me such beautiful letters, she'd sobbed. I had to do it, or I would have lost him. Words. They were slippery. She'd hunted the Lothario down, too, of course. Blood was also slippery. Now she thought on it, unless she was mistaken, the tailor had gifted her a cloak in thanks. She didn't usually accept such things, it gave the wrong impression, but she'd liked him, and it mattered to him. Was it the one she still wore? She thought it might be. Fine work, indeed, to have survived 10 years on the road. Did the man opposite her think she consciously chose to wear it on her return? That would explain his belief that he had the right to her ear. She had been on his side before, After all, hadn't she? She would retake his side again, for sure. He clearly believed that she could be used to further whatever passed for an agenda in this place. None of them ever understood. There was no side. There was just judgment. Her irritation at his presumption, probably undeserved, she recognized, and more due to the effect of the ale, sparked. "You're telling me you need a night of the road to keep your children in line? That's the tale you want me spreading on my travels? All is well on the West Coast, providing enough of us carry out hourly visits to stop door-knocking, apple scrumping and such like. Thought the Western folk were made of stronger stuff. At least you used to be." The man wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and glanced furtively about him before leaning in. If he was about to say something unpolitic about his betters, he must be both mad and a fool, she thought. 5 men, all in the red and gold of Trellick retainers, were conspicuously lurking within earshot. At least 2 were armed, the rest were probably just better at hiding it. None of them caused her any concern, low-ranking men at arms to look at them, maybe the odd sergeant at arms mixed in, if Trellick was seriously thinking about making an issue of what occurred earlier. She hoped not. Such a confrontation would be beneath her. That said, the least would be enough for a tailor, no matter how skilled he may be with a needle and thread. In her current, darkening mood, if he was to bring them down upon him through being indiscreet, there was little she was minded to do about it. He leant forward and whispered, "Drunnock Trellick, take care with your words, whatever your name is. If these walls don't have ears, those men surely do. It's been 10 years since my last tour, and I am hardened to see well. I would that it stayed so. It would be a sad day for me to ride through and hear there's the vanishing of a tailor that needs investigating. You may feel safe sat opposite me now, but in a few days, I won't be here. 10 years is a long time until I'm back. You've surely got enough years on your back and brains in your head to know better than to thumb your nose at power and seek to hide behind my skirts." Hurt bloomed behind his eyes. He paused for a second to gather his thoughts. The name Simwin. I thought, after what happened before, she had been cruel, unnecessarily so, with those words. She'd like to blame the ale, but, she thought dimly, it was more than likely just her. At least, how she had been of late. Casting backwards for a kinder version of herself to share, she tried to soften her voice. 10 years is a lot of wronged men in small taverns buying me drinks, sir. But, yes, Simwin, I do remember you. Faces and judgments, I don't forget. Names, though? They have started to wriggle free. She smiled to break the tension. See if you can do better when you get to my age. The hurt faded to be replaced by something she could not entirely read. "My lady, I was right when I came to you back then, and I'm telling you, I'm right now. Drunnock Trellick is not going to let what happened today stand. He's going to seek a fearful reckoning." "The boy? You overstate, sir." He silenced her with a raised finger. When was the last time someone had the wherewithal to stay her in such a manner? "Please, my lady, hear me out. Things are not what they seem in this village. There are currents to the tides that flow here, of which you need to be aware. I see yonder men in their bright livery and their swaggering noise, and I tell you that their purpose is to hold your attention. Those who know where to listen have heard tell of 4 outside in the alley and 3 sent to the woods to dog your path. And not the usual dregs we see around here. There's been a call for serious talent to linger in the fog." Sinwin leant even further forward, his words barely audible, even at the intimate distance. "You were right in what you said. 10 years is a long time. It's a long time for us to live without judgment. You may think your time on the road brings order to chaos. But I tell you, Lady Darkhelm, you and your kin are a brief candle in a long night. You pass through, and we are grateful, but the blackness will take you. In your wake, we live in the shadows with those that seek to do harm. In the face of that, your light is too little and oftentimes too late. We deserve more, but we will take what we can get. I would not have your lights snuffed out. There's a dire need for you and yours in the world." Her already sour mood was in danger of tipping into something she, or more likely someone else, would profoundly regret. What are you telling me, sir? I'm saying you should have taken Drunnock's thumbs when you had the chance. Chapter number 3, Dead Before Sunrise. Today was not the first occasion Fiandralek had cause to deeply regret his decision to become a father again. With his other children, it had been easy. In his heart, he knew that his long-lamented Briar had been responsible for the prior smooth management of the household. It was just that he had become used to the parade of clean and dutiful children presented periodically for his approval and had thought he played some role in that achievement. His children had grown up largely out of sight and gone on to make something of themselves in the world. Fian told himself that this demonstrated the success of his hands-off approach to parenting. That he had not seen any of them since remarrying was a matter of deep regret and, he was not too proud to admit, entirely his fault. His second wife, second in every way possible, he now recognized, managed to embody everything Briar was not. Where she had been understated, Trivan was all excess. Where he had become used to calmness, his days were now spent trying to quell towering rages. He now well understood, with rueful appreciation, the breadth and depth of bounty offered as her dowry. Her father must have been dancing a jig to get her out of his hall. Nothing was ever quite right for the second Lady Trellick, and those in the village had quickly learned that House Trellick was no longer one on which to call. Old acquaintances made excuses to avoid social visits. Cherished, long-standing staff found other, less confrontational positions. Piece by piece, his old, comfortable life was dismantled and replaced by something peculiarly dissatisfying for all his other successes in life. Nevertheless, even with all that disappointment, things would have been acceptable. That is, if it had not been for Drunnock. Even in the womb, Trivan spoke of being deeply affected by his malevolence. He did not just kick, he attacked with vigor and focus. Once born, everyone whispered about how unnerving it was to hold a baby that stared at you as if seeking to identify weak spots. When he was not biting, he was pinching. When not crying, he was screaming. Fian was sure that much of Trivan's unhappiness had, at its root, the minute-by-minute torture of Drunnock's presence through early childhood. Boys will be boys, that upstart knight had said. Fian disagreed. He knew boys, had been one himself, and he knew that his youngest son was something different. He had been no paragon of virtue in his youth. But Drunnock? He was something other. There was a presence lurking behind those flat eyes that was predatory. He did not mind admitting that, at times, he feared it. As he had grown, the boy had begun lying as quickly as breathing. Fian had lost track of the times he was, against his inclination, absolutely convinced by sincerely expressed regret for one heinous act or another. He was not a man given to naive self-deception, so he could not understand his recurrent shock when the same thing would happen the following day. That lack of genuine remorse, whilst knowing the advantage in displaying its simulacrum, was most troubling. Likewise, he was all for his boys enjoying hunting and fishing. Did not their trophies still line the walls of his hall? But there was something sinister about how Drunnock went about it. Indeed, rarely was enough left of the animals he called for mementos. And that wild pack he called his friends. Gerald, Blunt, Yorl. All several years older and all younger sons of the other high houses. None of them had any of the restrictions on their behavior that came with a responsibility to the family name. They had all the wealth, all the arrogance and none of the humility that must attend such power. He had heard stories of each of them that quite chilled even him. If it was possible, he felt that these jackals were encouraging Drunnock to wider and wilder excesses. In his more reflective moments, Trellick genuinely feared for a world in which Drunnock grew to prominence. It had taken all of his considerable will not to hand him over to that damned knight and be done with it all. But he was his son, and the bitter voice in his head reminded him the only one of those he still had close to him. I want her head. Although, on reflection, life had been much more manageable when his children were seen and not heard. Drunnock, she is a knight of the road. Even if we had the quality of retainer to attempt something untoward, the political fallout would be seismic. I do not wish to bring down our house because you cannot control your darker impulses for a few days. Dane Darkhelm is an irritant once every 10 years. I may have thought to use your indiscretion this morning to demonstrate the crudity of this method of justice, but that was a miscalculation. It seemed to me, in the moment, that the casual slaughter of a young girl over such a slight thing would bring the houses back together against these barbaric tours. But you were not the right foundation upon which to build that castle. That was my error. Thus, we will keep our heads low until she leaves and things can return to normal. She humiliated him. In front of the whole village. She should never be an irritant for Dranok again. People need to know what happens if they disrespect him. Trellick looked, with distaste, at Varangerel, one of the least appealing of Dranok's friends. As solid as Dranok was wiry, as stocky as his son was tall. Trellick could never shake the feeling that he needed a wash after spending time in the young man's company. If the rumors were true, and for the money he spent on unearthing them, they had better be. Lord Gerald spent almost as much of his wealth as Fion to keep news of his own son's misdeeds from public view. Trellick suppressed his habitual shudder when speaking to Varan. I rather think it was his having his nose broken by a child half his age that caused the humiliation. He turned his eyes back to his son. Dranok, we've spoken of your responsibilities as a future manor lord, and they do not involve fighting with every waif and stray in the village. Put the Lady Darkhelm out of your mind. If we had anything like the power on our own to do something about her, she would not be touring the village in the first place. You are afraid of her. Dranok's wheedling voice grated across Trellick's nerves. Am I afraid of going it alone against someone who speaks, quite literally, with the voice of the goddess? Yes. Yes, I absolutely am. If you are not, you have even less sense than that with which I credit you. Had I allowed you to have been called to judgment today, there would have been nothing I could have done to protect you. Should a quarter of what we know you do in secret have come to light, the night would have killed you where you stood. I flatter myself that my good name has managed to keep the worst of your behaviors from wider knowledge. Believe me when I say that would have been nothing in the face of the justice of the goddess. These tours will continue until the houses choose to act together against this vicious imposition of the crown's will. Until that moment, this is our reality. Thus we must, meekly, accept it and seek to avoid strife. Varan's face was dark with rage. We are noble born. The houses cannot allow her to do as she pleases to us. To submit in such a craven manner is pathetic. Lordling Gerald, if you address me again in such a manner, I will remove your tongue. Varan was immediately silent. It was widely understood, if not openly discussed, that this seemingly pleasant older man in his ridiculous robes of red and gold had, in his youth, demonstrated a significant capacity for violence. Apples and trees, my son. Apples and trees, his own father had often said cryptically when the topic of Dranok's behavior was raised. A chilling silence descended on the hall. A servant nervously refilled Fion's goblet, pointedly ignoring Dranok and Varan's, and withdrew. For the removal of any doubt, let me be completely clear. I do not want to hear another word about Dane Orban from your lips. She is beyond us, and I forbid you from using any house resources in poorly conceived revenge plans. The treasury is close to you. Indeed, on reflection, I do not want any other word from you at all for the evening. Remove yourself. Both of you. And try not to cause any embarrassment until that damned road night is beyond our borders. Dranok and Varan made their way from the great hall. The glares of those few servants still loyal to House Trellick went unremarked but not unnoticed by Dranok. He added them to the long list of slights for which there would, eventually, be recompense. When they were far enough into the keep to avoid being heard, they slowed their pace and retired to the shadows. Well? The querulous, somewhat peevish tone of voice Dranok used when speaking to his father had gone. In its place was something almost deathly in its flatness. But, of course, nobody understood that when it came to his friend. Varan grinned. They looked at that face and the tantrums, and they thought they knew everything there was to know about him. Bully without a brain, they decided. Certainly that was the view Dranok's father seemed to hold. But there was something else there that hardly anyone got to see, at least more than once. Drunnock's soul possessed a reptilian coldness that hid underneath that brutish mask. Whilst Fiandrellic congratulated himself on keeping Drunnock's misdeeds secret, the father only found out that to which the son allowed notice. In the last few years, their little group had established quite the infrastructure to abet all manner of crimes and cruelty. It truly was amazing what could be achieved with indulgent parents, unlimited funds and the lowest possible expectations regarding conduct. And yet, even amongst that dark group, only a select few, Baron was pleased to be included in that number, were privy to the true face of Drunnock's relic. It was safe to say, had Isabellaicus not possessed an unusually vibrant survival instinct, as well as sharp elbows, there would have been little of her left to sob in front of the Lady Darkhelm. There would have been no public, tearful reunion with a mother who had dared deny an underage Drunnock service at the tavern a year or so back. If revenge was a dish served cold, the younger Lord Trellick liked his, both icy and exceptionally bloody. Well? Drunnock asked again, drawing his attention back to the present. It had been quite the afternoon for Baron Gerald. He had been tasked with locating any talent, local or otherwise, that was confident or desperate enough to cross paths with a knight of the road. Although he had long lost his surprise for the things people would do for money, it was so easily obtained. Why were people so curiously needy for it? He had been astonished at the success of the search. From those that had come forward, he felt he had chosen wisely, distributing his, Drunnock's, resources liberally to outfit a series of lethal encounters. He was aware of the famed resilience of those that walked the road. However, he had been unimpressed by the old woman, with her threadbare armor and soft voice. The tours were an antiquated system of justice just waiting for a new generation to banish them to the past. In the face of what he had prepared for her, he did not feel this particular knight of the road was much likely to offer trouble. Everything is as we discussed. Darkhelm will be dead before sunrise. Chapter number 4, Bemused, albeit short-lived, surprise. A meaty hand thudded down on the table. There's people who ain't too happy with you. Dane looked up into a forest of ginger hair. One of the Trellick retainers had finally found his courage to upgrade conspicuous lurking into active intimidation. Although, as he was not the biggest of them, nor by the smell of his breath the most sober, this suggested an attempt to test the water, as it were, rather than a serious intention to escalate proceedings. I imagine so. Usually means I've done the right thing. But we've got that in common, at least. If he had an expected response in mind, that was not it. Through the tangle of hair, she watched a frown form in the middle of his forehead. Whoever encouraged a man of your coloring to serve in red and gold seemed determined to expose you to ridicule. The big man tried to wrest the conversation back towards the script in his head with a visible effort. You'd get back on the road right now if you knew what's good for you. At which stage, he took a course of action that, had he been less in his cups, he might have recognized as a touch unwise. Still leaning on the table, he reached out and poked Dane in the shoulder. With a fluid movement, she drew a knife and slammed it into the middle of his hand, pinning it to the wood. With her other hand, she grabbed a handful of his beard and brought his head down, with a crunch, into the corner of the table. The big man's eyes rolled up into his head as he sank to the floor, Dane yanking the knife free as he sagged past her. In the silence that followed, one of the man's fellows took a hesitant step forward before catching her eye, pausing and retreating with palms raised in the universal signal for I have reconsidered the advisability of my intentions and would like you not to hurt me. I agree with you, Master Taylor, 10 years is too long. She wiped the blade on the back of the prostrate man and replaced it in its sheath. No matter how many stories they hear about us, there's folk who just can't keep the reality in their heads between tours. I'm a knight of the road, and you all, she raised her voice to carry across the room, you all need to remember what that means. Me, and those like me, make certain there's a reckoning. We might not be there to stop it, but we will always give answer for it. You do not get to tell us what we should care about. Not now. Not ever. She stood and brushed down her rumpled clothes. Any effect of the ale was long gone, purged by the swell of her power, and that irritated her more than the behavior of Trellick's man. I was here 10 years ago and will be here in another 10. Some of you may think there's all sorts of deeds that can be achieved in that time. That it is worth the risk. But whilst you're about it, remember this promise: I will see you soon. She bent low to whisper in Sinwin's ear. I'll think on what you said, Master Tailor, but hear me when I say judgment is never too little. Not for those that deserve it. It's not much, but it is what the goddess promises us all. Then, turning back to Trellick's men, she opened her arms wide. Any of you still think this is a good idea? They stared at her dumbly, then down to the man lying at her feet, as did the rest of the tavern. I'm glad. Now, I'm going to step outside for a moment and give anyone waiting out there the same chance I give you now. Live another day. Collect your friend and run back to Lord Drellick. Tell him he best minds his manners the next time I come through. I'll be checking. And that man, she indicated Sinwin, whose eyes widened in dismay as everyone turned to regard him, better be the healthiest, happiest teller in town when I'm here again. He so much as pricks a finger, someone needs to be there to kiss it better. She winked at him, and the crowd parted around her as she made her way outside. The men at arms hesitated for a few moments. Within them warred two different fears, that of being the recipient of Dane's displeasure, against the certainty of what awaited them back at the keep for them should they fail in their mission. Eventually, in grim silent agreement, they all filed out after her. As Dane's eyes quickly adjusted to the darkness, she sensed the opening of the tavern door behind her, Trellick's men hovering at the threshold. Either those men were blindingly stupid, or they were more afraid of Trellick than they were of her, which was a new experience. She favored brief moments of instructive violence as it often forestalled this sort of situation. That it had not, in this case, meant, maybe, there was more to what Sinwin had to say about Dranok Trellick than she had accepted. That would need considering. A sudden hiss from her left dragged her back to the moment. She turned and caught the downward swing of a long knife in the palm of her hand. She winced as it cut to the bone before, and with a sharp tug, she disarmed the attacker. She had a moment to appreciate their startled expression before she struck them, hard, across the face with the knife's pommel. The figure, a small woman in black, sailed back into the darkness, neck broken even before they hit the alley wall and slid into a crumpled heap. Dane dropped the long knife just before the wound healed around the blade. That had happened several times before, and, as well as looking ridiculous if she let it run its course, it hurt twice as much to pull it free. Blades were infinitely preferable to arrows, though, she absolutely could not be doing with archers. As the cut closed and she felt the bones refuse, two strong arms closed, tight, around her and began to squeeze. It was a worthy attempt to pin her arms to her sides and expose her to a third man, approaching quickly, wielding a dagger. It was clearly a tactic that had worked for this pair before and, against a different opponent, would have found success again. However, what Dane lacked in sociability, she more than made up for in brute strength. She, with ease, broke the bear hug before reaching over her shoulder to drag the giant man over her back to stand, somewhat surprised at this turn of events in front of her. In that position, he provided an effective, if reluctant and entirely temporary, shield to the subsequent knife attack. When she felt the impaled man sag, she shoved him firmly in the back. He barreled away from her, taking his unfortunate ex-partner with him. The two of them hit, broadly, the same spot on the wall as the first assassin and hence joined her in an unmoving pile on the ground. With raised eyebrows, Dane turned to regard those still hovering around the tavern door. It was at this moment that the four men in the red and gold of Trellick retainers found something fascinating occurring anywhere but where the knight stood. Dane was preparing to push past them to return to her drink when a shout from the alley to the right caught her attention. She turned just as a ball of fire flew from the darkness to strike her in the chest. It guttered for a moment and faded as fast as it appeared. In quick succession, 3 more fireballs followed, each hitting Dane, who grunted in pain at each impact. However, as soon as they struck the knight, the flames vanished in a wisp of smoke. From the expletives that could be heard, this was not an anticipated effect. There was a brief pause, and then a white-hot tide of flame rolled towards Dane, engulfing her and causing the cobbles beneath her feet to glow. A young, Red-haired girl stalked from the shadows, fire roiling from her hands as she sought to keep Dane aflame. With each step, she shrieked words of power, pulling in every source of heat from the surrounding area. Every hearth in the village went cold, every torch, every candle went dark, frost even started to form on the outside of buildings. This was a significant summoning, quite unlike that which most observers had witnessed in many a year. Thus, in the face of such a show of pyromanic strength, the knight's indifference to the conflagration blazing around her was somewhat comic. As if on an evening's stroll, she slowly advanced towards the woman, stooping to pick up the discarded long knife, flames trailing above and behind her as if she was a meteor. There were myths of demons used to elicit screams of joyful terror from children on certain nights of the year. The joy came from the sure knowledge that such things did not exist, and the terror grew from fearing that, perhaps one day, they just might. No one who watched Dane's slow, fiery walk across the courtyard that night would ever again question the existence of such monsters. Still wholly, utterly ablaze, the Lady Darkhelm reached and then paused in front of her assailant. The fire mage's blue eyes widened with panic as she poured more and more of her soul into the spell as if she could change her rapidly reducing future by will alone. As she spent her life force, her skin lost its luster as if she were aging 30 years in barely a moment. Her back began to bend inwards, causing her to stagger as she stooped forwards. Still, she tried unto the last, to make that which would not burn catch fire. Dane waited patiently, politely, until the old woman, for that was what now stood in front of her, ceased her casting and hunched over, gasping for breath, staring at the hands that had failed her in horrified wonder. There were several moments of silence as the horror of the physical transformation of the mage settled on all observers. Then Dane spoke in a quiet, almost gentle, voice. Somehow, those softly delivered words carried to everyone watching. Faces could be seen crowded at every window on the street. The tavern had emptied itself around Trellick's men, Sinwin at the forefront. It felt as if every member of the village community had come to witness this mage's final moment. There's a tale, in the south, of the cult of Dara. You may have heard of them? A wind cult, as it happens, but the same principle serves here, I think. They thought they could live wholly outside of judgment. That their abilities meant no one would ever be able to call them to account. They did appalling things with the power the gods had granted them. You would not think the ability to control air would easily lend itself to torture, to destruction, to slaughter. You would be wrong. They killed thousands in the cause of ambition with barely a thought. I tell you what I told them. Those of us granted gifts have a choice. You have chosen poorly. Dane swung the long knife experimentally as if testing its heft and weight. I should say, that look you have on your face right now, they had it too. Right at the end. I tell you this because, since my tour through there, when the people of Darnik wish to express bemused surprise, they'll say, well, I'll be a priest of Dara. Bemused, albeit short-lived, surprise. Dane beheaded the woman with a careless swish of the borrowed blade. She turned to face the watching crowd, seeking out Sinwin. Tell me, Mr. Taylor, do you think they will remember this the next time I come through? Chapter number 5, The Realm Needs Heroes. Whilst varieties of humankind might be infinite, classes were not. At least, that was how old Gant said he had explained it to her parents. For most people, the paucity of life choices was barely a consideration. Families specialized in a profession, and each subsequent generation simply followed in the well-trodden footsteps of their parents and their parents' parents before them. Of course, there were exceptions. Every hamlet had dark tales of bad seeds who rejected beloved family traditions to run away to one of the towns or, goddess Orifend, the capital, but those exceptions merely proved the rule. For the most part, year after year, bakers bred bakers, stonemasons had little stonemasons, and so forth until the end of time. But that does not need to be the fate of your little girl, he had reportedly told them. For her, there are much greater opportunities out there. She did not know what had drawn his attention to her. Perhaps some aggrieved neighbor had complained about the Orban's wild child traumatizing their children? More likely, Dane thought in her gloomier moments, and she certainly had enough of those, her exhausted parents had reported on her themselves. Too strong, too fast, too hungry, too destructive. Whatever the truth, Galen Stonehand, who was, at that time, already well on the way to earning his old honorific, had been summoned and had arrived, with great fanfare, to give the Orbans the opportunity to sell him their fourth daughter. Dane liked to think they would have agonized over that choice. Ghent had never said either way, but it made it easier to stomach if she could imagine long, tearful nights of debate, followed by months, years, surely, of painful recriminations once she was gone. Not that it mattered. Truth be told, almost 50 years later, she could not even remember what they had looked like. Had they loved her? Presumably. There were far easier ways to deal with a troublesome child than hoping someone would come by and offer them hard coin for her. That she was alive to meet old Ghent spoke of something, didn't it? She could have asked them herself, swung by to visit on one of her tours. But what would have been the point? Thank you, dearest parents, for selling me to one of the kingdom's cruelest, more brilliant, mentors. Yes, I learned a lot about how to kill people. No, I would not recommend it. Yes, I am that Darkhelm. No, I do not especially enjoy it. How is Grandma? Somehow, she could not see that reunion progressing in the manner of a storybook. A few years back, she had been approached by someone, presumably from her part of the world. They'd recognized her surname and wanted to know if she be an Orban of the farming Orbans. She had ridden on without pause, leaving him with a mouth filled with dust and a curse on his lips. But she had felt that question eat away at her in the long nights. Could she say she was truly an Orban any longer? Would she be good for anything on a farm more than pulling a plow? The Orbans, for generations unending, had been farmers. Good ones, at that. That meant lots of strength, lots of stamina and no shortage of endurance. Even for those in that profession, as evidenced by the interest of her unwanted questioner, Orbans were highly regarded for their physicality. Their sons were welcome to come courting at any hearth, and their daughters were seen as excellent breeding stock to supplement a family line. In many ways, it was surprising that Dane had been the first in their bloodline to show the potential for class change. Most families had stories of children gathered by someone like Galen Stonehand, having displayed preternatural talent. Nevertheless, she had been a local first, and Ghent had needed to deliver what he witheringly called the provincial talk to her mother and father. One of my roles, appointed by the king himself, I am pleased to tell you, is to look out for children, like your dearest Dane, is it? What a creative use of vowels. Never let tradition, good sense or literacy stand in your way, that's what I always say, who have the opportunity to change their class. You will have heard that children with this potential demonstrate prodigious talent in their class from a very early age. This is, after all, how we find them. And you will know, of course, the rewards available for those that locate these children. He conspicuously stroked a full bag of coins to emphasize his words. Once identified, we have found that should these children work under an appropriate mentor, I dare flatter myself here when noting the king himself sponsors my school, there are almost no limits on the paths these children can walk. Now, the potential for this is not as rare as you may think. However, if we do not find these children before their 5th birthday, then their expected class will simply lock in, as it were. At that stage, they will go on to lead normal, albeit rather more successful, lives. I am sure you will have a nephew or distant cousin who seems to be better at. Sorry, I'm not especially familiar with farming practices. But they would be better at it than anyone else. Perhaps they milk the bulls twice as fast as expected, for example. And Dane could do this? Certainly. At 3 years old, from what I'm told, she's already as strong as your husband, as quick as a rabbit, sleeps less than 2 hours a day, and, I am sure, already eats 3 times as much as the rest of your family combined. Yes, I see in your faces you are well familiar with going without to ensure this voracious little terrier gets the opportunity to eat her fill. Is there anything that can be done to stop it? To make her normal again? My dear young thing, please do not cry. I am sure you cannot spare the moisture. This whole thing is entirely common, I promise you. It's nothing to worry about at all. Believe me, if you turn down my generous offer, you will, in no time, have a very accomplished. Do you people do something with seeds? Yes? Well, she'll do it very well indeed, and you will all be very proud. But, of course, you will also be quite a bit poorer due to the substantial drain of your meager resource she will be for the next few years. But, let us look on the bright side, if your family managed to survive tending this cuckoo in your nest, and I have heard that some families can buck the trend and struggle through, then in 10, maybe 15 years, she will be able to start repaying you. And what a godsend that will be, eh? Dane imagined the look on their faces as they tried to imagine even another 10 weeks with her in their house, consuming all around her like some malign, anthropomorphized locust, let alone 10 years. She was sure that vision of a bleak future sealed the issue, as much as Gant's next words. However, should you decide you can bear to part with Diane, sorry, Dane. Are you absolutely settled on that? They adapt so quickly to new names at this age. Oh, so be it. She will have, and I mean this quite literally, the chance to transform the world. Not everyone can make this sacrifice, so our greatest heroes are rare. Should she survive the training, she will become someone of whom you will hear songs. You will see statues erected to her and be able to think, that's our little girl. How brave we were to give up her life of chicken fondling to allow her to follow those dreams. And, as I may have mentioned, the realm has the hard coin to pay for that chance. What will happen to her? I mean, what will you do with her? A sensible question to ask and one that does you credit, ma'am. You wouldn't be doing your due diligence if you did not ask about me and my process, would you? I can tell you that some parents, well, they're just grateful for the coin. I ride into town, offer them a solution to the single biggest problem in their lives, and they simply bite my hand off with gratitude. Indeed, most would pay me to take the little tyke away. But no, here you are, half-starved, looking that gift horse in the mouth and asking to count its teeth. I take my hat off to you, ma'am. Quite the integrity you possess there. Her mother had tried apologizing then, worried the offer would be snatched away. But Gant would not hear of it. So instead, he told her of his training school. Of the methods that would help a farmer's child use her urban foundations to develop a broader range of skills. To try to build on what nature had provided with hard work, focus, and to speak plain, ma'am, because we are all people of the world here, as much of the stick as the carrot. Dane hoped her parents had understood quite how much stick would be required. She doubted it. And she will become a hero? At that, Gant had leant forward, light glinting off the silver ball that sat in place of his left eye and spun his favorite tales, of dreadnoughts and blood rangers, of metamorphs and light weavers. And, of course, of the Knights of the Road. Gallant never told the story in the same way twice, and, as age stripped away more and more of his personality, she had come to recognize how little of what he told all of them about their families and the circumstances of how they had parted with their children, was likely to have been true. She doubted he even remembered the visit to the Orban farm, he just told whatever version of the past suited at the time. Some of her classmates had needed to hold on to the romantic view of the peasantry nobly sacrificing their children for the greater good. Darkhelm knew differently. She had heard the rumors of blood and fire in the night, of screaming mothers and slaughtered fathers. Whilst she did not think old Gant's school had needed to resort to such an approach, he would have been peculiarly unique if he had never ordered it. The realm needed its heroes, after all. She did not feel heroic right now, covered in the blood of a fire mage who had neglected her reading on the magical resistances of Knights of the Road. I think, Sinwin said, approaching her with, Dane thought, the excessive caution of a man faced with a caged tiger. There is every chance tonight will live long in the memory. But, without seeking to be presumptuous, perhaps you would appreciate somewhere to clean up? She looked down at her clothes. She favored dark colors for this reason, and whilst vanity had never been her problem, there was always an attraction in washing away the worst of the residue. She fixed Relicsman with an unwavering stare. Is there any reason why I should hesitate to change? Are more demonstrations required? No, my lady. We'll be leaving you be now and making our way back to the keep. The spokesman paused and jutted his chin at the bodies. May I arrange their collection? Tell Drellic I expect their families to be compensated. He wasted their lives tonight. Take a care he does not spend yours so lightly. As you say, my lady. Two men returned to the tavern to retrieve their unconscious fellow, and they all quickly departed. Mr. Taylor. Someone. A quiet place to clean up and, if I may presume, some new clothes would be very welcome. If you have anything to match the quality of the cloak, you will find that turbans are not short of hard coin. Chapter number 6, No One Special. Of the many things to which she had adjusted over the years, the sensation of blood drying in her hair was not one with which she had made her peace. But, of course, the experience was less unpleasant when she knew it was her own. She had grown familiar enough with that, after all. It was particularly unpleasant, though, when it was another's, usually someone with whom she had shared a brief, violent moment. There was an unrequested intimacy there that breached all of her boundaries. For that reason, she had kept her hair cropped as short as possible for as long as she could remember. Although, with her relatively low dexterity to balance at her exceptional strength, she had quickly realized she needed someone else to shave it for her. Just because she healed quickly was no reason to inflict gaping head wounds if she could avoid it. Finding someone who had the strength to do it and whom she trusted enough to get that close with a blade was not as straightforward as might have been hoped. As her current tour was running over, she was conscious she was wearing it much longer than she usually liked to, which is why she was still squeezing gore from the strand's well into a fourth change of water. The time to make sure you do it is before you regret not doing it, Gant wheezed. Excellent. Thank you for that memory. Always a pleasure. Her thoughts moved from her mentor to the cause of the blood in her hair, the death of the fire mage. At that last moment, she'd been struck by how young the caster had originally been, 16 if she'd been a day. Unless she'd traveled extensively, it was likely Dane was the only knight of the road she had would ever, encounter. That was a steep and, ultimately, a terminal learning curve. That would have been her, once upon a time, 16 years old and with more power than she knew what to do with. A girl with complete certainty she could take the worst the world had to offer, could smile and could spit in its eye. At that age, you were the most powerful person you knew until you very much were not. If you were lucky, you might make it out of that encounter alive. She had. The girl had not. She could feel a dark mood settling on her. That girl would have had a whole future mapped out when she awoke that morning. One that would not have included losing her head at the end of a mediocre, bored blade. Could Dane have handled things differently? Probably. She had not needed to leave the tavern, after all. Could have thrown the Trellick retainers at the door and carried on drinking whilst they scurried back home. But that was not her way. It had never been her way. The tour system relied on the complete certainty of the delivery of justice. As Sinwin had noted, it might not have always been timely, but it would arrive. She could not back down from challenges, any challenges, and maintain the people's confidence in that system. So, she did not hurt others because she enjoyed it, she did it because doing it thoroughly forestalled the need to do it more. After all, no one who saw what occurred this evening would be in any doubt as to the outcome should they stand against the crown in the future. Was that worth the death of a girl whose only actual crime was overconfidence in her abilities? Probably. She needed to move her thoughts onward. What was done could not be undone, and mithering about it would not change that. Others were awaiting her in the woods, Sinwin had said. She would need to deal with them next. The blood she was washing from her hair was unlikely to be the last of this visit. A boy, presumably Sinwin's son, had been bringing and removing the stained water bowls. He placed a fifth, clean bowl in front of her and backed away, regarding her with a look of utter horror. She hoped that was because the sight of that much blood was utterly alien to him rather than him being generally aghast at her appearance. It's usually not this long, she gestured at her hair to break the silence. If I think I'm going to get Like this, I make sure it's cut right back. I hadn't expected to get messy today, I am afraid. She bent to rinse the water through it again. She seemed to have gotten the worst out of it now. Little point in being too thorough, though, if she was about to head back out. She would need to tie it back. She became aware that the boy was still standing there and staring at her, mouth open. Small talk about blood and hair etiquette was apparently different from what the situation demanded. I could cut it for you, he said. Or apparently not. She straightened and looked at him properly. He looked nothing like his father, fair-skinned and sandy hair, whereas Sinwin was swarthy with dark locks, with sparkling blue eyes to the tailor's dark, somber gaze. Again, that heart-shaped face with an upturned nose echoed little of the man busily sewing Dane a new set of clothes in his workshop. She assumed the lad took after his mother's line? That, or his stepmother, was not the only woman in Sinwin's life to betray his trust. That's kind of you, lad. But unless you're secretly leading a life in the militia, I doubt you'd have the strength for it. She pulled out a relatively clean strand of her hair and handed it to him. One of the problems of being like me is you end up with hair you could tie a hog with. I doubt you could saw through it with a host of tools. The boy rolled the hair between his fingers. She smiled at the level of concentration he brought to bear on the task. Then, after a moment, he gestured towards the pile of weapons at her feet. If I can borrow one of your knives, I think I could do it. I am happy to if it would make you feel better. You look so sad. She was amused and a little touched by the sincerity of his expression and the sentiment of his words. He really did look nothing like his father at all. Shall I let you into a bit of a secret? I always look a bit like this. She stooped to pick up one of her dagger sheaths and threw it, underarm, to him. He caught it with both hands, staggering back a few steps at the weight of it. But it's kind of you to offer. I likely have further work tonight and would gladly do it without the same problem. So if you want to give it a go, there's nothing to be lost letting you try. I tell you, though, you'll need to give it all you've got. You don't need to worry about hurting me. He drew the knife and approached her with the same sincere, almost concerned look. She smiled at how seriously he was taking the task. You almost look like you're preparing to stick me with that, lad, not trim my hair. Oh, my lady. I'm not. I would never. His eyes opened in horror as he blushed a deep crimson. Just a joke, lad. Sorry, I did not mean to tease you. But, come on, let's give you a decent chance at this. She pulled up a stool and lowered herself onto it to face him. Even sat down, though she towered over him. You'll need to stand on one of these yourself to reach. He stepped outside for a moment before returning with his own stool. Climbing on it, he put his hand on her shoulder to steady himself. Instinctively, she rested her hand on his whilst he gained his balance. She felt tears fill her eyes for a reason she could not quite pinpoint. There was something so innocent, so wholesome about this interaction. He wanted nothing from her other than to alleviate her sadness. When was the last time she had someone this close to her without violence being in the air? She'd forgotten what it was to have such moments, and she could not bear what that said about her life. Oblivious to his impact on her, the boy reached out, with surprising confidence considering his nervous demeanor, to grasp a fistful of hair. I've done this before, don't worry. It will all be okay. Again, his odd manner brought a smile to her lips. It was like he was coaxing a young maiden to bed, not shaving a blood-stained woman old enough to be his mother. Gant roared into life in her mind, mother. Grandmother, Darkhelm, if you were lucky. In this part of the world, more likely a great-grandmother. And you know what that means? It's not the foes who are getting younger. It's you turning into a relic. The harshness of the word spurred her into uncharacteristic generosity. If you can as much as fray a strand, lad, you get to keep the knife. With a precise swish, he chopped the excess hair in his fingers away before taking another handful and repeating the movement. Within a few moments, he had finished and backed away from her, clutching the knife to his chest like it was the most precious thing in the world. Is that okay? Is that how you like to wear it? When you are going to fight, I mean. She stared at the small pile of hair on the floor and then up at the small boy who had caused it. "Yes, thank you," she said, distracted. "That's perfect. So, I can keep the knife?" "What? Oh, yes. It's yours. Thank you." He smiled down at his prize and ran from the room, leaving a stunned Dane behind. The last person who'd managed to cut her hair properly had been a blacksmith whose family had been repairing her armor for 20 years. She did not exactly trust him, but he had no percentage in trying to cut her throat when she paid so well for work that was, at best, adequate. After all, there was little need for expensive armor when your skin turned a blade just as well. So she'd assumed she'd have to wait until she returned from this tour to get it cut so close again, and knew he'd fuss and groan about the effort and the damage it'd do his tools. And then a slip of a son of a tailor shaved it to the scalp as if it was nothing. "If you are ready, we can try fitting you into all this. I think the only good, sensible thing is to burn what you took off." Sinwin was in the doorway holding a bundle of clothing. He frowned at her blank look in response. "Is everything okay, my lady? Your boy?" Sinwin's frown deepened. "My boy? Do you mean Jinios? Did he upset you? I'm so sorry. We don't know what to do with him sometimes. He means well, but he has some odd ways." "Nothing like that. He surprised me, that's all." Sorry, let me just gather my thoughts. Do you have him on some sort of specialist training? I've never heard of a tailor with such strength." "Jinios? No, he's not mine. Never married. Never had the time. But that's beside the point. Jinios is just an orphan from the village I keep an eye on. Lives out of the stable behind the inn. He doesn't have anything else, so we all give him some jobs, but I doubt anyone would be training him in a profession. He's no one special." Over the next few days, those words would haunt Lady Darkhelm as much as any homily from old Gant. Chapter number 7, An Irrational Hatred of Archers. "All I'm saying is we should have come up with a better communication system." Kirsten closed her eyes and began a slow count to 10. If that were all Jack was saying, that would have been fine. But, the fact was, it was not all that he had been saying for the last 4 years. She was willing to concede it might have only been 2 hours they had been skulking in the woods. But time was relative. Especially when spending time with relatives. How do we even know if we're needed? We might be sat here, and the rest of them are already back in the barracks and having a good laugh. There were 8 of them. 8. Are you telling me they wouldn't be able to handle her? Dranok even lent them that scary fire which he's been dallying with. At best, we're redundancy in the system. We should have thought up how they would tell us if they hadn't got her. That would have made more sense than just coming out here and waiting to see if she turned up. We could be here for days before anyone thinks to tell us to come home." She restarted her 10 count. "Look after your brother." That was the only thing her mother had ever asked of her. "Don't let him go the same way as your father." And she'd tried. Goddess knows, she'd tried. But when he fell in with Dranok Strelok, she knew it would just be a matter of time before something like this happened. Jack was not a bad man. Well, not a terrible one, anyway. He was just easily led and willing to take the easiest path available. Waylaying a lone woman in the woods was precisely the sort of thing that lost her father his head. And it was exactly the sort of thing her mother wanted her to keep Jack away from. Kirsten checked her crossbow for the 50th time that hour and, heroically, managed not to shoot her brother in the head. Tonight was only going to end badly. If, by some miracle, that motley crew back at the village had killed a knight of the road, there would be a terrifying reckoning called down. Very few things were certain in this life. One of them was that the king would take a dim view of people murdering his knights. And that was the best case scenario. The more likely outcome tonight was that, in very short order, they would all end up dead. And Dranok Telek would not be inconvenienced by that in the slightest. Kirsten remembered Dane from her last tour. Nothing in the woman's appearance matched the songs about Lady Darkhelm. She remembered being so disappointed when seeing her for the first time. And then the judgments began. She'd only been able to bear watching for the first day. It was the glow in her eyes that had most unsettled her. Most normal people try to spend their lives without ever being in the presence of a god. The fact that people were actively seeking out the regard of that woman utterly baffled her. Most of the cases on that day were largely insignificant. Those crimes that would require execution were kept until the end of the visit. No one wanted to bring their complaint about a neighbor's noisy children to someone cleaning blood off their sword. Jack was moaning again. "Are we supposed to stay here for the night? Just huddled down by the road like beggars?" The third member of their party, Herok, was reaching the end of his patience. The problem for Jack was that, whilst Kirsten may dream of shutting him up by shooting him in the head, Herok would do it. More likely, he'd use that axe of his. He liked the mess. "Lad, if I hear one more word from you, it'll be the last you utter." Fool he may be, but Jack had enough of a survival instinct not to push the man further. So instead, he pulled his overcoat around himself tighter and glowered at the darkness. Kirsten instinctively flashed Herok a smile of gratitude. "Put your teeth away, girl. It don't work on me." Realizing her mistake, she quickly dropped her eyes away from his. She'd been around this group long enough to know the only way to survive was to be ignored. "Don't know what you think you're doing out here anyway. He's bad enough, but at least he has the stomach for it." She made a non-committal noise and poked at the fire. When enough time had passed to risk glancing back his way, Herok was not there anymore. Startled, her eyes lingered on the space where Herok had sat. They had been crouched around the small blaze, listening for the sounds of travelers coming down the road for so long that his sudden absence from opposite her felt bizarre. It was so strange that she could not find the appropriate way to react for several seconds. "Jack? What?" "Herok's gone." As he turned, the sneer on her brother's face became surprised and then fearful. Finally, they both stood. Jack drew his daggers, and she raised her crossbow. Then Herok floated backwards into the camp. No, he wasn't floating, Kirsten realized. A hand around his throat held him about a foot above the ground as his feet kicked for purchase. His fists beat against the arm holding him but made no impression on the grip. But the scale was all wrong. Herok was a tall man, there were few doors he did not have to duck under, and the woman, for it was a woman, Kirsten realized, that held him aloft, surely could not have the strength to lift and hold him so easily. A heaviness settled in her stomach as she took in the short hair, the grim expression and the softly glowing eyes. She lowered her crossbow. "Sensible girl." The woman raised her eyebrows at Jack, who had stayed in his ready position. "At least someone in your family has brains. Stop your fretting." She barked at Herok, who thrashed around in her hold. "I've been looking for you to give you a fair chance. Same chance as I gave them back at the village. Gather your things and make your way back home, and we'll say no more about it. You had your orders, you followed them, and then you thought better of it. No harm. No foul. And no one could say otherwise. Will you stop it?" Herok was now trying to kick out with his dangling legs. "Are they dead?" someone said. With surprise, Kirsten realized it was her voice. "Some. Those who decided not to be reasonable. The big ginger guy will have a headache for a few days. The rest should be home by now. For the love of," she shook Herok hard as he caught her a blow on the elbow with one of his flailing feet. He went limp, and Dane dropped him to the ground. "People say I have an irrational fear of archers," she rubbed her elbow, wincing. "I say, spend an evening trying to work out whether pushing or pulling an arrow out of you will hurt more and then come back to me. I find I have a perfectly rational hatred of your class. What was the plan? Hear me coming down the road, line up and turn me into a pincushion when I came round the bend? Told you it was a stupid plan," Jack mumbled. "Might have worked if I'd not known exactly where you were the minute I left the village. Which genius thought to light the fire?" Jack, surprisingly, chose not to share his 20-minute thesis on why the blaze couldn't possibly be seen from the road. "So, what are we going to do? Full disclosure, these are new clothes I'm not minded to get mussed up, so you have that in your favor. On the other hand, I've just had my hair cut, so, all in all, I could go either way." Kirsten felt Jack make the wrong decision. She'd spent her whole life in the shadow of such moments. Despairingly, she raised her crossbow to cover his attack as he ran forwards. Then, with one knife, he slashed wildly at the face of the knight whilst plunging at her chest with the other. It was pretty well done, Dane thought, leaning back to avoid the blade aimed at her eyes. On an average day, she would have allowed the second one to hit her, then pivoted at the waist to disarm him when it sunk in. However, she didn't think Sinwin would appreciate repairing the tunic so quickly, so instead, she caught the boy's wrist and squeezed. There was a brief scream as the bone splintered before he passed out. Then, she gently lowered him on top of the other man. The girl, she couldn't be more than 18, stared at her down the length of the crossbow. Today might be your day. Dane did not make any attempt to move. She was wilted by the small fire, making her a perfect target against the dark. It's not just me who hates archers. More knights of the road fall to lucky shots to the head than they do in pitched battles. You see, it doesn't matter how fast you heal with an arrow in the eye. Kirsten adjusted her aim to the knight's head. Dane smiled. Of course, the eye is a much smaller target than the body. And you'll only get one shot. It looks like a decent crossbow, one you've cared for. It probably will shoot true if you're good enough. And you've not got stiff from sitting in the cold for hours. And I don't move. Then something happened. The soft glow from the knight's eyes changed into something more vibrant, dwarfing the light from the flames. The archer stepped back for a second in alarm before settling and rechecking her aim. When Dane next spoke, there was a different timbre to the voice. I could kill him for you. What? Your brother. I could kill him for you. And then you'd be free. Shut up. Your mother did not want this life for you, Kirsten. None of this is what she expected you to do. There was a time you did what you could to keep him away from the wrong path, and she is grateful for your care. But it is no longer helping. What you do now is merely postponing the inevitable. She asks that I release you from your promise. The quarrel dipped for a moment before rising back up. He's my brother. He deserves judgment. You do not know the extent of what he has done, nor what he will do if he is not stopped. I can feel the influence of the dark god around him, and he is enjoying that attention. Jack is not the worst of them, but he will not change. You will not be able to change him. Rather, he will drag you down with him until you cannot keep yourself clean from the filth. And, I tell you, should you not accept this offer, you will wish you had the next time we meet. She knew what the voice, she did not think it was the knight speaking, offered her. Freedom. And, in many ways, she wanted to accept it and leave this god's forsaken village behind forever. She knew the Jack she loved, the child she still saw when she looked at him, was gone. That mischievousness had long changed into something more vicious. There was a swagger to him in the village, and she knew that he was looked at with fear even if she would not admit it to herself. But you didn't abandon family. If she did, then she'd be no better than what she feared he was turning into. She pulled the trigger. And she was that good. Chapter number 8, Particularly Resilient Cockroaches. The fern blizzard is mapping the stone garden? It was generally frowned upon for knights of the road to tell lies. For sure, this was more of a guideline than a hard and fast rule, but if they could avoid telling mistruths, they would. After all, if you delivered justice with the voice of a goddess, it was wise to make sure she did not have cause to take issue with your words. There were stories of knights of the road who, having played rather loose with the truth, suddenly found her face turned from them at a crucial juncture. Indeed, most of the tales of fallen knights had their origin in displeasing the goddess somehow. In that, she was widely regarded as one of the more capricious deities in the pantheon. It was rare, for example, for the master builder to suddenly withdraw his patronage from those who worshipped at his, constantly under development, temple. And, should he choose to do so, it was unlikely that a sudden loss of divinely enhanced professional expertise would prove especially fatal. But, on the other hand, the occasions where the goddess chose to express her annoyance were usually entirely terminal to the knight concerned. It was not just the knights themselves that preferred brief, violent demonstrations of the benefits of compliance. Thus, By and large, Dane avoided speaking falsehoods. This blacksmith's grin invites the lizard. Small upturned faces in rows? However, within that context, she had always found it wise to spread a little misinformation regarding the extent of her healing properties. There were legends aplenty of the Knights of the Road, the Lady Darkhelm, in particular, and they all carried hints of what could and could not be done to lay one low. Decapitation, for example, was generally seen as a solid approach. Of course, the power required to achieve that was so extraordinary that there were few examples enacted by humans upon which to draw. Back when giants were more numerous, it was certainly an occupational hazard for those in Dane's position, but they were less of a threat of late. 20 years back, there had been somewhat of a fashion for throwing incapacitated knights into the ocean. They traveled by the road due to some aversion to water. However, enforced drowning was complicated for someone whose lungs could heal the damage caused by a loss of air faster than it occurred. Generally, this tactic merely resulted in the emergence of a rather vengeance-minded knight on the coast several weeks later. As with most questionable fashions, this approach quickly passed into obscurity. Various alchemic compounds had been tried, both as poisons and applied topically to the skin, but failed to do much more than irritate, and who wanted an irritated, heavily armed warrior on your hands? With a willingness to throw enough men into the meat grinder, and most lords reached their willingness reasonably quickly when a Knight of the Road came calling, they could, it was true, gradually be worn down. But that was the sort of approach that took a toll on morale and was best kept to a last resort. Indeed, the last death of a Knight of the Road documented with any accuracy was that of Philip Woolley, 8 years back, and was reported to have occurred after 4 days of battle with an entire army. The story went he had become so discouraged at massacring the King of Coldwater's troops that he had taken his own life rather than to continue with the slaughter. Knowing Woolley quite well, Dane thought such magnanimity unlikely. Instead, she felt it more likely that 5,000 against 1 was a good exploration of the limits of their vulnerability. "You lot are particularly resilient cockroaches," Gant had noted with his usual charm. "Pretty much unkillable by the type of people you will come up against on the road. You can take whatever they throw at you, shrug it off, and ask for more. Take a few axe blows to the head and keep going, and most of the bumpkins out there will treat you as some sort of god." But, of course, his solitary eye unfocused as he became swallowed up in his memories, there's more than just the road out there. And with that, he had downed the rest of the drink and refused to say any more. Cave dwellings is a storm-filled cat? The efficacy of the arrow through the eye method, though, was one that had gained significant traction amongst those interested in nefarious ways of dealing with those blessed by the goddess. It made sense, after all. The eye, even one of a Knight of the Road, was a vulnerable spot. If you could get an arrow through there, it would go into the brain, and surely, that would be that? Did not Dane herself get her nickname from the black helmet she wore precisely to protect that weak area? Thus, the tale went around that a good enough archer was the solution to these pesky dispensers of justice. And Dane was happy enough to do what she could to spread that story. Eel soup is more than enough for the farmer's daughter. But none of that was at the forefront of her mind right now. She found herself in the uncomfortable situation of having a minimal idea of what was going on. She appeared to be in a woodland clearing just off the main trunk of the road. A small fire was burning merrily of a type to suggest whoever said it had no desire to be inconspicuous. Before her stood a young woman, a teenager really, mouth open, a discharged crossbow limp in her hand. Her skin was ashen, and she looked ready to faint, vomit, or both at any second. Dane wondered what had happened to scare her so? And why was she staring at her, not answering her questions? She recognized that the quality and clarity of communication were not being improved by the loud grinding noise reverberating through her skull. On the contrary, with this sound getting louder and louder, it was reaching the extent of blocking out any other sounds she might hear. In an attempt to ease the uncomfortable sensation, she shook her head and felt something loosen from the front of her face and fall to the ground. In an instant, that grinding noise ceased, and the sense of growing pressure eased. Surprisingly, that slight shake of the head significantly changed her perception, as if a dam had been filling up in preparation for bursting and was suddenly released. Memories started to return. She thought there'd been some unpleasantness in the village, nothing worth really exploring, but it did bring to mind that unpleasantness with that wind cult for some reason. What did they call themselves? It did not matter. Whilst dealing with them, there'd been tell of other assailants waiting in the woods. She had not wanted to wait until the morning to deal with them and, despite that man's entreaties, what was his name? He had made her some new clothes, she thought. Why had she needed new clothes? She'd come straight here. But, then, something had happened, and she'd been talking to this woman. She realized the gloom to her left-hand side was lifting. With a start, she saw there was more than just this woman in front of her. On the floor were two men. One looked like the woman, presumably a younger sibling, the other was much older. She did not feel he was related to the other two. The goddess did not feel well disposed towards either of these men. In fact, once she had her bearings again, it would be doing the world a service if she ensured neither of them ever got up again. However, there was more ambivalence towards the young woman. As if she stood at a crossroads, and the goddess could not see down which path she would tread. That was uncommon. Nevertheless, with every passing second, the clarity of the scene on that side of the clearing improved and other memories of the last few hours returned. Freedom of the ink dweller is no guarantee. Plants that run fire the cauldron? She asked the woman. But no, that did not sound quite right. She had meant to say, I feel a powerful thirst. Do you have any water? But her mouth, or more likely her aching head, had made something else come out instead. This had happened before, had it not? She felt she could recall similar moments of uncertainty. With that thought came a sudden loathing of archers. She looked again at the young woman and started appreciating some of the ambivalence from the goddess. When this had happened before, when a bloody archer had shot her, what had she needed to do to get things right? She raised her right hand, the left seemed unresponsive, to touch the back of her head. There was wetness and movement back there as if something gelatinous was being pulled back together. Thankfully, there was no grinding noise anymore, more of a soft clicking of small pieces connecting back together. Her eyes, yes, there were two of them now. Had there not been two before? Cast downwards and saw a crossbow bolt, its shaft oddly bent, lying at her feet. So, the woman had shot her. That much was clear, she supposed. Had she done something to deserve it? Probably. The bodies on the floor and the terrified look in the woman's eyes suggested there had been a confrontation. Unless she had lost her mind and just waylaid a family picnic, this was presumably the group for whom she had come looking. She'd dealt with the two men, yes, the goddess hummed approval for that, and had, what, let the woman shoot her in the head. That did not feel like what she would do in an ordinary course of events. Something must have stayed her hand. Give me a mountain. It's all just wronging in here. I'll make fish soon. Dane again looked at the young woman. Despite her reduced efficiency, there was still no flare of danger from the goddess. In those circumstances, it seemed sensible to allow some further healing before deciding on her next course of action. Some of the worst decisions ever made on a battlefield were by those who did not know they were already dead. How odd. That thought did not sound like her internal thoughts at all, too gravelly and masculine. Or actually, now she thought about it, much like constructive advice at all. She did not think she would like to hear that voice much more at all. So she paused, for a few moments, whilst the final parts of her fractured skull and destroyed brain reknitted. For Kirsten, this had been an appalling few minutes. Her shot had been perfect, hitting the knight, as expected, in the left eye. The bolt had buried halfway into her head, and that, in her experience, should have been that. However, instead of the impact dropping the older woman to the floor, she merely took a few staggering steps backwards. There was a moment, and then she looked up at Kirsten, with the arrow protruding from her face, and started spouting nonsense about stone gardens and lizards. But, no, that hadn't been the worst thing. That was still to come. With horrid fascination, Kirsten watched her quarrel work its way back out of the eye socket as if pulled on a string, blood and other fluids pouring from the wound. The knight, who had seemed understandably disorientated by this if wholly unconcerned, kept asking questions that made no sense until, with a sudden shake of her head, the bolt had dislodged. This seemed to speed up the whole process of recovery, and within a few seconds, the wound had closed, and the eye was wholly restored. The knight, her face covered in gore, grinned at her. "Shall we try all that again?" Chapter number 9, An Allergic Reaction in My Soul. All in all, it had not been a day for the history books. Dane was not so filled with self-loathing, at least not usually, that she could not acknowledge she had achieved some noteworthy things in her life. Bards did not bother with the mediocre, tales of heroism and daring-do filled their purses. It might have been a long time since her heart had swelled whilst on tour, but those days had been many and plentiful. Giants had been slain, warlords overcome, shadowy conspiracies uncovered, and so on and so forth. Perhaps, more importantly, there were people alive today who would not have been without her intervention. And, of course, those in the ground who had needed someone to help them down there. She had been happy to oblige in both cases. So, there were reasons enough for her to look back on how she had spent her life with, if not pride, then certainly with the grim satisfaction of a demanding job done well. That made today's events taste particularly bitter in her mouth. So many years after she took her first step on the road, she had enacted the slaughter of some minor henchman in the back end of nowhere and caught a crossbow bolt to the face for her trouble. 'Twas in the dark month, so do I say, when flowers clad the landscape grey, to a winding path her journey lay, the Darkhelm forgot to duck as arrows came her way. She supposed it was a triumph of the tour system that most significant impediments to the common good in the kingdom had been removed during the past 50 years. Even before Dane began her own journey on the road, many of the great battles had already occurred. Some of the tales she had heard of the deeds of gallant Stolnahand, in his prime, and Aloud Strider could still chill her even today. Compared to some of the tales of what was common overseas, could anyone even recall the last time a dark creature had rampaged across the countryside? But, by the nature of their success, and the successes of those who likewise had the patronage of a god, the Knights of the Road had become increasingly involved in the day-to-day problems of the homesteads. Without dragons to slay, the king had directed their attention to more human matters, and she was uncertain what was the more monstrous of the two. The songs of the deeds of the knights were so popular in the taverns because they touched on a shared cultural history that was just far enough in the past to become rose-tinted. To hear some of the ballads, a goblin army on the march was a foreboding sight of wonder and terror. However, her particular memories were undoubtedly more concerned with their smell. Likewise, she could vividly recall the mundanity of the slaying of a sick cyclops that had been transformed into something so glorious it would only take the first few bars of the song to be strummed before everyone in the inn would be buying her drinks. She shifted the weight of the archer's brother across her shoulders and plodded onwards. He was not heavy, but the goddess disapproved of his continued existence, even touching him made her whole body ache. If she still held any romantic delusions about such things, she would describe the experience of carrying this man on her back as an allergic reaction in her soul. She recognized that her relationship with the goddess was complex, even for a knight of the road. She remembered the first time she had heard her voice, although the experience was nothing as prosaic as hearing. Ghent had told her that, should she be welcomed on the road, she could expect some moral, guiding light to help her plot her steps. It was precisely that certainty that she felt she needed in her life, naive as she had been. After all, for those without a path to walk, those with a map held an instinctive attraction. She'll want you to be hers, though, remember that. Completely and totally. Yon folks see Knights of the Road as all-powerful, but you only have as much as she is willing to give you. And for as long as she is willing to give it. And that you can accept, of course. It turned out she could accept a lot. It had been on a deer hunt when she first learned that the goddess was willing to accept her. A few of them had taken some days away from the interminable training to try out their new skills. She had little talent with the bow, far too much strength, stop making matchsticks of my damn equipment, but she had found that if she treated a longbow with enough care, she would be able to get through a few days of shooting before the inevitable snapping. She had been lining up on a heart of tin when, just on the point of loosing, she had felt a slight adjustment to her hold. A gentle touch as if a master was, politely, yet firmly, correcting her form. The arrow had flown true, far better than any shot she had previously shown the potential to make, and she had enjoyed her peers' admiration and Gant's approval for that outcome. She blushed at how a strut had entered her gate that evening. In the quiet moments that followed, though, she considered the meaning of that momentary prod and knew she was beginning the next stage of her journey. That gentle guiding touch occurred again and again in the coming weeks, each time enhancing her performance beyond that of which she was usually capable. Gant noticed, of course he did, and offered some advice around the usual outcome of holding a tiger by its tail. But she was young, and what did that old drunk know? Would she have chosen to walk the road if she knew what it would hold for her? Of course, she would. After all, that was who she was, which is why the goddess had accepted her. She swapped shoulders again. The ache was becoming troublesome, again. She considered her defiance of her will in this. The young woman had, however, been insistent. She would not allow her brother to be killed. When it came to it, Dane respected that obduracy, particularly as the girl had witnessed how little power she had to do anything about it. Even after seeing the impact, or lack of it, of her last shot, Kirsten had loaded up her crossbow and stood between Doom and her brother, and if that was not the sort of thing a knight of the road could grudgingly admire, then they were in the wrong business. The goddess could trust her discretion in the matter or, well, she could make carrying the man feel like she was sitting naked in a field of nettles. Dane guessed there was little ambiguity in the deity's feelings here. Fortunately, Kirsten had less scruple about the older man's survival. If the touch of the boy across her shoulders made Dane distinctively uncomfortable, then that man, even unconscious, made her very teeth itch. The goddess had supplied enough visions of past and future atrocities to close the matter. It was the work of seconds, a quick twist of the neck, and it was over. At the precise moment of his death, back in the village and across the countryside, men, women, and children awoke with a start, as if something seismic had happened, then turned over and returned to sleep, dozing a little deeper and a little easier. If anyone was to ask them why, they would have said that it felt like a shadow over their lives had suddenly and irrevocably been lifted. And some of them, certainly enough to make the whole thing worthwhile, would offer a prayer to the goddess for their deliverance. Another shift of position, maybe under the arm, would prove less painful? The archer had barely stopped speaking for a moment since they had begun their slow walk back to the village. Dane let her talk. Shock took people in different ways. For some, it closed them down tight as a drum. They withdrew into themselves as if hoping to wrap up in a silence that could undo the damage, that there was new armor that could be forged through solitude. They were the ones Dane worried about the most after a fight. Too often, she had known the casualty list increase overnight when those quiet ones were left to brood. Kirsten was not brooding, and Dane was happy to let her deal with the aftershock of violence in her way. He doesn't know, of course. Well, he knows some of it, but only enough to make him think his son does some disgusting things when he is out of his sight. He doesn't realize what Dranok actually is. I don't think many people do. Only those who get to see how his little gang operates truly see it. I tell you, he's not right at all. She let the girl's voice fade into the background. Now that the immediate problem of the group lurking in the woods had been dealt with, Dane could feel the goddess wanted her to turn her attention to the problem of Dranok's relic. Kirsten was clear that she, and her brother, felt no loyalty to the house. The actions in the wood had not been because they wished harm on Dane. Instead, they feared what would happen if they turned down anything the lordling asked them to do. It went without saying that if go the woods and try to murder the nice, semi-immortal Lady Knight was the better of the two options available, then she needed to spend some time considering how best to address this. And the things he has his friends do to that stable boy. They're vile. Of course, he never gets his hands dirty himself, but he likes to watch. It's part of why I let Jack fall in with them when they showed an interest. It was not because I wanted him to be around boys like that, but, well, Better the dark god you know, right? If you'd seen what they do to torment that lad, you could see why doing this. Well, you'd see why being one of the gang is better than being their victim. No matter how bad being part of this gets, it is still not as bad as being someone Drunnock wants to be punished. Which stable boy? Sorry? The knight's question brought Kirsten up short. She barely recognized she had been speaking at all. Instead, she was trying to avoid thinking about the appalling horror that threatened to overwhelm her. She worried that if she let things lapse into silence, she would need to consider that she was walking next to someone she had shot in the face and who, clearly, had the power to kill her, and her brother, without a moment's thought. If she were not speaking, she would be shrieking. The noise of Herrick's neck popping was not one she would forget in a hurry. You said Drellick has his friends torment a stable boy. Yes. The one who does the odd jobs around the village. Janos. I don't think he has a second name. Or if he does, I haven't heard anyone use it. To be clear, I say stable boy, but that's just where he lives. It's not his profession or anything. He's an orphan. Dane stopped and shrugged Jack off her shoulders and onto the floor. The boy made a soft mewing sound as he connected with the ground, his broken wrist flapping unpleasantly free from the rest of his arm. Kirsten looked at the knight with alarm and unslung her crossbow from her shoulder. Had something she had said changed her mind about Jack? Dane's eyes met hers, and, yes, there it was. The flaring of the hidden power. Tell me everything you know about the orphan, Janos. Chapter number 10, This is absolutely fine. The face was not quite right. Drunnock Drellick replaced his brush in its pot and tilted his head to take in the model. But, no, there was a particular something about the mouth he had missed. The lips, perhaps, were too thin. Their vibrant redness was too dully depicted in what he had painted. With a sigh, he wetted his thumb and rubbed them out before picking up the brush and beginning again. Anyone who had been an unfortunate witness to his tantrum an hour past would have found his current attitude astonishing. Yet, at his easel, this quiet, almost contemplative boy was as far away from the rampaging thug, terrifying the staff and devastating the breakfast table as possible. It was rare, of late, for Fion to be called to restrain the boy. He had made it clear he had no appetite for that troll, but such was the level of violence. Gilles Halcuth, steward of House Drellick, had dispatched a maid to request help. If the master can't be persuaded to come, tell him I'll be taking a stick to the boy myself, he shouted after her running form. Drunnock stepped back, considering the image with a frown. As he did so, he ran his tongue around the inside of his mouth, carefully exploring the newly loose tooth. Father had struck him hard this time. Presumably, notwithstanding the broken furniture, the events of last evening at the tavern had reached his ears. It was unusual for him to have become so invested in discipline without an added impetus these days. He was unsure whether the beating was for disobeying father's orders and making an attempt on the life of Dane Orban or because the effort failed. Fion Drellick was complicated in that way. Maybe the problem was not the lips. The chin. Was it that pronounced? Humming a few tuneless notes, he began reworking the face. Drunnock had been surprised to hear how things had played out in the village. He had heard that Knights of the Road were hardy, but it stretched credibility to think Viren had not arranged enough talent to get the job done. After all, Leola, on her own, had more than enough power to cook that old woman in her armor. He briefly smiled at memories of recent conflagrations. There was something about how eyes widened when they realized the increasing heat would not end. What had he said about that which made her crow with laughter? Oh, yes. You see something die inside, and then they die inside. He still could not identify the cause for humor there. His thoughts rested, for a moment, on that angry young mage. There had been some sort of kinship between them, both bore the scars of being unwanted additions to already complete families. At length and with great pleasure, she had spoken of the firestorm that consumed her parents' estate. She still carried some of the ash in a locket around her neck. He had found that anger useful. There were innumerable things you could persuade people to do when the alternative was fire. Despite that, he would not miss her, he did not believe. Other people could step into that role. But it was odd to think of her headless body lying in the ice house. He wondered if the fire continued to burn in her veins after death? This was better. The shadows fell just right on the neck now. He cleaned his brush and began adding color to the hair. Being banished, once more, to the tower held few concerns for Dranok. If it meant father forgot about him for a few days, it was more than worth the discomfort of a hard bed and loose teeth. There was, traditionally, a good week of freedom following such a beating. With Lord Trellick thinking his son was safely stowed away considering his actions, he could turn his full attention to how he wished to address this troublesome night. His brush flickered across the canvas as he considered Dane Orban. Not many people would hold his gaze of late, and that she had done so, and with such challenge, was fascinating. They had shared something down the length of that sword, and whilst father may have feared the outcome of a clash, Dranok was not sure about the inevitability of his defeat. He had his own resources on which to call, after all. At that thought, he thought he could make out a soft pat on his head. Dranok's explosive anger was all a pretense, of course. From earliest childhood, he had understood that others preferred that version of him. The shouting, petulant child was one with which they were comfortable. They knew how to react to him in that form. So, he obliged by breaking things, hitting others, strutting, bullying, by sneering. Then, they could beat him for his behavior, relieve their discomfort, and leave him be for a while. If it troubled him that his only fundamental interactions with others were either causing or receiving pain, he would not have known how to express that emotion. For that was at the heart of things, Dranok Trellick did not feel. It was not that he was dead inside, as the last in a succession of tutors had described his personality when fleeing the keep. On the contrary, he was very much alive, sometimes overwhelmingly so in that he felt he would burst unless he relieved the pressure. It was just that nothing, no matter how wonderful or how terrible, left an impression upon him. He felt as much joy at the sunrise as he did when considering a hangnail. He was as upset about his increasingly rare beatings from his father as he was about noticing a grease stain on his fifth favorite tunic. Screams of torment gave him as much pause as the droning of a priest from the pulpit. It was all one and the same to Dranok Trellick. Nevertheless, what he may have lacked in emotional range, he felt he more than made up for in creativity. It was in those moments, during those times that he truly gave bloody expression to that which was inside him, that he could feel a soft, approving presence envelop him. Of course, he had no familial context for such unconditional positive regard, but he recognized it was a heady experience he craved more. With a final twitch of the brush, he nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this was all perfect. Drew? A querulous voice whispered from the doorway. Mother. I did not know you were out of bed. He did not turn to look at her. He did not need to. She would have the same despair-filled look of disapproval on her face that, in his crib, was the first thing he could remember seeing. He did not know what he had done to cause such rejection in her response to him, but he had grown to accept it. And, to the dismay of those around him, to seek to deserve it. A soft voice in his head insisted it was better to be feared than loved, a sentiment with which he heartily agreed. That said, though, he did not feel the need to allow her to inflict her presence on him continually. What are you? What is going on? He waved a dismissive gesture at the model. I'm just painting Wilhelmina. What do you think? I had some trouble with the mouth, but it seems just about right now. Lady Trivan took a few more hesitant steps into the room. She had come to see her son from a sense of obligation rather than anything else. She always did whenever he was returned to his banishment up here. When he was younger, she had relished the beatings. Found solace in watching her husband mete out endless punishments to this demon. But, as the years rolled by, and his behavior did not change, it had all become rather dull. What little pleasure there was in seeing his chastisement was somewhat reduced when she sensed how little he cared. Even Fian, she knew, found it difficult to summon the required rage any longer. It is like beating a carpet, he had told her. Extremely tiring, and it does not stop the blasted thing from getting dirty the next day. So, She still visited in his regular seclusions, but, given a choice, and without the thrill of seeing him humbled, she would rather be anywhere else. She suspected Drollik felt the same. Certainly, she knew neither of them gained anything of joy from their infrequent interactions. Is she alive? I have no idea. He was rather pleased with how the painting had turned out. Sometimes, they cried so much at the beginning that everything swelled up, especially around the eyes. But, then, it looked like he had the proportions wrong rather than their own stupid biology letting him down. He had ensured Wilhelmina had finished all her leaking before seeking to capture her on the canvas. That seemed to have improved the final product. He would have to remember that in future. Of course, doing things this way ensured there was a further challenge in accurately representing the cuts and bruises. An enjoyable and diverting difficulty. Well, as much as he enjoyed anything. Why would you do this? Drunnock turned his eyes, for a moment, on his mother, and she instinctively recoiled. When he was like this, when he was not wearing the brutish mask he presented to the outside world, it chilled her. He looked almost cherubic without strong emotions twisting his features into a snarl. The stillness, the flatness of expression, was impossible to reconcile with what lay on the floor before him. How could this face have done all that? How did a boy with those golden locks and soft eyes inflict all this pain on someone who had bathed him, fed him, and bounced him on her knee? She had not worried, not for a moment, that he would unleash this side of himself on the nurse. In many ways, Wilhelmina had taken on her maternal role in raising Drollik. She had given him a facsimile of the love that Driven had been unable to summon. Was that why he had unleashed such wrath on her? Had the nurse stood proxy for what her son wished to do to her? She pushed that thought away. That way lay madness, and she had dangled too often over that precipice of late. But what was she going to do now? Who could she possibly find to take over this role? She could not be around this creature any more than she currently was, and rumors were rife enough about Drunnock that this would not be an attractive opportunity. Despair filled her as she contemplated filling the void that the nurse had left behind. Propriety would demand it of her. And if there was one thing everyone knew about House Drellick was that it did all things correctly. Finally, after a few moments, she had the wherewithal to turn her eyes back to Drunnock. But, if she had hoped for a shred of humanity, his closed expression gave her no respite. He was not angry, he was not ashamed at what he had done, there was no sorrow, he was perfect at his ease. Drew, she loved you. Has always loved you. Do you not see that doing this to her was wrong? Without answering, he turned his eyes back to the painting. Yes, this was one of his better efforts. The procedure for reaching this stage would bear repeating. If there was not anything else, Mother? Drunnock. A faint whimper came from the torn figure on the floor. Mother and son turned to regard her, one with horror in her eyes, the other with a smile of genuine, if wholly disconcerting, warmth. Ah, there you go. No need to worry. Wilhelmine is absolutely fine. Chapter number 11, Too many teeth and not enough jaw. With a dancer's grace, the boy slipped through the driving rain. He was not sure his movements, as fluid as they were, made much difference to how wet he was getting, but it felt good to be doing something to avoid the deluge. At such times, he liked to imagine Ytrandrap was an arrow launched from some fell keep, and he, a figure from legend, was charging to free a beautiful princess. Dodge. Swerve. Pivot. Slide. And repeat. Nevertheless, for all his efforts, as deep puddles formed in the road, he was increasingly becoming as soaked from the bottom up as he was from the top down. Breathless, he paused momentarily in an open doorway, manfully resisting the impulse to shake himself dry like a dog. Don't even think about lingering, Genos, snapped the shopkeeper, moving from behind his counter with a speed that belied his girth. Folk have been traipsing the weather in and out all morning. But, Master Roan, just let me tarry a moment. I think it's about to lighten up. But me no buts. I've just got the floor dry. Don't want you messing it up again. He aimed a half-hearted kick at Genos' backside, inexplicably missing, considering the range. Despite this, the boy still crashed into his delicatessen table, knocking meat everywhere. With a curse, the shopkeeper righted the table and began restacking the goods. "You no good ragamuffin! Chaos in your wake, wherever you tread! Get yourself out of here!" Sticking his tongue out and stamping his boots to dislodge the worst of the mud and water on the floor, Genos ducked back out. Truth be told, he did not have much farther to go, but it always warmed his heart to take an opportunity to irritate John Roan. There had been more unpaid errands than he could count over the years. Genos recognized that he had it better than most in his situation. He could not remember his parents. He had been told they had been taken when he was no more than 4 years old, but the village had enough kind eyes that made sure he did not want for much. It was rare that a day passed with no odd job for him to undertake, no hot meal at the end, and no pack of dry clothes waiting for him at the stable. The falling water continued to tug at his cloak, his payment from the tailor for attending on the Lady Darkhelm last evening, as he darted, hither and thither, towards his destination, the Church of Dawn. His rhythmic game with the rein made everyone he passed smile. He nodded, in greeting, at the raised hands as he sped along, twirling to avoid carts and fallow-soaked pedestrians. Heads turned to follow his progress. There was something about Genos that made everyone's day feel improved when they came across him. Back in the general store, even John Roan, misanthrope that he was, felt a smile pull at the corner of his mouth when thinking about their interaction. Almost subconsciously, he took out some greaseproof paper and wrapped up a piece of steak that he felt had spent too long on the floor for him to be able to sell. It would find its way to the stables that evening. Genos was nearly there as the rain continued to hammer down. Fortunately, it was the work of a few moments before he was leaping up stone steps. 1, 2, 3 at a time. He was then yanking open the heavy double doors before stopping on the threshold. As always, his breath was literally taken away by the beauty of the sight in front of him, a sigh stealing from him as he gazed in wonder at the interior decorations. The whole back wall of the church was made from worked glass of every conceivable color. It depicted a dazzling array of historical figures, scenes of triumph and disaster, and images of every conceivable god and goddess. On days like this, when the sun hid behind angry clouds, the light coming through that wall softly diffused across the space, giving the impression of everything inside being underwater. Quite fitting, considering the deluge outside. On a brighter day, though, as Genos knew, it would be like a myriad of rainbows exploded outwards from that wall. Each pool of light driving into the wall opposite, a disconcerting riot of color that was as intimidating as it was wondrous. And therein lies both the greatness and the stupidity of the Church of Dawn, Brother Evelyn had said after his customary, one too many, sips of holy wine. To take all that skill, all that wealth, all that time and then to use it on a wall that cracks when I fart and has all the heat retention properties of a nunstit. Pass me that bottle, lad. Whilst he felt some affection for the raggedy drunk in his stained robes, Genos had long learned to keep out of reach of Brother Evelyn when he was in his cups. It was the work of a few moments to climb the ladder to find the old man asleep in his small room at the top of the church. Genos checked his breathing, extricated the empty bottle from a loving embrace and pulled a blanket up to cover him. The first service was not for a few more hours, he would be able to sleep it off. At times, he worried that this small room with its unwashed, lost occupant was a premonition of his future. He knew the Church of Dawn would accept him, would take anyone, if he could not find a profession. But, despite his love for the place, he could not quite imagine turning into someone like Brother Evelyn. He wanted more from life than this. Nevertheless, despite its morose and unpredictable guardian, he loved coming here. He would take any opportunity to stand and look at that wall of colored glass. So perhaps a life spent here would not be so terrible. He knew that, should he ask, he could move his small bundle of belongings out from the stables and into the second room. But that felt like it would be an irrevocable step towards locking down his future. He was not reconciled to that course of action as of yet. After all, you never knew what the next day would bring. He slid down the ladder and made his way back down towards the entrance. He spent a few minutes lighting candles that had been allowed to burn low and reorganizing furniture. He smiled as he did so. In many ways, he was almost Brother Genos as it was. Hearing footfalls on the stone steps outside, Genos moved further into the main body of the church to give them space to enter. Then, with elastic ease, he ducked under the vast wooden crossbeam separating the foyer from the church proper before turning to welcome the new visitors. His heart sank to see Varen Geril and 4 or 5 of his assorted hangers-on crowding the doorway. "Ah, it was the horse rat we saw sneaking through the rain," he sneered. "Did I not say so, Eorl? You did, Varen. You did." The speaker appeared to have an unfortunate combination of too many teeth and not enough jaw. Genos assumed he did not simply say yes to avoid adding to the flow of water that spilled in around them. He probably would have drowned Master Roan if he had ever bought sausages. That thought made him smile. "What is so funny, horse rat?" Genos adjusted his position behind the crossbeams and took stock of the situation. There had been no shortage of confrontations with Varen and his interchangeable pack of hounds over the years. Most of those ended with some blood being spilt, but rarely enough to warrant anything more than a few days of feeling sorry for himself. There had been occasions, though, when he looked back on it, he could sense how close he came to serious harm, usually when Drunok joined the hunt. Nevertheless, quickly checking the self-regarding faces in front of him was reassuring. Their alpha must have stayed home today. It was just to be some mild hazing then. At worst, a beating, perhaps. He was good at reading atmospheres, and he did not think there was anything in the air to cause him undue concern. Perhaps it could all be diffused with some submission? "No, sir. Just hot and cold, sir. Nothing funny, sir." Varen looked at the skinny boy, shivering in front of him. If anyone were to ask, he would not have been able to articulate what about this orphan child engendered such rage within him. He just knew he wanted to hurt him and then keep hurting him. A voice in his head whispered profoundly unsettling things about what needed to be done about this boy, quite out of all proportion to rationality. For the most part, he managed to restrain that drive, recognizing it was beneath him to give so much thought to a stable boy. But there were times the urge bubbled dangerously close to the surface. Like now. "You could kill him," the voice whispered. "No one would even care." The group of boys around him mocked the cravenness of the boy's words. "Cold, sir." "Nothing funny, sir," mimicked a voice behind him. They all guffawed. Varen watched Genos' eyes flick towards the one who had mocked him. He may have tried to hide it, but such raw contempt blossomed on the boy's face that Varen's temper roared to life. How dare this nothing feel superior to one of his betters? There was not one of them here that was not, at least, a minor noble. Was not Varen, himself, a nominated heir? Such derision could not stand. Without another thought, his hand was drawing his sword and was swinging it down, stepping forward into the church foyer. Genos felt the ignition of Varen's rage as a physical thing. He had no idea what had caused it, but he reacted instinctively, ducking beneath the crossbeam as the sword hissed down, the blade burying deep into the solid wood. Within a blink, he was wheeling away, putting distance between them. The others regarded Varen cautiously. On a gray day, and without much more on their schedule, they had been up for tormenting their favorite target. Not one of them had anticipated this turn of events. That was the problem with Varen, sometimes. He always needed to prove that he was as terrifying as Drunok, but bloodshed required greater planning than this. That was why they were happier to follow the directions of that strange, younger boy. If anyone understood the necessity of keeping a father out of things, it was Lordling Drellick. Indeed, he had made an art out of such deception. Moreover, with the night of the road in the village, each of them recognized that understated discretion, for a few days at least, was the better part of valor. None of them wanted to end up facing those glowing eyes at the end of a swinging sword. At the very least, quite apart from anything else, Coin would need to have been left with the constable so that he was slow in arriving once the word got out they were on a hunt. That said, if Varen were truly minded to cut the horse rat into ribbons, they would not risk their place in the group by protesting over much. What was a little more blood in the grand scheme of things? An orphan's blood, at that. Enough witnesses could be found to place them several days' journey out of town. No one would believe it, of course. But no one would make an issue of it. Don't just stand there, get him. As the other slipped past Varen, who was still trying to pull his sword clear from its wooden prison, a keen observer might have made out a pair of softly glowing eyes in the shadows. Chapter number 12, Rhythm and Flow. Dane watched silently as the boy backed away from his pursuers. His only option in the face of their assault was to retreat into the church, but that superficial safety offered no way out. She saw the recognition of that flash across his face but was pleased by the resolution that quickly replaced it. He was afraid, for sure, but there was no panic. No surrender to an outcome he was running out of ways to avoid. She did not think she had ever seen someone so young with such a capacity to dodge. It was not a skill she possessed, her class, after all, with all its healing properties, meant she did not need to overly concern herself with getting out of the way. Many was the aftermath of a fight, whilst repairing crushed and pierced armor, when she felt envious of the elegance of those who ducked and weaved. She imagined they felt much the same when they watched her shrug off wounds that would kill them instantly. It was not surprising that an orphan, living by his wits on the streets, would develop a significant ability to avoid trouble. If he had not, he would not have survived this long. But that sword hack? It should have cut him in two, no matter his capacity to move away. And yet, it was almost as if the boy was suddenly in two places at once and chose to occupy the empty space, quite a feat for a child without a class. Unusually, the eyes of the goddess told her little about him. There was past trauma, true, but it felt indistinct, as if whatever had occurred did not much prey on his mind and her patron did not want her to consider. Likewise, there were flashes of his future deeds but, again, in an oddly imprecise way. The goddess was rarely so coy about such things. Not yet, a voice murmured in her mind. There was no such uncertainty about the young men that were swarming around Genos. Each and every one of them had committed deeds for which there would need to be justice. The one who still wrestled to free his sword from the wooden beam was the worst. To look at him was to feel an oily taint spread over her skin. He was one without a limit. His actions would continually spiral into greater outrages until he was stopped. Moments of futures, of other lives maimed and devastated, flowed around him as an unholy shroud. But there was something else there, too. She could not quite pinpoint it, but this was not just typical malignancy. The goddess did not want her to focus on it, that was clear, but that had rarely dissuaded her in the past. None of those in front of her would escape her visit to this village unscathed. But that boy with the sword. He needed particular attention. What's the matter with you all? Hold him still. The sword wielder abandoned his futile effort to free his blade and joined his fellows in their faintly comic attempts to pin Genos down. The boy had discovered the little-known truth, much beloved of the knights of the road, that being outnumbered was not as problematic as commonly assumed. When it was 2 or 3 on 1, things often worked out poorly for the minority. However, when numbers swelled to more than that, it was possible to turn a numerical disadvantage into a strength. In such a situation, the attackers could do little but get in each other's way. When too many swinging arms and legs went up against an opponent utterly focused on defense, it was all a lot of sound and fury, signifying very little. The boy took blows, of course, he did. He could not stand at the eye of that hurricane and not receive buffeting. But try as they might, none of the assailants could do much more than land a glancing connection here and there before one of his fellows got in the way, and the power was diverted. And as the frustration in Varen's group reached a fever pitch, this did little to improve their coordination. For his part, Genos was enjoying himself. In such a scrum of humanity, it did not take much to divert hands and fists into unintended directions and, more than once, he saw a nose bloodied by a punch meant for him, shins cracked by misdirected kicks, eyes watering with an impact initially fired his way. When not in this mindset, Genos found it hard to explain the feeling of this rhythm, and it was not just a state he reached when fighting either. A similar sense of flow occurred when he found the right way to peel potatoes, when the needle danced in his hand whilst stitching, or when juggling for crowds on the street. It was as if the world slowed down, yet he could continue at normal speed. He foresaw problems before they occurred and could choose from options as they opened out in front of him, their consequences clear as a winter stream. But it was also more complicated than that. Genos could almost foresee what others planned to do when he found himself within this mindset and could adapt accordingly. He did not see the future, he knew that, but he had glimpses of possibilities. Again, he might not have been able to explain what occurred with his perception at these times, but he knew he loved it. However, when in this state, he had long learned not to try to throw punches of his own. Any movement to make a strike disturbed the rhythm and broke that bubble of concentration. His fist flashing outwards would unbalance the dance and make him lose his footing, more often than not. No, this was strictly a defensive dance, an instinctive, protective response unsuited to aggression. There was also, and he did not like to dwell much on this, a weight behind his punches that disturbed him. Lord Eminent had let it be known that his son's fractured skull, an injury from which he would never recover his wits, had been caused by standing too close to a kicking horse. Genos could well remember what happened in that alley, and whilst he felt no regret, the feeling of a concaving skull around his hand was not one he ever wished to repeat. That was one of the first times he realized some people would not back down, that a smile and a joke could not de-escalate every situation. It was a lesson that had come back and back again with this gang of boys and especially with Dranok and Varen. The group was breathing hard now, wet clothes covered in mud, sweat and blood steaming in the light. This was not how such things should play out, and with his spirited defiance, the boy had earned his beating 100 times over. Even the most reluctant of them now needed a violent release from this frustration. At a shout from Varen, they broke away from their ineffective scrummage and spread out to form a loose circle, Genos at the center. Dane could sense things were reaching their climax. If she had been impressed by how the lad had avoided a swinging sword, it was nothing to the display she had just witnessed. She had known assassins, friends and, briefly, enemies, with far less agility than this boy displayed. However, as was the problem for all in that class, eventually, numbers would tell if you could not whittle the attackers down. The fact that Genos seemed to be wholly focused on survival meant he had not taken advantage of the chaotic situation to thin out the crowd. Time and time again, Dane had watched an opening for a kick, an elbow, a stamp, which would have eliminated one of the threats, but the boy let it be. She could not understand that reluctance to take the necessary forward step. But, then again, her entire class was built around barreling forward, never mind the consequences. Who was she to judge another who chose a different path? However, her trained eye could see that the group would make him pay for that naivety. A hush fell over the church as Varen drew a thin knife and gestured for the others to do the same. To their credit, several of them looked uncomfortable at this, or perhaps they were just wary, considering how many of their attacks had gone astray, of adding sharp implements to proceedings. Genos sucked in air as he regarded Varen warily. This was an unwelcome development and one with which he was unfamiliar. Even at their worst, these boys rarely wanted to do more than humiliate and dominate. Varen, he started. It is Lord Elinggerald to you. Varen's voice was shrill, even to his own ears. He did not like how it sounded. The soft voice was whispering in his ear. You look weak. You cannot let this stand. Who will miss him? And he stepped forward. There was no gloating, which surprised Dane, and made her too late to intercede. In her experience, at this point, there would be some moments of gleeful monologue before moving to an eventual conclusion. Instead, the ringleader stepped forward and sunk his knife into Genos' chest. Time seemed to stop for a moment, and even Varen's eyes widened in shock at the success of his gambit before the boy gasped and fell to the floor, blood streaming from the wound in his jerkin. Silence and then chaos. The group fell over each other in their haste to flee the church. Varen stood still, eyeing the body, if not with pleasure, then certainly with triumph. He bent to retrieve his knife and backed out of the door, eyes on the body his whole way back. The voice in his head was purring in a way he did not find wholly objectionable. Was this how Dranok felt all of the time? He went to follow his fellows. Whilst they had left in disarray, Dane could hear their growing bravado as they gained distance from their crime. The backslapping. The whooping. The braying. Any of them who was unfortunate enough to pass them in the road would have thought they had carried out some hilarious prank, not murdered a young child. Yes, there was something very amiss in this village. Dane left the shadows. She did not think they would be back. There were alibis to be arranged, after all. She walked towards the prone figure of the boy, the blood spreading out from his wound to carpet the floor in a red circle. She'd noticed the extraordinary quality of the light whilst she had been waiting for the boy to return. Sinwin had been clear that if she could not find Genos at the stable, he would find his way to the Church of Dawn by, at least, mid-morning. The colors streamed through the glass and picked up the red wetness, producing a glowing halo around the body on the floor. She knew that the template design for a Church of Dawn had been constructed to inspire awe. To ensure that everyone who stood facing the stained glass wall would be humbled in the presence of the light. For sure, she remembered feeling that emotion once upon a time. But now? Now it left her feeling cold. Standing over the body, she was, again, struck by the difference in their ages. Had she even been this young? Had Gant ever looked at her, as she did this boy now, and felt despair? Despair not to have created a better world. Despair at knowing the weight of the burden that must be passed on. Despair at just being so damn old. Roughly, she prodded the boy with her foot. "They've gone." His eyes shot open, shocked to hear her voice. Dane extended her hand. He took it and was hauled, with ease, to his feet. So, which shopkeeper is missing his best blood sausage? Chapter number 13, Too late. He can stay here for a few days. Until it all blows over. Dane watched Sinwin, busily fussing over Genos, and smiled. The tailor obviously felt great affection for the boy, most clearly witnessed by the suspiciously fine cut of the orphan's clothes. She was sure this was not the first time Sinwin's house had been a haven following one mishap or another. For her part, she could admit there was something infectious about the boy's enthusiasm for absolutely everything. On their way back from the church, Genos had regaled the knight with his thoughts on every topic under the sun, from his disapproval at a local farmer leaving their field fallow for a season longer than necessary, to his amusement at the way the miller left his thumb on the scales when dealing with the high houses, to his bafflement as to why some young ladies and gentlemen, at first light, could be seen creeping from homes not their own. His sharp mind darted about in much the same way as his body in his confrontation with Varen's gang. The smile vanished at the thought of those boys, and Dane's mood darkened. The callous way the older boy had thrust the knife was not a childish game gone wrong. He had intended to kill Genos. And was delighted at the thought he had succeeded. Varen, Dranok, that vicious fire witch, the man from the woods, Herog, had the archer called him? That was quite a litany of dark souls in a village at the far end of nowhere. Dane had lived long and seen much. She had few illusions as to the capacity of humankind for endless cruelty. But even in her considerable experience, it was rare to confront such a range of hatefulness this far from one of the great cities. But then there was that strange presence she had felt around the Varen boy in the church, and, indeed, was there not something like that behind Dranok's eyes when they had met during the hearing? Such a capacity for darkness in one so young. She could understand, if not forgive, how people became used to the cheapness of life when there was so much of it around them. In a city, or, at its worst, the capital, with its teeming multitudes, it was far too easy to ignore the consequences of your actions. One of the few things she still appreciated about her time on the road was that it allowed her to escape the press of humanity around the king. But in a small village where you knew everyone's names and your great-grandparents had probably courted? It was beyond her ken how you could care so little for your fellows in such a place. What was clear was that something was rotting at the heart of this place. And it needed cutting out. In her mind, she felt a satisfied hum of approval from the goddess. Pulling her thoughts back to the present, her eyes settled on the young boy again. Genos was demolishing his third bowl of stew with all the ravenous hunger of a veteran with an agility heavy class. The smile returned. She remembered, long ago, Farah's constant outrage at the rations Gant provided when they were training. It has been all they could do, all working together, to protect their meager portions from the Shadow Dancer's daily predations. But, of course, no amount of agility could have saved Farah in the end. "You are either quick, or you are dead," had been one of her favorite sayings. It turned out, sadly, you could be both. With a start, she stopped herself from traveling that memory. He was an odd boy, for sure, but she did not need to let her imagination run away with her. Sure, he'd had enough about him to make some rich boys look foolish. That hardly made him uniquely gifted for an unclassed. He probably had some good dexterity and, obviously, no shortage of luck if, as an orphan, he'd managed to have the people of the village look out for him. There was quite some charisma there, too. She constantly felt its pull on the corners of her mouth. Unfortunately, this was obviously the right amount to rub a black hole like Viren up the wrong way. Genos was unusual but not extraordinary. And she did not need to get involved. And if my auntie had balls, she'd be my uncle. Gant, and his sayings. His voice had been showing up in her head more often of late, a sign she was getting old. Walking past to refill the, once again, empty bowl, Sinwin touched her back, smoothing out the cloth of her tunic. "How did it feel when you were out and about? You were lucky I had some things on order that looked like your size. I've let them out in the shoulders and thighs to give you more room." She raised her eyebrows at that, and he reddened. "Not that I'm saying you needed a bigger size, just that my clients don't usually need the range of movement you clearly want." She grinned and nodded her forgiveness. She liked this man. Remembered liking him 10 years back. It is all very fine work, the lad's close to a standard I'd expect to find in the capital, to speak the truth. There can't be enough people who can afford you all the way out here, can there? Have you ever thought about setting yourself up at the center of things? There's more important things to life than money. She knew an open wound when she heard one. She had enough of them herself. So she moved the conversation onwards. "Speaking of money, how much do I owe you?" "You kept an eye on the boy, that's good enough." She was unsure what part of the story they had recounted made it sound like Dane had done anything other than watch as Genos was stabbed. People were funny with what they chose to hear. "Besides, I will make coin enough from them around here knowing I've outfitted the Darkhelm. If you're feeling generous, mayhap mention my name when someone asks about your clothing on the road. How do you get to be like you?" The question burst out of Genos as if he could keep it in no longer. The explosion was mirrored by a mouthful of stew that flew to land on the corner of the table. Sinwin cuffed him good-naturedly. "You know better than that, lad. You never ask a woman about 3 things, her age, her purity and how she got her class." Genos was not so sure about any of that. He knew he sometimes rubbed people up the wrong way, but it was hard to tell why one question might cause a frown rather than any other. For example, people liked to answer "How are you?" but sometimes found "How come you do that?" rude. It was very confusing. It was all information, after all, wasn't it? But he couldn't worry about offense right now. He might never get a chance to break bread with a knight of the road again. He would learn everything he possibly could about her before she moved on. "Is it true you were born covered in iron, and a blacksmith had to hammer you free?" The tailor opened his mouth, but Dane stopped him with an amused shake of her head. She had worried about how he would respond to the assault on him. It seemed his coping method was to ask questions. She was happy to oblige. "I've not heard that one before. And no, I was born the same way as everyone else, bloody, screaming and bald as a coot." Genos swiftly nodded as if ticking something off a mental list. "What about the dragon of Bahalon Keep? Did you really kill it with your bare hands? Dragons breathe fire, lad. A sword and shield aren't much use once they're melted down to slag. Neither's armor, if truth be told. It's not as hard to kill a dragon as people make out. They're smaller than you'd think, and no one, not even a dragon, has much a mind for anything once you have them by the throat." The hours passed as the three batted around myths and legends that had arisen around the Lady Darkhelm. She was happy to accept the tailor's offer for food and drink and shared countless stories in payment. She could not remember the last time she had spoken so freely. There was, she had to admit, pleasure in the company of others. She wondered when the truth had been forgotten. Or, thinking back to her childhood in Gans school, had it ever been something she had learned? For Geno's part, despite the puncturing of some of the more outlandish stories, he was devastated to hear that the boar of autumn was not 8 foot high and that the fields of Namor did not still flow with the blood of those Dane has slain. It was a few minutes of tussle with 5 bandits. 2 of them got away to spin the tale. The hero worship in his eyes glowed brighter with each minute. The early afternoon light moved towards murky dusk, and her stock of shareable stories began running short. She was debating how best to describe the fall of Penwire without mentioning any of the more questionable behaviors when someone, pipe in mouth, interrupted the flow of the boy's questions. What about the Tower of the Halcyon Princess, is that one true? I remember hearing about that when I was but a kid. All of Dane's pleasant calm drained away in a sudden torrent of memory. That tower. The cruel laughter. Her, in the dark, holding a small, broken body. Screams. And blood. So much blood. Sinween saw the change in her expression. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Genos frowned. Wasn't that about some baron who stole someone's daughter to force a land deal? You freed her, didn't you? No, I was too late. Dane drained her tankard and stood. There was a heaviness in the air now. It was a weight that neither the tailor nor the boy could understand but could feel as if it crushed their chests. This was why she preferred to be on her own. You could never let it get too comfortable. Sooner or later, something swam up from the depths to drown any connection in sorrow. That's what none of those legends ever explain, lad. Don't matter if it's me or the silver bow or Galen Stonehand himself that shows up. We're always too late. We get to dry the tears and try to wash away some of the pain with blood. But it's always too late. I surely slew the dragon of Bahalon Keep, and wasn't I a glorious sight when I was doing it? But 3 families had lost sons before I got there, and I doubt they sing of my deeds with much pride. I took the head of Warlock Huron, but those people he hurt were never the same. There's no comfort to the terror of the night in looking at a head on a spike. I went through there 5, maybe 6, years ago. No one left. They couldn't carry on. A whole town was wiped off the map. People like to talk of the light and innocence of the Halcyon Princess, but I found her in the dark. She was drowning in an ocean of pain. The companionship they had offered this day had opened a door she kept shut. The weakness that let out was unacceptable. She rose abruptly and turned for the exit. Mr. Taylor, I'd be obliged if you'd keep the lad inside for the evening. There are things out there that need something doing about. That I need to do something about. And, eyes streaming with a flow of water she thought long extinct, she made her way out into the darkening streets. Chapter number 14, Trembling Earth. In the years to come, there would be much discussion and disagreement about the night the earth trembled. Not that there would have been anything wrong with calling it the night that Dane Orban set about balancing the scales of justice, but it made for a more poetic song title, and what bard does not love a tortured metaphor? To hear the stories, the population of the village would have needed to be 5 or 6 times bigger to incorporate everyone who had seen it with their own eyes. But, of course, human nature being what it was, most had instead locked their doors, shuttered their windows and hunkered down, trying to ignore the shrieks and screams that punctured the night air. That Uriel Garrel, 4th son of House Garrel, had his left hand removed at the wrist was in no doubt, although whether his father did it because news of the misuse of house funds finally surfaced or because the Lady Darkhelm dragged Lord Garrel from his bed, put the axe in his hand and gave him some words of encouragement, was less clear. Thus, although it was genuinely agreed that the punishments began at House Garrel, things became less distinct from that point on. House Blunt lost 5 men at arms after orders to keep that mad bitch at the gate were hysterically given. Their lives were added to the weight of justice called upon Hever Blunt. This was a pressure he did not survive. But whether that happened before the fire at the village hall or the inexorable fighting leading to Keep Trellick was unclear. But it was the grim familiarity of it that most troubled Dane. She always tried to view such a thorough cleansing, although she was struggling to feel there was anything clean about the Red River through which she was currently wading, as achieving something tangible, that such brutal and efficient punishment would leave this village in a better, more stable, place for years to come. She'd played this tune too many times to hold on to any illusions, though. She well knew that someone would write a song about this night, and it would be the talk of the homesteads for years, perhaps decades. How Lady Darkhelm rooted out corruption in the high houses on a night of dark slaughter. It would have a beat to which you could tap your foot and a chorus that could be bellowed out in a taproom. But not a single lord, hearing that song, would think there was anything in it for them, that the fates of the lordlings of houses Garrel, Blunt et al. And Gerald and Trellick, when she ran those two to ground, had anything to do with his behavior or that of his own family. No, the moral most would take from tonight's actions would not be the importance of raising your heirs to know right from wrong, but rather it would be another tale of how entirely implacable is the Darkhelm. And if there were any tangible use in that particular message, she would not keep finding herself waist deep in men seeking to die at her hand. A push from the goddess moved her one step to the left as a sword slashed past her ear. She dropped her shoulder into her assailant, who exploded backwards into the wall, and kept walking. She did regret the deaths of all these retainers. Not many of the broken bodies that marked her path, door to door, deserved what they had received from her. Of course, one or two of them had indulged in the same excesses as their master, and she was glad to ensure they shared their fate. But most of them were just following orders, little more than unwilling corn in the path of a scythe. As she stood at the final crossroads before reaching Keep Drellick, Dane paused and stretched out her back. By her count, just a handful of the lordlings she was searching for were left now. A couple from the attack on Genos at the church had fled once word got out of her crusade, and then, of course, Drunnock Drellick. Yet, oddly, the goddess gave no hint of what she would see when she finally confronted him. He was clearly the dark center of events from the visions she had received tonight and the tearful confessions of so many very sorry young men. Baron Gerald and his ilk orbited that void, but the Trellick boy was the heart. Perhaps removing him would ease the tightness in her chest. Would it help the light in the village shine more clearly? But that odd feeling she had experienced in the church when looking at Baron kept raising its head. There had been something behind that young man's eyes that went beyond human motivation. Drunnock may be crucial in explaining what occurred here, but she would be much surprised if it ended with him. The lack of clarity from the goddess troubled her. After a few more minutes of slow walking, she reached the gate of Keep Drellick. Unlike the residences of the other high houses, which sat proudly at the center of the village, this lay just off the main road, almost hidden in the darkness of the woods. That was not the only difference, now she came to look at it. Whereas all the other properties were essentially vanity buildings of stone and glass, this seemed to be an adequately designed military compound. Presumably, there were plans to turn this village into something more substantial, and this building would, along with the Church of Dawn, form the heart of a bustling town. But, there was something quite incongruous about this looming presence in an otherwise unexceptional part of the world. It was all dark metal and wood treated with pitch against flame. Dane, who had spent her evening simply walking through doors barred to her, knew that storming the gatehouse in front of her would prove a challenge. The more she looked at Keep Trellick, the more her frown increased. How had she not realized what an exceptionally well put together place this was? Of course, deep down, she knew the answer. So did old Gant. Too full of your own puissance, ain't you? All hail the Darkhelm. She'd heard him yell that word many times before realizing it was not an insect-based gendered insult. Swaggering around, whetting your sword on the low-classed, and you don't even notice a bloody stronghold where none has any place to be. Moon-eyed moron. She took a few steps back, trying to adjust her eyes to the scale of the building. It was a square keep with corner towers packed with loopholes. From where she stood in front of the gatehouse, it looked like all the walls were the same height as the towers. There could be 100 men inside, easily. What on earth was something of this size doing out here? The cost of building it alone, both in terms of material and labor, would have been massive. And that was before employing enough men actually to defend it. When she had come through before, this had certainly not been here or even a whisper of a plan to construct it. Was it credible to think that all of this had been built in 10 years? Not impossible, nothing was with enough coin, but this was all an exceptional expense quite out of proportion to the importance of the location. She thought back to her impression of Lord Trellick a few days before. A smugly satisfied man, not one that struck her as having the wealth, ambition, or hubris to fund this folly. So what was she looking at? A fortress more in keeping with a frontier town than a backwoods western province. Again, she felt there was more to all this than she could piece together. And the goddess continued to sit in her head in complete silence. There was movement at one of the windows, and a boy and an old man emerged to stand on its balcony. The boy, Drunnock Trellick, she recognized from their time in court. The older man, though, was unfamiliar and looked keen to be anywhere else. "I have given some thought about what to do with you, Lady Darkhelm." The boy's voice was oddly flat. If he was afraid, she could not hear it in his words which carried easily to her across the night. She thought the older man must be a mage, enhancing the boy's voice. Air specialism? Maybe. Most of them had a version of that ability. "Many have, young Lord Trellick." Not sure any ever came up with an answer that stuck. "Yes, that's what I find most fascinating. So hard to beat in a fight, certainly, no one I have found seems confident they could manage it. Immune to magic. Layla clarified that for us. None of the poisons we've tried seems to have worked. A little bird told me, reluctantly, that arrows have their limitations. So, what are we to do about you? You could come down here and accept judgment." "Oh, I don't think I want to do that. I am not for the likes of you, Dane Orban. Not for the likes of you at all. I have applied some logic to the matter. You are strong, you are resilient, and you heal faster than I can hurt you. By the way, the latter is a trait I would find most attractive in other circumstances. However, and this is where things become interesting, just because I cannot use magic on you does not mean that is not my solution. Please meet our house mage, Borld." The old man made no sign of greeting other than to continue to stare at the floor. "He is not as interesting to look at as Layla, but he has a number of interesting skills that I feel will benefit this situation." "Withdraw." The warning pulse from the goddess was swift and spectacularly unusual. Indeed, had she ever had such a premonition before? Dane took a few hesitant steps backwards, eyes locked on Borld. "So, I need a solution that doesn't matter how strong you are or how fast you heal. So how about Drunnock?" signaled Borld, who muttered a word of power Dane could not place. "I drop you down a very big hole?" The ground opened up beneath Dane's feet, and she dropped, plummeting 100 feet, to hit the bedrock with a splintering of breaking bones and an explosion of organs. Mercifully, she was senseless for much of the healing process. Gradually, she became aware of bones shifting back into place, internal ruptures sealing and split skin reknitting. She had no concept of how long the process took, but, eventually, as always, she climbed back to her feet and, shaking her head to clear the fog, looked around. It was almost pitch black at the bottom of the hole, with just the tiniest pinprick of light above to show the way out. It would be a long climb up, for sure, but nothing that would be too difficult. Dane smiled grimly. Did that fool think he was the first to try that? She punched a hole in the wall, and then another, and used the handholds to start the slow climb upwards. That magically enhanced voice suddenly boomed out. "My Lady Darkhelm. So glad you've woken up. Sorry, did you think I was finished? Of course, I know the fall wouldn't kill you. It was quite the mess you made when you hit the bottom, though. That aside, how do you keep something in a hole you don't want to escape? You fill it in." She did not have a second to react. Borld's magic flared, and there was overwhelming pressure as the hole closed up around Dane, crushing and holding her in the tightest of embraces. Drunnock walked back into the keep without a backwards glance. As he went, a careful listening might have heard the words he muttered. "The night the earth trembled" would be a good title for a song, I think. Chapter number 15, Fragments, Games, Walls and Bitches. Genos, eyes glinting, watched the 3 cups bounce backwards and forwards. Sinwin spun, dropped, raised and circled them on the table with an uncanny deftness. At times they were a blur, at other times, moving in an impossibly slow orbit. Finally, their dance suddenly halted, and he looked up at the boy. So, where's the ball? Without hesitation, Genos reached out and tapped the middle cup. With a wry grin, the tailor revealed the small wooden ball hidden under the middle cup. 10 times in a row, lad. Remind me never to hazard coin against you. Genos smiled back. He knew that gesture was what was expected of him, but he did not understand the point being made. There was nothing complicated about what they were doing. Sinwin put a ball under one of the 3 cups and then moved the 3 around some. Was he supposed to forget which one it was under? He must be missing something in the interaction. Can I try? Sure. Sinwin pushed the cups across the table and went to refill his pipe. He liked the boy, did not everyone? But he did find him unnerving. That cup trick was somewhat of a favorite of his class had exceptional dexterity, and he could count on the fingers of one hand the number of people he would fail to misdirect when he put his mind to it. For the boy to pick it out 10 times in a row. There was a crash, and Sinwin turned to see Genos standing behind the table, chair overturned. His skin was pale, and his eyes huge. The Lady Darkhelm. With that, the boy ran out the door. Pressure. Pain. She could not gather her thoughts. Something had happened. Was happening. Pain. Pressure. She could not concentrate on pressure, pain. Kirsten winced at her reflection, turning her head to take in the damage. Drunnock's men had not been kind when asking about the events in the woods. Hirok had been one of the young lord's favorites, an older, terrifying man who did his bidding, no matter how cruel, without hesitation. That loss caused frustration. But, unfortunately, as Jack was indisposed with a healer, his splintered wrist needed rebuilding, there were limited other outlets for that annoyance. In some ways, she wished he had struck her himself. It was more humiliating that he simply watched. Her nose was broken again, she thought. If she was lucky, that was the worst of it, and the rest of the swelling would go down with time. A broken jaw, or a fractured cheekbone, would mean she'd have to join Jack at the healer, which would be expensive. The Trellocks were clear that any use of house resources was to be taken out of their pay. She smiled grimly, splitting her lips. There was a significant irony that following Drunnock's orders to waylay a night of the road, with a promise that success would complete their financial obligations, had ended up pulling them into further debt. Once they paid for board and lodging in the keep, their kit, uniform and various sundries, there was barely anything left to put by. Moreover, Jack's time with the healer would cost several months' wages, wiping out the meager savings she had accrued. Meaning they'd be stuck here for even longer. She splashed water on her face. I could kill him for you, the knight had said. She could not meet her own eyes in the mirror. There was no change. Not to the pressure. Not to the pain. But she was used to pain. Yes, these unstoppable waves as bones broke, then reknit, to be crushed again was. She did not have the language to describe it. But as there seemed no end, she could focus on something else. The agony, and that word did not go far enough, became, as far as such things were possible, background noise. So she fled from the pain inside herself. To a place where she could start to think. By leaving the pain behind, outside of herself, there was capacity. The constant pressure, though, was different. To not be able to move. To be held in this crushing embrace was intolerable. Within the place to which she retreated, the only part of her now free to do anything, Dane screamed. He knew she had wanted him to stay inside. She had been planning to do things this night that were both wrong but, in some other, indefinable way, entirely correct. He did not understand how an action could be both those things at the same time but knew it to be a truth. She had not wanted him to see her doing the good bad things but would do them anyway. He passed bodies in the street. Some of them were mean men that he knew and, with a spurt of He was glad to see them fallen. Some of those he saw on the ground had thrown him a coin now and again and had half a bite to share with him when the mood took them. He did not like to see what had happened to them. Was that why she had been so sad when she left? Because of the necessity to do the good bad things? Regardless, Genos could feel her pain calling to him. He did not know why or how, but he had always seemed drawn to suffering things: a cat stuck up a tree, an old woman who lived alone and had fallen, a lost child separated from its mother in a busy marketplace. He did not have much to offer, but following this sense and doing what he could to provide remedy was the right thing to do. Was that how the Lady Darkhelm felt? He had never felt this call with such blazing hot intensity before. He ducked his head and ran onwards. Solid walls were round the place in her mind where she had retreated. The pain and the pressure were all outside these walls. She could not stay here for long, Dane recognized, but it was a welcome, albeit temporary, reprieve. There will be a time, Gant had growled, when you'll need to lock yourself up tight. You'll know it when it happens. There's no preparation for it. It could be grief. It could be pain. It could be any manner of things. But you'll be overwhelmed and need to take yourself away, or you'll shatter. They had all listened to him, but had they believed it was true? Secure in their young, strong bodies, confident in their abilities, had they been able to understand to what he was alluding? She knew they had not. She had seen the consequence of that youthful arrogance and too many friends no longer with them. You'll build a nice little fortress to squat in whilst the worst storm rages. But you can't stay there, do you get me? It'll feel safe, hidden away from whatever you've fled. And you won't want to leave. Now, don't get me wrong, no one will judge you if you choose to stay there. No one has the right to, least of all me. But that'll be it, you hear me? If you stay in that place a second longer than you need to, you will never choose to leave. If you want to come out the other side, consider it a tactical retreat to prepare for a new offensive. That place cannot be your new home. Unless you need it to be. A tactical retreat. She had some time, then, to think and to plan. There was no magic behind what was occurring. That mage had ripped open a hole in the earth and let it reseal around her. He was not holding her here. She was trapped somewhere she should not be, and the world sought to return to balance, which could only be achieved by crushing her out of existence. But she was healing as fast as the damage could be caused. Unfortunately, that balance could not be restored, and the ground continued to press down. She could not move because of the tightness of the compacted earth around her. So, she could not get any momentum to begin to free herself. But, if what was holding her was not magical, then a finite amount of material was pressing upon her. She could move if she could create some space, no matter how small. And if she could move, she could bring her strength to bear on the problem. That would not be an elegant solution, but one that was usually effective. Within her oasis of logical calm, she could see only one way to create space to move. For a second, she hesitated. Did she wish to do this? To do what was necessary to carry on? She could stay in this place and let it all end. Eventually, the healing would cease. Even the resilience of Knights of the Road had its eventual limits, and that would be that. She would not even know when it happened. And with that, she could finally put down her burdens and leave it all behind. But that was an idle dream. She would not, could not, forget the flashes of the future she had seen. She could not choose to let those visions come true. Could not let that darkness fall. Not today. Don't get ahead of yourself, my lady of the Darkhelm. Don't worry about the destination. You put one foot on the road and follow it with the next. Let what will come, come. She could concede that, at times, there had been words of wisdom from that old goat. She stepped from her fortress, and the pain swallowed her again. Dane took a moment to let it settle, like a malignant cocoon, and then slowly, inexorably, remorselessly, began breathing in the soil around her. Jack stared out of the window at the spot where, he was told, the night had fallen. He flexed his fingers, feeling them click and pop as they moved. A sloppy healing job, meaning he would never be the same again. Sure, he could hold a knife, but he already could sense he was less than he had been. Bitch. If you had asked him, at the moment, he would not have been able to tell you to whom he was referring: the knight who crushed his wrist, the healer who did the bare minimum to save his hand, his sister who, well, who forever was deserving of scorn. Too weak. Too unwilling to take hard decisions. Too quick to judge. Too like his mother. Bitch is all. He knew, deep down, that the rage he carried within him like hot coal was disproportionate. That there was nothing in his life to cause the surges and explosions that characterized his days. And that, perhaps, angered him even further. He liked Varen and, to a lesser extent, Drunnock because they approved of these moments. Encouraged them. Gave him an outlet to express them creatively. They didn't look down on him. Not like those bitches. Movement caught his eye, and slowly, he grinned as he watched that orphan boy everyone fawned over, standing over the spot where that knight had vanished. Subconsciously touching his knives, Jack slunk away from the window into the stairs leading to the gatehouse. Dane had lost count of the mouthfuls of dirt she had dragged into her lungs. The sensation of so much cold earth sitting within her was appalling, but what was that discomfort in the grand scheme? She could not displace much of that around her, but it was something. She had not dared to try to move yet. But now her lungs were full, and her cards were played. It was now or never. She started at her head, seeking any given the weight pressing down on her. Nothing. Torso. Arms. Fingers. Toes. No movement. No let up of the squeeze around her. There was no panic. Not anymore. She was beyond that. No despair. Just resignation. And regret for that which she could not stop. She prepared to return to her fortress. To allow the weight to settle upon her until her candle would flicker no more. And, at the moment her spirit withdrew, her finger twitched. In his room at the top of the keep, Borald's eyes widened in shock. Chapter number 16, An Inexcusable Breach of Protocol. It was nice to be back in the middle of things, thought Fian, settling into his favorite chair. Of course, he regretted the loss of life that had caused all these lords and ladies of the high houses to appear at his gate in something of a panic. A terrible, terrible thing had happened, after all. Blood and tears and all sorts of upset. But, that notwithstanding, he appreciated seeing all his old friends around his table. Something simply must be done. It's carnage, absolute carnage, out there. Lord Mycleus was mopping the sweat from his brow, his face, and his chins with an enormous handkerchief. If the reports were accurate, he had run all the way here when there was a knock at his door. It was probably the nimblest movement the man had undertaken in 30 years. There's just no respect for common decency at all. These pillars of the community murmured their sage agreement to his words. Fian thought it instructive that, with blood literally running in the streets, it was a lack of etiquette that seemed to be most troubling to those in this room. Whilst there is precedence for such a call, we all remember Whistletown, Lady Culloden noted, this callous and unrestrained approach is shocking. Where was the due process? Where was the proper procedure? The Lady Darkhelm has acted at the very edge of her authority tonight. She killed my son, wailed Lady Blunt, a boy who had never done anything wrong in his life. There was an awkward silence whilst each member of the group considered the information they held about the recently deceased lordling. Stones and glass houses, after all, but that comment was stretching things a little far. If the bereaved mother noticed the shift in mood, she did not let it affect her caterwauling. Perhaps you could. Fian indicated for his wife to assist the Lady Blunt from the room. This was a time for serious people, after all, people who kept their heads in a crisis. And if there was one thing they had all learned about the Blounts this evening, they tended to lose their heads. That was a fine one. He would find a moment to weave that into the conversation once she had gone. He realized he was smiling inappropriately and returned his expression to its somber, grave mask. Several other, more fragile, group members went with the two women, including Lord Yorl, who had arrived, crying, carrying the axe he had used on his son's arm. He had not had much of use to add to proceedings thus far. With chairs emptying, His visitors resettled themselves around the table, with the usual jockeying for precedence. "She'll be coming for you next, Fion." A few heads turned to look at him intently, nodding thoughtfully at Lady Culloden's words. A few others shifted nervously in their seats as if questioning whether Keep Trellick was quite the haven they had thought. "We all know your coin has kept the worst of your boys' deeds quiet. I am not alone in that, my lady, or none of you would have come here. You would have opened your doors and invited her in for tea. But, instead, you fled to the protection of my walls. So, I will have respect at my table, or you can return to whatever remains of your household." He was quite delighted to see her eyes drop to the floor. Yes, he did like being back at the heart of things. Swirling the dark liquid in his cup, he paused momentarily, choosing his following words carefully. "Today, my friends, has been a reminder of the throne's power." The others around the table leaned forward, long familiar with Fion's theme but sensitive enough to the mood to allow him to lecture. "There are, how many do we think? 20? 30 knights of the road currently on tour? They are all equally capable of the destruction that the Darkhelm has brought to our hearths. They act quite beyond our laws and entirely outside our ability to constrain. Our pleas to the king to call back his hounds have fallen upon deaf ears. So instead, we are told to accept their deprivations on our communities, once every 10 years, as the cost of being allowed to be part of the kingdom." He stopped to sip his drink, savoring its earthly flavor, and their eyes locked on him in the silence. That quiet thrill of attention had been so missing from his life. "We spoke, long ago, about the desperate need, for us to take measures to secure our freedom from such tyranny. It has often been a matter of personal regret that I have been the only one who sought to take the measures we discussed." No one would meet his eyes, so he let the silence grow. He knew they had all viewed him as a foolish old man whilst his keep was under construction. For all their warm words when they had been making plans, they had watched, with amusement, as he poured his entire fortune into a building to give a knight of the road pause. For sure, there were those in this room who had provided credit for materials at a preferential rate, but they had treated him as a host to be fed upon, not a friend to support. Then, when all the money was gone, they saw him marry indiscreetly, laughing behind their hands, and pour all that acquired fortune into the same folly. For that is what they had called the building that now kept them so very safe, Trellick's Folly. Oh, how they had laughed at him! Well, no one was laughing now, were they? What I feared has now come to pass. It has happened, and we, well, you, are not prepared. The king has sent one of his destructive emissaries who has, without any discussion, slaughtered the young of our houses. Now, we may admit that there has been somewhat of a failure of discipline amongst the youth of the village. If there was a disbelieving call from a lord who had received considerable compensation from Fion to overlook a stable hand who had lost an eye, no one remarked on it. But the events tonight have been an inexcusable breach of protocol. That is all well and good, Fion. Lord Mycleus had drenched through his first handkerchief and had started on another, but we have an unstoppable maniac killing people in our streets. We are here because you foresaw it. Prepared for it. We accept that we were wrong in ignoring your advice. We need to know now what you propose we do about it. Fion did not miss that they were all turning to him for leadership. It was not just the sturdy comfort of his walls, well, not just them, anyway, but they recognized the truth of his arguments. Who could disagree now that they had literal skin in the game, of the need to take measures to protect themselves from these infernal knights of the road? We certainly, unlike the Blounts, need to keep our heads, Lord Mycleus. No one laughed. Perhaps it was not that funny a jape, after all, now he thought about it. Never mind. He pressed onwards. There comes a moment, ladies and gentlemen, when a stand is required. We will not accept such derision from those who consider themselves our betters when we need to show. If we allow the Darkhelm to murder our children, to drag us from our beds, to cause us to flee our homes in terror, then we accept we are little more than commoners for the king to play with as he pleases. When we come of age, we all pledge to give our allegiance to the crown. But where is the honor it owes us in return? We have not seen it tonight. No, Indeed, we have not. We have seen the contempt of the king. We have seen the scorn in which we are held with the ease he wastes the lives of his young lords. Something must be done. Fion felt all the eyes on him. Felt his breath quicken at the recognition that they were his now. That they would do anything for him. Perhaps he could tell the joke about the blounce again? They would laugh this time, for sure. She's dead. All heads in the room swiveled to take in Trellick's youngest boy, who stood in the doorway. The strange one. They had warned their daughters and their sons to avoid the one. With a flush of frustration, Fion felt the atmosphere in the room drain away. Drunnock, you are confined to your room. The boy shrugged. I was coming to tell you the knight is dead. The words were so incomprehensible, so beyond expectation, that Fion felt himself smile. Knights of the Road did not just die, Drunnock. Oh, she did not just die, father. I had her killed. Silence. And then a chorus of questions and raised voices. Finally, Fion stood and, unceremoniously, dragged his son from the room, the boy's feet leaving the ground. Once outside, with the door closed, Fion pushed him roughly against the wall. What is the meaning of this? His anger hissed through clenched teeth, his face inches from the boy's. If Drunnock was intimidated, he did not show it. I thought it would please you, father. I am truly sorry if it does not. You seem so worried about her coming here. Father and son regarded each other for a moment. Intrigue warred with rage in Fion's head as his boy, his strange boy, peered owlishly up at him. Then, after a few moments, intense curiosity won the day. Tell me more. Chapter number 17, Playing Nice. From the shadow of the gatehouse, Jack's eyes fixed, with reptilian stillness, on the boy. Genos seemed fixated on a small mound of earth, repeatedly bending to press his hands into the dirt before standing, fretting around, to return to the same spot again. To hear people speak about this child, you would think there was something wonderfully unique about him. As if his being an orphan made him, in some way, special. Well, Jack was an orphan, too, was he not? No one ever made his life easier because of it, quite the reverse. Those in the village coddled this boy in a way that had never been forthcoming to Jack, all warm smiles and kind words, whereas he received only scowls and scorn. Jack felt his blood heat in that familiar, comfortable way that made him feel much better. It had been the same story his whole life. No one ever gave him a fair shake, never looked the other way when he was caught with his hand somewhere it should not be, never believed him when he spun his version of the tale. That constant mistrust, that recurring skepticism, meant he had to work twice as hard to make half the progress of everyone else. No one could doubt that the odds of life were forever weighed against him. Despite all that was stacked against him, he'd still managed to drag himself up, with no help from anyone, to his current position, and he was, if not proud, then satisfied that he was finally getting something like his due. Against that backdrop, surely everyone could see why it was wrong that boys like this could come along and have everything handed them on a plate? With that injustice rapidly combusting inside him, Jack pushed away from the wall and strutted outwards. What are you up to, horse rat? He liked the nickname Varen had for this boy. Liked the derision in it. Liked the sense of casual superiority it engendered. Genos, startled by the voice, stepped instinctively back. I didn't see you there. Jack enjoyed the faint quiver in the boy's voice and smiled at how the younger boy's body seemed to curl around itself in fear. He bent to touch the ground Genos had been busying himself about. The soil was loose as if it had just been dug over. What have you buried here? What you're looking for? Have you got some secret treasure hidden here, horse rat? Nothing. I was just looking, that's all. Genos was backing away to the escape of the road. Jack stood and narrowed his eyes. Stop shifting about. You're up to something, I can smell it on you. You are going to tell me what? Come here. Now. He moved quickly towards Genos, who stumbled backwards, falling to the floor with his arms spreading out in a heap. Standing over him, Jack put his foot on an outstretched hand and pressed down. The boy winced in pain. What have you got hidden here? It's nothing, I promise. Please. Let me up. You're hurting me. Please let me up, Jack mimicked. Is that how you get everyone on your side? By being pathetic? Do you think you'll always get what you want if you're like this? He ground the heel of his foot down harder. Well, it don't work on me. I can see the game you're playing, and I know the rules of it too. You've got hold of something you don't want anyone else to know about, and you thought this was the place to hide it. So now you've been caught, and you're trying to weasel out of it. Now, get up and see if we can't make a man of you. Favoring his injured hand, Genos climbed, reluctantly, to his feet. He had played his part in this scene too many times. If it was not Varen or his gang, it was some nobody like Jack taking pleasure in being bigger and stronger. It did not matter what the stakes were, there would be no appeasing that hungry glint in the older boy's eyes without blood. Jack drew one of his spare knives and threw it, pointing down at Genos' feet. That's for you. Pick it up. Genos backed away from the knife as if stung. I don't want it. I don't care. You can pick it up, and we can play a little, or you can do without, and we can see how that works out for you. It's all the same to me. I'm just giving you a proper crack at it, that's all. No one ever said I wasn't fair. That claim rang hollow, even to Jack's ears. Trying to ignore the clamor for help from the ground beneath him, Genos weighed up the situation. There was little to be done to avoid what was about to occur. Before Jack could catch him, he could get to the road and be long gone, but that insistent pull to this spot would remain. Whatever had happened to the Lady Darkhelm had occurred here, and he would not be able to help if he was cowering on the edge of the woods. However, if this confrontation were going to happen, it would be on his terms. I don't need your knife, I've got my own. He withdrew a bundle of rags from behind his back, from which he carefully unwrapped a dagger. It was a pretty piece of work to Jack's appraising eye, and his wolfish smile broadened. Perhaps there would be more of a reward for this entertainment than he'd thought. Where did you get that from? Did you nick it? Genos was almost cradling the blade rather than holding it. I didn't steal it. I earned it. With a serpentine movement, Jack shot out to pluck the knife from the boy. Genos reflexively jabbed out with it, cutting into the palm of a recently healed hand. The heat in Jack's blood blossomed into a furnace. He loved this feeling more than anything else because, once this blaze roared into life, it meant he did not need to worry about trivial things, such as consequences, anymore. He could just let that fire rage. Stooping to retrieve the knife he had thrown to Genos into his left hand, he drew a second one into his right and dropped into a fighting stance. So, you think you've got some sharp claws, horse rat? How about we test that? Repellent human he may be, but no one would deny Jack's skill with his blades. It was the key reason he had a place with the local lordlings, albeit at the periphery. Whilst there was no shortage of rogues in and around the village, few could claim to be genuinely ambidextrous. More than once, Jack had drawn the blood of someone far his superior in pure talent who had underestimated the complexity of fighting someone as competent with both hands. Jack had grown to love the look of concern that flashed in the eyes of even the most experienced knife fighter when they realized what they were letting themselves in for. Without further discussion, he feinted a wild slash with the blade in his left hand. Then, when Genos clumsily overcommitted to block it, stumbling to this side, he brought his right blade into flick, almost elegantly, a line down the boy's face. The cut was so fine that it did not bleed straight away, but the shock and pain in the boy's eyes were immediate. For Genos, this was a nightmare. His head was clouded by the fierce need pulsing out from the ground beneath his feet. Even before the arrival of Jack, he had no conception of how he was supposed to appease that feeling, it just seemed to intensify with every passing second. Against that internal noise, he could only focus on Jack's words, let alone attempt to defend himself adequately. Whilst he could usually rely on his speed to keep himself out of trouble, he was finding it impossible to drop into a mindset to allow him to flow. And Jack was going to make him pay for that. Minutes passed as the younger boy was, slowly and quite deliberately, cut to ribbons, blood streaming from a myriad of shallow, and not so shallow, cuts to his face, arms and body. And yet, even with all Jack's size, reach and experience advantage, the bout was not quite working out the way he anticipated. On several occasions, he had sought to bring things to a terminal end, only for Genos to block a thrust at the last moment. If he did not know better and could not see the brutal evidence of the fight with his own eyes, he would think he was being toyed with somehow. In the end, the flow of blood was Genos' undoing. One of several cuts on his forehead was in danger of running into his eyes. When he briefly paused to wipe it away with the back of his hand, Jack pounced. Moving his knives in a complex arc, he caught Genos' single blade in the midst of them and, with a violent twist, disarmed him, pushing him roughly to the ground with the same action. A better man would have taken his prize and left the boy on the floor to lick his considerable wounds. A worse one would have taken the opportunity to mock the fallen and crow about the victory. Jack, however, chose to step close, knives raised, eager to finish the job. An arrow hit the floor between the two fighters. Quickly followed by a second. Then a third. Jack spun around to see a familiar face, bow drawn. How many times, little brother, do I need to remind you to play nice? Chapter number 18, Intrusive Thoughts. Gilles Halcuth, steward of House Drellick, was getting too old for this. He was not so naive as to think there was anything peculiarly terrible about the current state of House Drellick. The maids had ever been slatternly, the cooks perennially open to a bribe, and the men-at-arms had always tended towards the brutish. But, no, the business of running the estate was much the same as it had always been. He would even admit, if not out loud, that he could remember a young Fian being just as much of a scamp as the latest house progeny. So, it was not that the world had lurched somehow towards the unsatisfactory in recent years. It was more that his tolerance for it all was starting to wear rather thin. He also, in private moments, was not wholly sure his mind was quite as sharp as before. Master Halcuth? Master Halcuth? One of his interchangeable Jeanettes was at the door. The small one. With all the hair. What fresh horror, well, no, not fresh. That was his point, was it not? All this had happened before, and doubtless, it would happen again. Sooner or later. Awaited? The girl was staring up at him. She seemed to be waiting for something. It was probably him. He did like her hair. Yes, my dear. There's a fight at the gate, sir. A fight? Yes, sir. On the street, sir. On the street, there is a fight. A fight on the street. It was funny how you could move the words around, they meant the same thing. A street fight. He giggled and then wondered why. The Jeanette was fussing at the sleeve of his robe. She wanted him to follow her. It was funny how much they were like dogs that way, keen to please their masters with their fines. He smiled at that. A good Janet was like a good hunting dog. But much more satisfying in other ways. What's Dranok been up to now? With an effort, he raised himself to his feet and reached for his stick. It was a good stick. A stick that had featured in the nightmares of generations of young Trellicks. Not that the most recent recipient of its attention paid it much mind. Yes, just like his father. It's not the young master, sir. It's one of his men. The one who hurt his hand? He's cut up a village boy something dreadful. And his sister, the archer, sir. You know, the one with the eyes you like, sir? His sister's broken it up. But it's going to turn nasty. So you need to come quick, sir. That was a lot of information. Before he could begin to make sense of it, the Janid was already pulling him out of the room and onwards. You should see the blood, sir. We've called for Mistress Healer, but you know what she's like. Won't get out of bed without promise of a coin. If anyone thought anything unusual at the sight of the steward of House Drellick being dragged along corridors and downstairs by a constantly chattering maid, no one who witnessed it felt much of the need to mention it. It had been an increasingly common occurrence in recent years. By the time Gilles found himself at the foot of the gatehouse, he felt he was well acquainted with the order of events. It seemed that one of Dranok's thugs had lured a local boy into a duel, and that had all gone as expected. He disliked that young man, He had spoken to the master about some of the liberties he had been taking around the keep. It was one thing for a man in his position to enjoy the privileges that came with rank, it was quite another for some jumped-up thug with delusions of grandeur. But that was by the by, he supposed. He had also been exposed to a number of unsolicited opinions about members of the household, their capabilities and their roles and the infinite combinations of their relationship. Jeanette's, he shook his head indulgently, were ever thus. He was pushed, with much less care and reverence than he felt was owed a man of his age and experience, through the door to the outside. It took a moment for him to steady himself. It was an excellent stick, and he then took in the scene. Kirsten winced at the sight of the steward stumbling towards their group. She had hoped to get this all smoothed over before he made an appearance. It could be a challenge to deal with Gilles Harkworth. She did not like the vacant look in his eye, either. He could be startlingly unpredictable at such times. Mistress Archer, you will lower your bow. Gilles' voice was, surprisingly, to look at his fragile appearance, powerful with the authority of his office. But, as a paid retainer of House Strelick, she could do little to resist it. The tip of the arrow dipped sharply before, with a significant mental effort, she returned it same to the center of Jack's chest. The steward scowled ferociously at her impudence. My apologies, sir. If I could just take a moment? We have a family disagreement, and we are both sorry it has needed your attention. It will all be sorted in a moment. Like hell, it will. You shot at me. Jack was almost hopping with rage, waving both knives at her in impotent fury. At his feet, the boy he had hurt so badly was not moving. Kirsten hoped this was from sensible discretion rather than anything more sinister. I shot near you, Jack. At your feet, in fact. I haven't shot at you since I carried something that could do real harm. I didn't want to hurt you, see? I'm currently reassessing that point of view. Come closer and say that again, bitch. I will have your silence. The authority in Gilles' voice crashed against a brother and sister. Both instantly ceased their argument. Jack swayed on his feet whilst Kirsten blinked to try to clear the sudden blur in her vision. There was no refusing this order. This was not acceptable, he thought. He had no problem with siblings settling their disputes in physical terms. On more than one occasion, his sister had seen fit to box his ears when they were growing up. That did not stop him from his activities, but he appreciated her spirit. Once he was big enough to repay the favor, it had become much more enjoyable. He did miss Ursula. Wished he hadn't, but that was beside the point. Which was his eyes refocused on the young people in front of him. Yes. That was it. We, of House Strelick, do not scuffle on the street like common ruffians. You are, of course, entitled to your familial strife, but you will pursue it behind these walls. Both Jack and Kirsten took several staggering steps towards the door of the gatehouse, pulled against their will. Something was terrifying about a man, with such a tenuous hold on his wits, having the power to compel compliance. Kirsten had heard rumors that, when he was younger, Gilles Harkworth had not been beyond using his authority for less than pure intent. Indeed, it was notable that a sizable minority of the staff of House Strelick bore more than a passing resemblance to the steward. But such depredations by the strong on the weak were common in the world of lords and servants and barely worth mentioning. She was sure there must be houses where such things did not occur, but she had never heard of them. No, such understandable dabbling in his youth was to nothing when compared to the impact on the household of a man with his class having a wandering mind. The Jeanettes, they all, dimly, knew they had names to call their own, but Gilles' conviction that was what they were called had made it so, had taken to incessant chattering when around him to try to quell his need to muse. It was better for all concerned if he did not have the conversational space to say what was in his head. Because, whilst, in the usual run of things, the outcome of Gilles' uncontrolled thoughts was nothing worse than, say, a washerwoman working 24 bells straight as I wonder if all the linen in the house can be cleaned in one day, or a man at arms enduring a week-long search of every inch of the keep for a scroll that you must not rest until you find. However, there had, more so of late, been significant tragedies that were adding to House Strelick's declining reputation. For example, a merchant who was told to take a long walk off a short battlement, or the serving girl he said to curl up in a chest in his room and had then forgotten about. Her body only recovered once he complained bitterly about the appalling smell. So, whilst the Jeanettes secured their safety with their chatter, several other servants who could not find employment elsewhere had stopped their ears with wax. This, as could be imagined, did little to improve the efficiency of the household of House Strelick. Kirsten was not sure whether it was affection for the old man, respect for his long and distinguished service, or, most likely, complete indifference to the suffering of those in his house that led Lord Strelick to allow him to retain his position. She supposed those who suffered and died under his increasing dotage did not care much about the motivation. "How dare you use that on me, old man?" "You know," Dranok said, "hold your breath." Why did the young always think that what they wanted was so urgent? That it took primacy over everything else? Year after year, he sent these children to whip into shape who simply did not understand the way things were to be. You were born, did what he told you to do, and died. The date of the latter often depended on how well you did with the former. Or something like that. He used to have a saying around that. People laughed. The girl with the eyes was speaking again. "Master Halkoth? Sir. If you would not mind letting him breathe again? I promise he will behave now." He liked her eyes. Would have done something about it once upon a time. Might still try. The man, her brother? Dash was on his knees. He was also turning an interesting puce color. He wondered why he was doing that. "Of course, my dear. Breathe normally, young man." Jack sucked in several vast mouthfuls of air as his panic receded. He'd been promised the steward would have no power over him. It was one of the reasons he had agreed to move into the keep. There had been too many stories about the accidents around the old man. How dare he break that deal? In a flash, Jack picked up both his knives and launched himself forward. And things would have gone poorly for Gilles Halkoth, steward of House Strelick, if, at that very moment, a hand had not exploded upwards from a mound of dirt, caught hold of the foot of his assailant, and dragged him, screaming all the way, below ground. Chapter number 19, Poor Life Choices. So, cashed it again. Borald bit his tongue to avoid giving potentially fatal offense. It never ceased to amaze him how little those without magic understood about the art, but perhaps, now, under the baleful eyes of two unhappy lords, was not the moment to hold forth on that particular theme. He had sought out Dranok the moment he had, to his continued incredulity, felt something stir below. He was familiar with the legends surrounding the Knights of the Road, but had always assumed their famed resilience to be somewhat overstated, fodder for those who frequented taverns and such like. To have the truth of those myths brought home in quite such a humbling manner was causing him deep consternation. As earth mages were, by inclination, slow to thought and careful of deed, his equanimity being so disturbed was an unusual and unpleasant experience. He had found Dranok in deep, nay intense, conversation with his father outside the great hall. But, unfortunately, it did not appear his news did much to improve the palpable tension in the air. "For sure, sir. In a few weeks, I should be able, cashed it now." Again, Borald manfully kept a screed on the obtuseness of the non-magic to himself. "The mana required to perform that spell is quite high, sir. I won't be able to achieve anything close to the scope of that effect for some time, I'm afraid. Your class can use your life force to supplement your power, can you not?" Borald did not feel Fionn's interjection here was either helpful or welcome. "Do that. We have a healer to keep you alive." Borald increasingly believed that his relationship with House Strelick had been a poor life choice. The sheer volume of pay on offer to assist in the construction of Strelick's folly had been wholly beyond his experience as a middling earth mage in his twilight years. No one, especially this far from the capital, offered such sums merely to shape and position giant stone blocks. Of course, it was not a skill many with the art sought to develop. Why specialize in something an army of motivated peasants could achieve just as well? But following that path had earned him enough to get by over the years, and if there was one thing everyone could agree about BardLyre, he would stick to it once he had an idea. Thus, when House Strelick had offered him fantastic sums for relatively straightforward work, it had seemed like a dream come true. He had whiled away many a happy day, shaping giant granite slabs into serviceable bricks and positioning them to the architect's specifications. If he thought the designs were oddly martial for a small backwater village, then it was not for him to question the wisdom of the man with the big bag of money. The keep had rapidly taken shape, and whilst pride was a sin and all that, he did feel a swell of satisfaction at the outcome. That he had been asked to stay on as a housemaid following its completion was another offer too good to refuse. However, his dream existence had rapidly become a nightmare when that strange boy with far too much onyx in his veins appeared in his room yesterday with a plan to eliminate a knight of the road. There had been no threats, there had not needed to be. Everyone knew what occurred to those who displeased Dranok. Whilst there were few left in the world that BardLyre would consider friends, even fewer of his extended family, he would need an excellent reason to give that boy any excuse to look for any of them. Even explaining that he would need to use several months' worth of stored mana, a phenomenal cost for a single spell, caused little more than a raised eyebrow from that impassive edifice of a face. I can, theoretically, use my life force, if necessary, sir. But, alas, BardLyre added a quaver to his voice whilst gesturing to his aging form, I am not a young man. I doubt there would be anything your healer could do should I tap, however briefly, into that source for a major working. Do it. No, Dranok. Stop. We give it up as a bad lot. Fionn's tone was derisive. If it did not work the first time, it is the height of stupidity to walk the same course again. So, you dig another pit and fling her back into it. What's to stop her from scrabbling her way out again? What then? Third time's the charm? No, the trick is to fold at the right moment, particularly if the attempt will waste even more resources that we will likely need in short order. Then, we will plot another course. Thank you, mage, you can leave us. BardLyre bowed to the pair and walked away with as much dignity as he felt able to muster in the circumstances. Fool! Fionn struck Dranok hard across the face with the back of his hand. The boy's head turned slightly with the impact but showed no other distress. He raised his hand to hit him again but thought better of it. Such chastisement seemed to have little effect of late if it ever did. Besides, he worried, on some level, the boy was enjoying it. The attempt and not the deed confounds us. Should you have consulted me before this latest misstep, I would have highlighted the necessity of ensuring success. Then, in the face of the unyielding stare of his youngest child, he softened his voice. I do not decry your ambition, boy, Goddess knows I share the sentiment, but this was poorly done. What would you have me do, father? He hated the wheedling tone of that voice. Felt his fists sponge again. He forced them to unclench. Nothing. We have some time until she digs herself free. I suggest we use, BardLyre returned for him, a run. My lords, he gasped, she is breaking free. The three arrived at the gatehouse window just in time to witness their steward seek to impose order on squabbling retainers. But, unfortunately, there was no sign of the Lady Darkhelm. Are you sure? The knifeman, who had lost his temper with zeal, for which Fionn could hardly blame him if he believed a quarter of the reports, suddenly vanished mid-attack. No, not vanished. He had been pulled beneath the ground. The shift in perspective took a moment to appreciate, and suddenly there, crawling upwards to replace him, was a monstrous sight. Whilst it may have looked like an act of spectacular, heroic timing, Dane had not intended to save the steward from Jack's flying assault. She had been dragging her way upwards when, with the last sweep of her arms, she had broken the surface of the ground and instinctively sought to grasp what was above her. The goddess, who had been peculiarly silent when Dane had been entombed below, nudged her reaching hand around a leg. She heaved on that and used its slight and temporary resistance to lever herself out. Then, as she went upwards, the person attached to the leg was pulled downwards behind her. The goddess retook charge and pushed down hard, using that body as a stepping stone to propel Dane upwards. If she felt any pity for the man she felt being crushed to death beneath her, then that would be an issue for another day. On her knees, finally free of the crushing dark, she coughed gouts of dirt and blood out of her lungs, relieved to feel the air in her lungs for the first time in hours. The sensation of perpetual suffocation had not been pleasant. After all she had gone through, it was not a surprise that, physically, she was in extremely poor shape. Whilst her body continued to repair itself slowly, it was at a much slower pace than to which she was used. This was not wholly beyond her experience, particularly following extensive punishment, but was unusual enough that she could not risk any further damage for the foreseeable future. Mentally, her time underground had inflicted wounds that would gape for some time. With a wet pop, her eyes re-inflated, and she became dimly aware of the scene around her. Genos, seemingly severely hurt from a myriad of wounds. That archer from the woods, tears streaming down her face. A vacant-looking older man looked at her quizzically. Blurred figures regarding them from on high. The archer put her arms under her, forcing her to her feet. "We need to go." Putting as much of her weight as she dared on the more petite woman, Dane managed, with great difficulty, to stand. She knew that, in extremis, her healing ability always focused on protecting her life at the expense of dealing with minor injuries. The truth of that had never been more apparent to her than at this moment. There were an awful lot of bones in the feet that had little impact on whether she lived or died. "I can manage, somehow, you get the boy." Reluctantly, Kirsten let Dane go. The older woman sighed without her support and scooped up Genos, who weighed far less than a boy of his years had a right to, in both arms. He was still unconscious and was an appalling mess of cuts. If she felt any residual pangs over the fate of her brother, she had watched, in horror, as the emerging night had crushed the life out of him. The sight of this boy's injuries quashed them flat. As much as it hurt, and she wished it was not true, the world was a better place with Jack out of it. "I'm sorry, Mother. I tried. You will stop." She could not move. Harkoth had regained his composure. "You will return to the keep." Now wholly out of her control, her body turned, still carrying Genos, and walked to the gatehouse door. "Good girl. Keep walking. You will take the boy to the servants' quarters and then present yourself to my chamber for." When she was only a handful of steps from the keep, Kirsten felt wrenched free from the control. Glancing around, she saw Dane standing over the unconscious form of the steward. It spoke ill of the current state of the knight that her blow had merely served to knock him out. "Let's go," the knight whispered through fractured teeth, stumbling back towards the road. Kirsten followed, holding Genos tight to her chest. From the window of Keep Drellick, 3 figures watched the motley crew retreat until they faded into the tree line. "She'll be back, Father." Fion ignored him. "Borold, please arrange for Mistress Healer to attend to Gilles. She can see if there's anything left of the other boy, too. When that is done, I think it would be wise for you to ensure your work on the walls is as impregnable as you claim. There will be no room for failure." He walked away, stroking his chin thoughtfully. All in all, that had worked out better than could have been hoped. And now he had success to present to his friends in the Great Hall. An assault from a knight of the road on Trellick's Folly had been rebuffed. Yes, he could work with this. He could indeed. Drunnock, for his part, stayed where he was, staring at the spot he had lost sight of the night. A small smile, such a rare expression it felt uncomfortable on his face, played at the corner of his mouth. The problem of Dane Orban was proving more interesting than he could possibly have hoped. Chapter number 20, Leaking Bleeding Hearts. No one ever asked a healer how they were feeling. That was not the most significant of the complaints Mistress Pernil had about her life, but it was the one that scorched most fervently in her heart. The old arguments bounced back and forth through her head. She had never wanted this class, did not have the temperament for it, the inclination, or, if she was honest, the empathy. It would not be correct to suggest she was cruel, at least not consciously, but she did not care much about people. Certainly, not enough to waste her mana on solving their ills. This disinclination had not been an issue when she had lived at home. After all, there had been aura enough leaking from the bleeding hearts of her parents and her younger sisters to mean her efforts were rarely needed. No, mother and father never met a lost cause to which they would not dedicate their lives. Carla and Alma were precisely the same. Huge, tragic, flowing waterfalls of compassion, one and all. There is no higher calling than to ease suffering. She could not fault her father for his sincerity in believing those words. She was, though, frustrated by his incomprehension that she would even want to consider doing anything else. "You will grow to love it, Benny," he said, patting her head. She was pretty sure she would much more quickly grow to love following a more lucrative profession, but that line of discussion always made her feel like she was punching a rabbit. So, she acquiesced and undertook the training because, deep down, do we not all want to please our parents, or, at the very least, not alienate them so far as to have them disinherit us? Thus, she had leapt at the first healing job that came her way, anything to escape from the relentless need to do good. That the offer came from the back end of nowhere, about as far away from home as possible without taking to the seas, was a bonus. She knew she could, via well-constructed letters, carefully craft a version of herself that would make Halstarlin proud. Besides, how much healing could be needed in a keep this far away from the border? It turned out quite a lot. The funny thing was, well, not funny ha, more screaming with frustration kind of humor. People did not realize that healing was pathetically easy. More often than not, the body wanted to fix itself anyway, all it needed was some fuel to do it faster. So, all a healer did was push some of their mana in to speed things up and let nature take its course. Of course, things were a bit more complicated with more grievous injuries or more significant illnesses, but that was just a matter of scale and not worth the fuss. She guessed, when it came down to it, though, she just did not like using her mana. The only times she felt close to normal were when her reserves were full. She utterly resented the implication she was supposed to, and daily, use it up to sprinkle joy on all and sundry. The moment she dipped into her well of power, she would start to feel lethargic, the headaches would kick in, and, should she keep drawing on it, she would, eventually, get the shakes of which her family seemed so inordinately proud. A good healer is a wobbly healer, her mother would proclaim, smiling broadly whilst her teeth chattered as if encased in a nice flow. And that was without the fact that putting something so precious of hers inside another person made her feel physically sick. Help this, heal that, close this cut, clean that infection. Yet, no matter how often that need was answered, it returned for more. Like an unending black hole. A hungry child. A sucking leech she could not quite reach to pull free and crush underfoot. Mistress Healer? Mistress Healer. A frenzied banging from outside, the handle twisting impotently. She liked to lock the door to her infirmary, otherwise, people would just wander in with their aches and pains. And those pleading eyes. She hated the need in them. As if she did not have anything better to do with her time. With as much bad grace as she could muster, which it turned out was quite a lot, she cracked it open slightly and took in the sight of a harassed Janet. Pernil had only been working in Keep Trellick for a few hours before she had identified the unusual brain trauma that seemed to afflict the majority of its servants. Well, mostly the female ones, in any event. But it had taken for her to wake up in the bed of the steward to identify its source. It was the work of moments to strengthen her mental pathways to resist his authority, and that was the end of that little game. She had thought to do something like that for the others he preyed on. So it was on her list, certainly. Master Halkoth is hurt. You need to come right away. Sighing, Pernil locked the door behind her. She could not have sick people sneaking in and waiting for her and followed behind the chattering maid. As always, when interacting with a Janet, she let the flow of words wash over her. She was not needed in the conversation, and she knew her silence would not offend. She supposed it was intriguing that all this talk was some sort of a primeval survival instinct given shape, and that the steward was not present and did not change their behavior was curious. She supposed it would be worth discovering more about why that happened, but she was honest enough to recognize that she was not genuinely interested enough in the phenomenon to put in the time. She could feel that this Janet was pregnant again. As Fion had been quite clear, there were to be no more of Halkoth's bastard this year. She felt the obligation to act, and with a pulse of her power, she remedied that situation. For some reason, using her mana felt less wearisome than the more traditional use. There was a momentary hitch in the Janet's step, which quickly smoothed out as they went up the steps to exit the keep. Her first instinct was that this must have been the site of a recent, astonishing slaughter. The terror, pain, and suffering in the air were wholly oppressive to her senses. She found herself swaying on her feet. It was as if the very ground was, to her enhanced eyes, glowing a dark red color, as if pulsing with the rawness of it. Her mother had been a battlefield healer during one of those interminable wars in the East, and she had spoken of the techniques needed to block out the volume of demand that would occur in the aftermath of a clash of armies. Conscious that she found any pull on her resources intolerable, Pernil had quickly learned how to shut herself off from the screaming world around her. It could be draining to maintain that state for too long, but, at this moment, it was exactly what she needed. The red tinge to her vision slowly dulled until she could see the scene before her. Gil Halkoth was lying on his back, a purple bruise spreading across his face. She doubted anyone could do much to damage that man's addled brain further, and a quick examination showed no new internal damage had been inflicted. But, as she always did when looking at the steward, she wondered whether life in the keep would be better if she soothed some of those dark inflammations that riddled the inside of his skull. But no, bringing him around to consciousness and fixing the bruise would be her good deed for the day. Power flowed from her, and the expected headache started to pound. She would need to take to her bed for the rest of the day to recover. That more complex and tiring work could wait until she was recovered. She'd add it to her list. The steward climbed to his feet, balancing on that ridiculous stick of his. He seemed oblivious that anything had happened. It was a kindness, she thought. He does not need to worry about whether anything he does is right or wrong. He cannot remember it anyway. So it was not such a terrible way to live. With the help of the Janet, she watched Gil make his way back inside, his hand resting in various inappropriate places. There was still something else out here, though. Even through her dulled senses, another source of pain, an excessive throbbing, was nearby. Her eyes fell to a patch of disturbed ground which seemed to be at the heart of that feeling. Then, kneeling and dusting away some of the earth, she was shocked to see a face staring up at her. Well, it used to be a face. Most of the constituent parts for a face remained, but they had been flattened out of all recognition as such. She had heard that giants like to flatten their prey for easier storage, and this man, she supposed, looked exactly like she imagined this would look in practice. What was worse was that he was still alive. He did not speak. She doubted he would be capable of that with the instruments he had left, but he certainly groaned quite impressively. Then, with a start, she realized it was the man with the knives she had needed to heal earlier. The one with the mangled wrist. Fury blossomed inside her. She had wasted all that mana on this man, and he had, left the infirmary and let this immediately happen to him. What was wrong with people? Did they have no compassion for how complex her work was? Her hand was resting on the face, forcing what was left of the eyelids closed. And then, rather than the expected pull on her power, she could feel something forcing itself inside her. No, not forcing, it was nothing so invasive, she was pulling it in. Looking through her healer's eyes, she could see the customary flow of mana, but rather than flowing from her outwards, it was going the other way. The man was whimpering pathetically as it happened, but it was easing her headache. Within moments, his store of energy was used up, and his dwindling life force emptied. She, however, felt better than she had in days. Why had no one ever mentioned that the transfer could happen both ways? This was a revelation. Although now she thought on it, she could see why it might not be something healers would discuss too widely. She'd never heard of anyone in her family that refreshed themselves in this manner. Vampires had such a terrible reputation, after all, She could understand some hesitancy in revealing this ability. A shadow fell over her, and she looked up into the eyes of Drenoctrelic. That looked interesting. Perhaps we should talk? Chapter number 21, We Are Few. Dane lay uncomfortably on her back, staring at the ceiling. She was grateful that Sinwin had accepted them back into his home. The journey of the staggering, battered knight, the bleeding, insensate boy and the clearly, distressed archer through the village had caused much comment. If, as expected, the Trellics sent pursuers, it would not take much investigation for them to arrive at the teller's door. She hoped his help was not due to misplaced confidence in her ability to resist. A healer, of sorts, had been called for Genos and had, after a few minutes of work, pronounced him on the mend. She said he would not be dancing a jig anytime soon, but the worst damage was undone. He still had not come around from his ordeal, but that was probably for the best and would come with time. Dane was happy to let him sleep. Knife fighting was nasty, even for an experienced hand. You were too close to your opponent for too long to escape without some taint on your soul. She knew some reveled in that intimacy, but she thought she knew enough about this boy now to see he was not one of them. The poor lad, at his age, had been on the wrong end of two blades within a day, that would leave as many scars as anything else. She hoped there was a way to help him come out the other side in one piece. With an audible click, some of the pressure on her chest was relieved, another of her ribs was back where it should be. When she had finished on the boy, the kindly old woman had taken one look at Dane and shaken her head ruefully. I can, mayhap, dull the pain some, but there's nothing to be done for you by the likes of me, my lady. Truthfully, if you'd be a horse, I'd be reaching for my mallet. That was a metaphor that would fester. Once the healer had gone on her way, they'd helped her to one of the rooms that functioned as a storehouse for the tailor's completed work. She had dozed some on top of a bed of tunics, but there was too much slow, internal shifting for her to get comfortable. From where she lay, she could hear the low murmur of voices in the other room. The archer, Kirsten, and someone discussing what had occurred, she imagined. She was glad the girl had someone with whom to talk, and the older man was a good fit for that role. No matter the circumstances and no matter the justification, the loss of someone close would make as deep of a wound as any weapon. She remembered the fierce refusal in Kirsten's eyes when, was it only the day before, Dane had offered to kill her brother, to take away that corrosive ache eating into her sense of self. But she'd stood willing to die to protect him. So although the devastation Jack had wrought on Genos, and the pleasure he had taken in doing so, had been the final straw, there was a difference between wishing it so and confronting the reality. On their slow way through the village, Kirsten has assured her that she felt no ill will towards the knight. Dane would take that with the handful of salt it deserved. If there were a friendship to forge here, hard words would come in their future. The words next door suddenly became more audible as one of her eardrums completed its reshaping. To get as far away as possible. Sinwin's voice was a gravelly rumble. There's nothing left for me here. I can take him. Lass, you're handy with the bow, no doubt. But you've seen the mess they've made of her next door. And she's goddess blessed. If they come calling, you'd be nothing more than a raindrop in a hurricane. No need to spend your life that cheaply. A low knocking on the door abruptly halted the conversation. Dane did not have the adrenaline spare to react, but she heard the panicked scraping of chairs and whispered voices as they readied themselves for unwelcome visitors. She thought she made out the whisper of a drawn blade. A tailor and an archer in a confined space were hardly a force with which to be reckoned. Well, they would not have to stand alone. She dragged herself upright and tried to find some sense of balance. She could probably fall on top of an assailant if it came to it. As long as they did not move too quickly. There was a creak of a door opening, and she could make out a new voice. But quietly insistent, not commanding belligerence. So, not an official house-to-house search for fugitives, but rather a neighbor calling. Perhaps. There was quiet talk for a time while Dane swayed. Uncertain whether to join or return to sleep. The voices were too low for her to make much out. Whatever the discussion, though, Sinwin was suddenly, explosively unimpressed. He's mad. What does he think will happen next? I think he's just mad enough to find out. The new voice was male. Younger than someone, she thought. Did not sound threatening. Nothing from the goddess, either. No danger sense, in any event, at least not from him. That made her choice. She staggered her way into the room. Two men were deep in conversation over the table. Kirsten sat on the makeshift bed at the back, the still sleeping Geno's head in her lap. At seeing her, Sinwin leapt to his feet, the unknown man likewise, pulling a cloth cap from his head. "My lady. I apologize for waking you." She motioned for them to sit, collapsing into the third chair at the table herself. "Stop your fretting. If I still had a ma, she'd be fluttering less than you these last few bells. But, you, sir, I don't know." The newcomer dipped his head. "Apologies, my lady. Rowan's the name. Class?" She knew she was being rude to Sinwin and this new acquaintance, but whatever internal filter she possessed to guard against such missteps had not yet recovered. Maybe it never would. Perhaps she never had one. Whilst classes were not secret, how could they be when most made their living by advertising them? It was not the done thing, in polite company, to inquire so bluntly. From her seated position behind her, Kirsten cleared her throat to ease the tension. Master Glazier stopped by with some news. "Seems the Trellicks have been busy. He's claiming independence." Sinwin's tone was outraged. "He's what?" She turned her eyes to the Glazier. "Tell your tale." If he had ever harbored a wish to meet a knight of a road, the man was now sincerely regretting that desire. Blushing, he avoided eye contact by fiddling with his hat, twisting it this way and that. "Lord Trellick? Well, all of the high houses. Yes, all of them. They've sent runners to the village council." He paused and then, finally, met her eyes. "He's said he defied you, my lady. Sent you running. Badly wounded. Never let your guard down. Never let them think you're mortal. Never back down." Old Gant had been clear about how the knights should conduct themselves. That the only reply in this situation was a derisive laugh and a display of inbred strength. The thing was, the man had eyes. It would take an act of astonishing self-delusion for him to pretend to think she had received anything other than a humbling. It was trust she needed, not compliance. A temporary stage of affairs, Master Glazier. It don't make it into many songs, but it happens. But as you can see, I'm not running. Just reassessing. There will be a reckoning for Lord Trellick. That I vow. Her fine words would have been more convincing had not new teeth started to push through at that moment. Instead, there was an insistent tap as each broken one fell to hit the table as it was replaced. She turned to Sinwin. He was evincing less horror than Rowan at the sight. "What has that got to do with independence?" "According to Rowan, and he hears most of what happens here, the high houses have asked the council to dissolve the charter. They claim the crown has lost its authority." Kirsten chimed in. "They say you lost your mind last night. Murdered a bunch of children, and Trellick had to step in to halt it. He's let it be known he's backing calls to secede. Claims he has the power to make that stick. Says he sent you packing like a whipped whore. No one knows what to think, my lady." Rowan was still staring at the teeth that continued to drop to collect in a small pile on the table. "Everyone knows you're here and, well, in a bad way. There are Trellick men on the street, and men from each of the houses are joining them. They're telling everyone to stay inside whilst the council chooses the way forward. They know you're here, but they're not doing anything about it. Folk think that means. They think you're broken, my lady. It's got folk wondering." He paused and looked to someone. "They've secured the council chamber." Kirsten frowned. "What does that mean?" "I am on the council. So's Rowan. If there's a meeting, it means it's going on without us. They'll do whatever Trellick asks them. But it's ridiculous. There's what, 200, 300 people who live here. What can they do against the crown?" Kirsten had carefully extricated herself from Genos and joined them at the table. Places can't just decide not to be part of the kingdom. Can they? The heaviness in Dane's stomach had nothing to do with her injuries. I doubt the king will hear anything about it. Even if it did get to him, we're far enough away for it to take months, maybe even years, before those in the capital will formulate a response. Some regiments could be sent, I suppose, but there's barely any to spare to send to put down a village rebellion. Dane rubbed her face as the ramifications grew in her mind. One village seceding was not worth worrying about. That was, what, a few boxes of taxation coins. Maybe a tiny sliver of the crown strayed. But that was not what was going to happen here. No, if the story was that a knight of the road had been defeated, then other villages, all equally aware of the thinness of crown resources, would also start to think about that relationship. And if Trellick could offer protection or even enough of a pretense of it, others might join. Momentum had its inevitability. The West was her tour. It took 10 years for her to complete the journey, and she had done it 3 times so far. She was out here, alone, because the Crown did not have the men to hold the territory any other way. All that the Crown's authority meant, this far from the center of things, was the certainty that the Darkhelm would come calling. The Crown could lose the whole of the West before it even knew there was a problem. She doubted that by the time word got out, there would be much anyone could do to stop it. Your biggest weapon, my dears, is confidence. You can defeat 100 men because they will quail to stand against you. They see you and your strength and think of conflict in terms of their weakness, their individual pain and their deaths. They do not see the power, the irresistible strength they have as a group. They are many, and we are so few. The goddess helps us all if the multitudes ever realize it. When that sleeping bear awakes, it will change the world. Dane feared the truth in Gent's words. The bear was stirring. And she was in no shape to confront it. Chapter number 22, The Chimera's Tale. From Sinwin's first full window, they could see a growing crowd in front of the council house. It seemed peaceful enough for the moment, but the occasional chant that indicated a darkening mood broke out. Dane, cynically, wondered how many of them were there of their own accord and how many had Trellick coin in their pocket. Certainly, if you were planning on addressing the populace, it helped to be liberal with your purse. Whilst most of those gatherings seemed to be genuine villagers, there were enough flashes of red and gold, along with the other high houses' colors, to recognize a considerable military presence on the street. Such a build-up of numbers boded ill for the council resisting anything for which the high houses asked. Representing the will of the mob, even a rented one, was ever an influential negotiating position. This is going to turn ugly. Sinwin was shaking his head in disbelief. Too many short fuses and long blades in that crowd. And that's without the mercenaries. So what's Trellick thinking? I don't know that he is. He's found a way to get what he wants, and damn the consequences. Rowan's despair mirrored his friend's. I should get home. I would not like to see you on the streets right now, Master Glazier. Dane had not taken her eyes from the scene from the window. That tinderbox is merely awaiting its match. As you say, Lady Darkhelm. But I fear, and I tell you it plain when the blaze comes, it will find its way towards you. Begging your pardon, but not all of us can survive a furnace. She nodded her understanding, and he slipped out. He's right, you know, she said to the others, Trellick is going to whip yonder crowd to a frenzy and point them my way. The silence from those in the room was its own answer. I need to go. I can find somewhere else to hole up. She'd barely managed to drag herself to her feet when a trumpet sounded. 2 Trellick men-at-arms were pulling open the door to the council house, and a line of people filed out. Dane recognized a few of the lords and ladies from the previous evening, albeit, at that stage, they had mostly been running from her. This, perhaps, gave her a poor impression of their capabilities. The others, identifiable by being much less expensively dressed, were the village council, minus Rowan and Sinwin. They looked like they were having, if not quite the worst day of their lives, certainly one in the top 5. Exiting last, and was there a trumpet flourish as they emerged, came Fian and Dronach. The great and the good lined up on a makeshift stage that had somehow entirely spontaneously constructed, and Lord Trellick stepped to the forefront. He's surely not going to preach sedition right there on the street, is he? Sinwin was staring, with disbelief, at a crowd of people with whom he had spent his whole life. Dane's smile was thin. He has the chimera by the tail, he has to keep it fed. It gladdens my heart to see so many friends and neighbors come together on this extraordinary day. Fionn's voice carried easily across the marketplace. Dane spotted Borld to the right of the stage, presumably channeling a speech enhancement. The sight of him caused an unfamiliar flutter of panic in her heart. She flashed back to her time below ground and felt her breath quicken. Overcoming that debilitating terror would be as necessary moving forward as any physical recovery. Out of the corner of her eye, she watched as Kirsten leveled her crossbow at, almost hidden on the other side of the stage, the old man Dane had struck when they were escaping. There was some sort of compliance ability there that, presumably, would be being used on those who owed allegiance to the Trollocs. Which would include anyone that had taken coin to be there. There was cold intelligence, not just blind ambition, behind what happened here. Fionn's voice continued to boom out. As you will be aware, there were a series of atrocities in our village last night. Dane Orban, popularly known as the Lady Darkhelm, he could have put more venom in his voice, but it would have required the milking of 100 serpents, took it upon herself to deliver summary justice to a number of our children. Whilst no one claims those punished were wholly innocent, her barbaric actions have shocked us. As if on cue, several of the lord and ladies started weeping. I take some of the blame on myself, for I saw this coming. You will recall it was just the day before when she was prepared to execute young Bellicus for a misunderstanding with my boy. Fortunately, I persuaded her to a different action, and cooler heads prevailed. If anyone wanted to dispute that version of events, the presence of many men with swords dampened down that inclination. Sadly, there was no such opportunity to plead mitigation at the dead of night, and the first I knew something was afoot was when several dear friends came to me for help. Fionn took a moment to bask in the attention of the crowd. Dane saw the lips of the old man at the side of the stage move, and the volume of cheering rose significantly. She turned to Kirsten. I should have hit him harder, right? Anyone with tits would have applauded. That bad? That bad. The speech continued. It was seconds after we had shared a moment's silence for the loss of so many of our children that we heard this monster herself had come to my gate. We presumed the next life to have been stolen would be that of my own, dear, Drunnock. All eyes shifted to the dear boy who stared resolutely ahead. We were thus fortunate that the oft-mocked strength of our walls was more than enough to see off this unholy terror. You will have heard that she fled, tail between her legs, to lick her wounds. The laughter here felt especially acute despite all the pain she had experienced over the last few days. House Trellick has long argued for a cease to the predations of the Knights of the Road. Time and time again, we have petitioned our village council to disband our charter with the crown. And we have been denied. The crowd booed, and those on the council shifted uncomfortably. Stones were thrown and, where they struck, drew blood. Remember that last night was not the first time Lady Darkhelm brought slaughter to our homes. You will recall, for example, the execution of the widow Taylor 10 years back? Sinwin gasped with dismay. We now possess information that makes that execution highly suspect. I have seen letters between the Lady Darkhelm and Sinwin Taylor that makes clear they orchestrated the whole thing, falsifying testimony and the confession. The widow Taylor was sacrificed for coin, pure and simple. The mood of the crowd was now entirely toxic. Dane saw more than one glance towards their vantage point. It was all being orchestrated quite masterfully, she could admit. Now, I do not suggest all of the executions carried out by the Lady Darkhelm were likewise so motivated. But the fact that she now hides within the Taylor's home means some questions must be asked. As one, the crowd moved towards them. Dane took a step towards the stairs to block the front door. Injured as she was, she did not have a chance of victory against such oppressive furious humanity. But she could hold that door long enough to buy the others time. Not yet. The steward's voice boomed across the square, and everyone froze. Let the master finish. Glassy-eyed, and in one movement, the villagers turned back to face the stage. Lord Trellick seemed slightly unnerved by the passions he was inciting. It took him a moment to regain his poise. I understand your anger, I do. That is why we have been busy petitioning the village council for a change of policy. All eyes shifted to the small group to the left of Fion. Several sported wounds from flung stones. All of them seemed particularly delighted to be included in today's event. I am delighted to tell you that they have approved the suggestion of the high houses that, due to the reckless behavior of the Knight of the Road, our charter with the crown is now null and void. So, at this very moment, we are sending messages to all villages and towns within a day's ride to inform them of our intent to secede from the crown and inviting them to a great council within the week to consider standing with us. There we will discuss the future. And what of the king? Dane was pleased to hear that not everyone in the mob had lost their minds. How many of us have ever seen him? No, has he ever deigned to visit despite the mountain of coins we send each year? No, all we have to show for being part of his kingdom is a once-a-decade cull of our children at the whim of a bitch with a second-hand sword. It is tyranny, ladies and gentlemen, and after last night, I can no longer stand idly by and let it happen under my nose. Fion was warming to his theme. I was strong enough to repel the invader last night, and I would share that strength with you all and our neighbors and friends. I say we are better than they think we are. I say we will stand up for what we believe. So we say today, and we say with one voice, down with the Darkhelm and down with the crown. Down with the Darkhelm. Down with the crown. Dane turned to the others. You need to go. Sinwin was shaking his head. There's a back way out of here. Take Kirsten and the boy and run. I can reason with them. They won't hurt me. It's a mob, Sinwin. They might be your best friends, but they've been whipped up and told a tale. And that's without authority being pumped out at them. They'll be tearing your arms out today and weeping at your funeral tomorrow. Then, as if to prove the validity of her words, a stone came sailing through the window, smashing it into 1,000 pieces. Now that was a metaphor, she thought. Kirsten shot through the window, cursing as the bolt took one of the men at arms in the chest, intercepted on its way to Halkoth. We all go. Now. Dane, Lady Darkhelm, we need you. I can't protect Genos on my own. Sinwin, she's right. There's no reasoning with the riot. They'll kill you. The thud of shoulders hitting the wooden door below punctuated her words. Dane had been in this position more times than she could count. The clever play was to put herself in the doorway and bring forth slaughter. As she had done so many times before. She had no illusions about her capacity to survive the encounter, but she was fine with that. But her eyes fell on the still sleeping Genos. Kirsten was right. She was not enough to keep him safe, certainly not in the world to which Strelok was giving birth. She would be abandoning him to certain death with the likes of Drunok in power. The door splintered under its assault. The howling outside rose in intensity. She made her decision. Grab anything you can carry on your back. No horse. No unnecessary kit. There is somewhere we can go to by ourselves sometime. But we leave now. And the goddess clapped her hands in glee. Chapter number 23, Power from the Shadows. All in all, things were going terribly well. Fion was wise enough to recognize that, without an exactly perfect confluence of events, the likely outcome of today's activities would have been his immediate execution. There were stories enough of what happened to those that displeased the king, and the current occupant of the throne was not even one of the more authoritarian of recent times. It had been the certainty of retribution that had persuaded him to stay his hand. As it was, though, through no small amount of skill and no little diplomacy, he had been able to leverage his son's thoughtless, precipitate attack on a Knight of the Road to his advantage. Then, finally, after all these years of impotent attempts, he had been able to force the village council to rip up that infernal charter. He looked over at his boy, staring, expressionless, as the crowd methodically tore the tailor's house down, stone by stone. He could not disagree that Drunok's risky actions were the catalyst for this immediate change in their circumstances. From being viewed with, if not disdain, certainly amusement, and was that not infinitely worse? To being hailed as the savior of freedom for the locality. That was every one of his dreams finally coming true. In those circumstances, it would take a heart of stone not to feel a spurt of affection towards the cause of such a change of fortune. He reached out and rested a hand on Drenok's shoulder. Was that something he had ever done before without violence? Fion thought back to the meeting in the council house. The speed at which the objections of those professional upstarts had faded away to eager acceptance had been one of the happiest moments of his life. He did not quite understand what had so sharply changed the atmosphere in the room. Negotiations had been tense, and Master Blacksmith, in particular, had been forceful in his refusal to shift his position. And then, for no apparent reason, Fion could detect, the mood changed, and they had voted in his favor. And then that speech to the crowd. Of course, he had been liberal with what remained of the house funds to ensure a good turnout, but the way he had been able to inspire them to the rightness of his position. Who had known he had such persuasive skills? He would need to craft more opportunities for public speaking. Clearly, it was a hitherto unexplored strength. Once the crowd finally forced their way into that house, he would be free of that blasted knight and the tailor, a man who, whilst on the council, had been a thorn in his side for so many years, in one go. He had been outraged to read the correspondence Drenok had found between them. Outraged but not at all surprised. It made perfect sense that the reason the village council had been so set against him was conspiratorial collusion. That made all those years of rejection make so much more sense. And now all that corruption was about to be rooted out, and by the self-motivated actions of the commonality, no less. Could there have been a perfect outcome to the day? He felt an unusual swell of paternal pride as he squeezed the arm of his youngest boy. Yes, today was going very well indeed. It was a sad moment, thought Drenok Strelick, when you realized your father was a moron. Almost from the womb, he had known that he could manipulate his mother. She had, after all those primal instincts running through her very being that forced her to wish to protect and cherish him. He had found, throughout his childhood, exploring the outer limits of those instincts to be instructive as to the extent to which humans would deny reality. If the Lady Trivan still had any illusions about the capacity for her son's cruelty, she was even more of a fool than he thought her to be. His father, though? He had always held a grudging respect for the admittedly brutal way he had rejected his tendencies. Children, even those with twisted souls such as Drenok, like to have boundaries against which to press, and, certainly, his father's stick and fists had been a solid wall around him. So, it was a matter of profound regret for the young Lord Strelick to realize the colossal blind spot in his father's mind. Nothing else appeared to matter when it came to breaking free from the crown's influence. It seemed there was nothing, no story so unlikely, no action so unjust, that Fion could not rationalize it away as all for the greater good. As far as Drenok felt emotions, he was disappointed in this turn of events. Take the meeting in the council house. Drenok knew well that words had power. Sometimes, they were more powerful than actions. For example, there were circumstances when such an innocent phrase as Master Blacksmith, your children send their regards would be a passing pleasantry. The sort of small talk that everyone made. On the other hand, the meaning was very different when you said it whilst holding a child's doll that may or may not, he couldn't remember, have blood on it. He knew his father, so short-sighted when it came to his cause, though he had been able to persuade them to his viewpoint. Everyone else in the room knew differently and knew who truly held sway. And Drenok saw the benefits of that type of power. Likewise, he was sure Fion genuinely thought the crowd was swayed to his viewpoint, based on his sincere belief in the rightness of his argument, rather than them all succumbing to the unsubtle mental manipulations of Halkoth. He felt his father's hand on his shoulder and tensed. But no, he was not being struck in chastisement. Instead, this was, what? Affection, he presumed. Yes, and Drenok felt a sigh escape his lips. His father was a moron. For the moment, though, a useful one. As he had long experienced, there were benefits in continuing to operate from the shadows. Especially until they managed to remove the Lady Darkhelm from the board finally. He would be shocked if the current assault proved to be the end of that particular thorn in the side of the Strelicks. Regardless of Lady Darkhelm, though, indeed, to a certain extent because of her, there was a significant time of change coming. If his father got his way, and Dranok was minded to use his considerable resources to help him achieve his goal, then more of this shadowy power would be available. Independence. It was a word to conjure with. Free from the need for restraint. Beyond the reach of control. That would be a turn of events which he would be interested in pursuing. Speaking of those resources, Borald had watched things unfold with a depth of horror he did not think he possessed. He was still shocked by the brazenness of it. The Trollocs had bribed members of the village to attend a speech and then used authority, a questionable class power at the best of times, to whip them into a frenzy of madness. He had heard of such things before, of course. But not in civilized kingdoms. It entirely defied belief. Even now, those poor, ensorcelled people were tearing at that man's house like beasts. Goddess knows what would happen to the occupants when the madness broke through. With a whispered word, he reinforced the stone in the building against their attack. It was not much in the face of things he had, unwillingly, helped set in motion. But we all make amends in the best way we can. Halkoth, bemused, stood at the side of the stage. He could feel that intense skin prickle that meant he had been drawing on his power, and a lot of it, too, by the feel of the inflammation in his skin, but he was unsure what he had been influencing. He blinked, myopically, in the midday sun and cast about fretfully. There were lots of people around, and he did not like that. He preferred being in his room, with all his bits and pieces around him. It was much easier to keep hold of his sense of self when he was in that place. When out and about like this, well, the center could not hold. No, he needed to get back to his room at the keep. This wouldn't do at all. About now, a Janard would do nicely. Yes, that always made him feel more like himself. Varen led what remained of the gang through the back alleys of the village. Dranok had been clear that an incensed mob would unlikely be enough to deal with the knight and her companions. So, their role was to keep an eye on possible escape routes from the tailor's house and alert him should they be seen. After the events of the preceding evening, those that remained in this group were intensely motivated in this regard. Varen did not feel much of a sense of loss for fallen comrades. It was always sensible to thin out the crowd now and again, but he intensely disliked the feeling of being afraid. He had been fortunate not to have been home when the Lady Darkhelm called. He had no doubt his father would have been glad to sacrifice him should that not have been the case. Finally, however, luck had smiled on him, and he had escaped the fate of so many of his fellows. But now, with a good group of friends around him, he was ready to rebalance the scales. Back in the keep, Pernille regarded the subject tied to the table with a quizzical eye. She had been given one task, to explore the extent and reach of her newly awoken power. Her mind was aflame with so many questions. Was there a limit to how much life force she could pull into herself? How little mana could a person possess and still be alive? How quickly could she completely drain someone? There were many experiments ahead of her and, fortunately, with Dranok's support, significant opportunities to find the answers. With a small smile, she pressed a finger down on the forehead of Councilman Blacksmith's daughter. Just a little more wouldn't hurt, would it? Well, not her, anyway. Yes, thought Dranok, things were working out terribly well. Chapter number 24, Borrowing Trouble. You know, when most people say something like there's another way out of here, they generally mean a back door, said Kirsten, adjusting the weight of Genos in her arms. You complaining? Sinwin's voice was muffled, coming from further ahead down the passage. A fine group of folk back there will be happy to offer you an alternative. I don't know. They seemed mighty keen to make my acquaintance. Could be that my charms are finally being appreciated. There comes a time a girl needs to settle down. Quiet, both of you. Dane was at the back of the group, watching carefully the trapdoor they had descended. If the tailor knew his business, and she felt some welcome surprise to uncover this side of him, it seemed likely their escape would be clean enough. At least initially. But as old Gand had always said, hope for the best, plan for the worst. Actually, what Dane remembered him saying was, it'll always go to hell, the ones that make it through expected it, but the sentiment was, broadly, the same. She stretched out her arms to their entire span and touched the opposite walls of the tunnel. She thought they were solidly made, a physical manifestation of the tailor's personality. But, tall as she did not need to stoop, and the curve of the passage stretched ahead as far as she could see until vanishing at the edge of flickering torchlight. Despite everything, their situation had improved. She could defend this end of the position if she had to. If she planted her feet, even in her much reduced state, there would be no pushing beyond her. The archer and the tailor could grow old behind her. If only she could find a way to calm her racing heart. With a glance to ensure no one was watching, she rested her head against the cool earthen wall and tried to control her panic at being beneath the ground again. It is not the same, she whispered to herself. This is not the same at all. No one had been more surprised than her when Sinwin had pulled up a rug in his storeroom to reveal what could only be described as a smuggler's hatch. And it leads where? She had peered down into the darkness below and felt a twinge of panic at the thought of being back down there. Out! 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 Lady Darkhelm! There was another crash as the mob came perilously close to coming through the door, as in, not here anymore. If you have any better ideas, now is the time to share. If not, my vote is for this. He threw his hastily assembled backpack into the gloom and indicated for Kirsten to go before him. You go down, and I'll pass you the lad. If the archer had any concerns about the plan, she hid them well whilst springing to the floor to land on the packed dirt below. Sinwin carefully picked up the sleeping boy and lowered him into her arms. He then looked at the knight. Sensing her disquiet, he drew close and lowered his voice. You'll have to go next, my lady. I need to be last to reset the trapdoor. He smiled encouragingly. If we're lucky, they're all too far out of their minds to search properly. And if we're not? He shrugged. I don't see us in any worse a place than now. He was right, and she was wasting precious time. With a last glance around for an alternative, she had climbed down the ladder and stood at the bottom silently as he had made the necessary arrangements to hide their escape. Kirsten had lit a torch, the light spilling out helping, somewhat, to quell Dane's rising terror. She took advantage of the time to explore her surroundings further to distract herself. The walls of the passage were studded with shelving and packed with all manner of goods and materials. She reached out to take down a package of, what turned out to be, some sort of dried meat. Sinwin appeared at her shoulder. My father always said that it pays to have a backup plan. Today's not the first time in our history that one of them lords got a notion in their head for some nastiness. There's a few of us in town that have these little bottles. The plan was always to save as many as possible and wait it out. I keep it stocked when I have the spare coin. Used it once or twice, myself. Made a few missteps with married women in my youth. Time and distance heal most things. His eyes narrowed on her. Taking in her clammy skin. Her shallow breathing. Anything you need? I'm healing, she replied shortly. He gave her a look she could not read and then, with a shake of his head, moved ahead to speak to Kirsten. She was left in the gloom, alone, for a few moments. From the noise above, Dane could tell that the crowd had finally breached the house and were busy destroying everything they could find. With luck, she thought, as a crash of a bookcase hitting the floor was heard, the devastation they were wreaking would further hinder their escape route. Sinwin's news that several people in town who had these tunnels did little, though, to quell her anxieties. What were the chances there was someone up there that still had enough of their wits about them or, indeed, had their version of a smuggler's hatch and knew where to look? There's planning ahead, and then there's borrowing trouble, girl. One is sensible, the other is destructive. So deal with what is in front of you. For once, grateful to the words from her past, she shut down that line of thought tight. Dane knew, intellectually, that she had felt fear like this before. In those early days of training at Gant's school, it had been the only emotion of which she seemed capable. The others had seemed so much older, with so many more abilities. And so much more brutal. Her every waking moment had seemed to have been a series of stumbling events of terror, the hazing, the duels, the orchestrated cruelty. She knew it was all organized to make them strong enough to do what was needed from them. But it had been a hellish winnowing. She shook away the memory. All that was a lifetime ago. Dane Darkhelm had been one of the few that had made it through the experience intact, and, in the intervening years, she had almost wholly forgotten the taste of fear. But she remembered it now and knew she would not survive further entombment. That experience left her with mental scars that no time would heal. To have been so helpless, so unable to strike back, had been devastating to her sense of self. Quite apart from the damage it had caused her body, her internal resources had been stretched beyond breaking, and she was barely holding herself together. The presence of that earth mage in the crowd earlier had wholly unnerved her. He could bring all this down around them with a word, and she would be trapped again. She moved to join the others down the passage. There was little profit to such introspection. She was a knight of a road, the embodiment of an implacable drive towards justice. It was to her that others should be looking for solace, for leadership. It was not for them to help her through this trauma. Find words, Darkhelm. Do you believe them? Gant's mockery echoing in her mind, she caught up with the others. Sinwin and Kirsten were speaking. It leads to the outskirts of the village. There's a tree stump no one would look at twice at the end. You sure no one knows about it? Dane's voice made them jump. Well, not to bet my life on. We'd have to fight our way out if we're unlucky. Kirsten grimaced at the thought of exiting into an unknown situation. I won't be too much use carrying the boy. Could we just wait down here for it to blow over? That sort of rage burns hot, but they won't be able to sustain it. Give it a few hours, and we could get out the way we came. No, Dane's answer was too quick. Too loud in the quiet space. The others exchanged concerned glances, and shame burned within her. We're too exposed to wait down here. They could come in the way we did, and others could approach from the other end. I know this feels safe, but that security is illusory. The only thing, for now, is to put some distance between ourselves and this madness. First, I need time to heal. Then, with enough of that, I can give answer to all this, I promise you. If they catch us now, good as you are, you don't have enough arrows to keep us safe. She turned to peer into the darkness. How far does this tunnel go? Not far. Half a bell's walk until we reach the exit. She could restrain the terror for that long. We need to get out of here as fast as we can. With no knowing what may come at either end, we're exposed. Master Taylor, you take the boy and the torch and stay in the middle of us. I'll guard the back in case someone up there has more about them than we think. Mistress Archer, you able to take point? Give a short, sharp shock to any thinking to sneak up at us from there? Won't be the first time. Kirsten, with great care, passed over Genos. Should we be worried he's not stirring? Healing takes it out of you. He was in a state, after all. I'd rather he was like this than needing babysitting in a fight. A darkness passed over the archer's face as she remembered her brother's actions. Unfortunately, Dane was not the only one carrying wounds that were unlikely to heal. Once Sinwin had the boy in a comfortable position over one shoulder, she passed over the torch and, after a moment's thought, her loaded crossbow. It's about as simple as it could be, she said in answer to his raised eyebrows. Point and fire. You only get one shot. If anything gets beyond either of us, you will need it. So make it a shot that counts. She watched him balance it in her hands until she was satisfied he would not accidentally shoot her in the back. With a quick nod at the others, she unslung her bow and moved ahead of them. Then, notching an arrow and holding it at half draw, she headed into the darkness. After a pause, they followed. Chapter number 25, The Limits of Authority. Rowan was dimly aware he did not want to be doing any of this. It was one of the more horrifying aspects of being under the influence of authority. You were perfectly aware of what was happening but had very little ability to resist it. He had thought that not being directly in the employ of Hal Strelick, something he had worked very hard, over the years, to avoid for just this reason, he would be immune from the steward's power. After all, that sinister old man should only have dominion over those paid to work for that house. Apparently, though, not all of his employers had been entirely honest about their funding source. Looking at friends' actions who were also, clearly, under Halkoth's influence, he was not the only one trapped in this manner. Nevertheless, since feeling that synthetic, overwhelming rage to kill the tailor and bursting through the door of Sinwin's house, he had been doing everything he could to distract his conscious mind from focusing on that shrug in the middle of the storeroom. When so many of them were shambling about, smashing everything in sight, keeping his attention elsewhere had not been so difficult. Now, however, when it was becoming clear there was nowhere for anyone to be hidden within the building, it was harder to keep his mind on other things. Where are they? That whispery voice hit him like a lightning bolt. Every part of his being, well, not quite every part, but enough to be significant, wanted to raise his hand and point at that spot. Wanted to answer the question, to please the questioner, with a slavish need. He did everything he could to focus on other things. To think about other places the tailor and his friends might be, other than hidden down the smuggler's passage. The effort caused blood to start to drip from his nose. Master Glazier. Please do come here. His feet moved of their own accord, and, in seconds, he stood before Gil Halkoth. The strange thing was that this man had fascinated him as a young boy. Admired him. Wanted to be just like him. The steward had always had a kind word, and often something sweet from the kitchens, for him. Everyone appeared to like him, and he was just so affable. Rowan could never understand why his mother was so angry whenever his name was mentioned. Only when he was old enough to understand how he used his power and what he made others do in service to that power had he realized what a monster this kindly old man truly was. Master Glazier. Rowan. My dear young thing. You look like you have something you want to tell me. Where are they, lad? Where has the night gone? The pressure in his head was unbearable. The steady drip from the nose became a flood, to be joined on his chest by rivers falling from his eyes and out of his ears. You know you're going to tell me. Why not get it over with? There's no need for all this unpleasantness. Your poor old mother was just the same. Never gave it without an unnecessary, undignified fight. Where have they gone? Rowan's arm swung up, and he pointed out the hidden space under the rug. As his brain hemorrhaged, the last thought that floated through his ruptured mind was one word for his friend: run. It was a testament to Dane's compromised state that the first she knew that others were in the tunnel with them was when an axe sank into her back. Her ears had not picked up the sound of approaching feet, and, more worrying, there had been no whisper of danger since from the goddess. She and her patron would need to have a heart-to-heart when this was over. She spun in response to the contact, the sudden movement wrenching the axe free from its wielder's hands. A big man, not a soldier, a lumberjack, perhaps, stared up at her, the telltale dilation of authority clouding his eyes. She'd been sneak attacked by someone with the size and delicacy of a mountain bear. This was not one of her finer moments. That there'd not been room in the tunnel for him to wind up his attack properly had saved her. Behind him, she could see other shapes converge in the darkness. We've got company. She could not quite bring herself to kill the man. It was not his fault he was down here with them. She put a hand against his chest and pushed him roughly into the growing crowd flowing down the passage. He traveled 30, perhaps 40 feet, taking all those approaching with him. Sinwin, tell Kirsten to get a move on, then put the boy down and get this thing out of my back. They had sometimes the heap of bodies sorted themselves out. But, whilst authority could make you do things you would rather not, it rarely made you especially good at it. It was why the king had stopped using stewards in his armies. A compelled force could never defeat one thinking for itself. There was a soft sucking sound as Sinwin yanked the blade free. You're bleeding quite badly from the wound, can you heal up? No idea. Give me the axe. Sinwin hesitated. They're good people, Dane. None of them want to be doing this. Despite the rush of approaching footsteps, she chose not to snatch the weapon from him. I don't want to be here either, Sinwin. Doubt you want it, either. Do I let them kill us because we're too dainty to defend ourselves? After a beat, he handed her the axe, and she turned to face the attackers. There was an art to fighting in such close confines. Dane had trained extensively, and some may say obsessively, and just such a confrontation. The assorted shopkeepers and artisans currently trying to attack her, not so much. Using the axe more as a quarterstaff than any chopping implement, she easily kept them at bay. There was no technique to how they swarmed toward her. With proper coordination, they could have made her life difficult. As it was almost child's play to defend the narrow space. It was this that let her not rack up an excessive number of casualties. She aimed to incapacitate rather than slaughter, breaking arms and legs rather than heads, and soon there was a solid wall of groaning humanity blocking the tunnel. Those behind were still driven to squeeze through what gaps they could find in the press, but there was a limit to what they could achieve. Satisfied that the passage was effectively blocked, she retreated to someone. "Let's keep it moving." He gathered up Genos. "Sure. Kirsten must be getting near the entrance now." The archer shot her penultimate arrow and was rewarded with the shriek of a young lordling with a somewhat inflated opinion of his stealth capabilities. That was the third one who had thought to try to come at her from that particular direction. It hadn't worked out too well for the first two, either. She guessed there was no teaching stupid. It had all been going too well, she now recognized. She had reached the end of the tunnel in no time before climbing the rope ladder to quickly check how the land lay above ground. It was, as the tailor had said, the tunnel emerged from a giant tree stump in the middle of a wide clearing. Unless you knew precisely for what you were looking, it was unlikely your eye would be drawn to it. However, with dismay, she noted that 9 or 10 of Drunnock's group, Varen among them, of course, he was, were casting around through the undergrowth within a few feet of this hidden place. They clearly had information about where the tunnel ended, and she feared for the villager who had been forced to give up that location. However, knowing broadly where it was and zeroing in on the exact location were two different things. She had ducked back down into the tunnel and took a few hesitant steps back towards the group. She could not make out Dane or Sinwin in the dark but, worryingly, could hear the sound of battle for the first time. They could not afford to get trapped at this end if they were being pursued towards her. It seemed unlikely that the searchers above ground would stumble upon the exit, but even they would be hard-pressed to miss the noise once it drew closer. She made a decision. Climbing back up, she took a moment to wait until none of them was looking directly her way and, with a quick draw, shot into the foot of one of the older boys, one of those who felt his higher status allowed his hands-free access to Jack's big sister. His indignant howl as the arrow buried itself between his toes pulled all eyes towards him, giving Kirsten plenty of opportunity to make her move. She hopped out from the tree stump and sprinted towards cover as far away from the exit as she could in the time. Then, just as Varen's group regained their composure, she dived behind a tree, turning to fire, blind, towards the group. They scattered with hoots of anger. From that moment, they had engaged in a reasonably predictable game of cat and mouse where they made unsubtle attempts to feign one way whilst attacking the other, at which stage she shot them. With another half-quiver of arrows, she was confident they would run out of willing pincushion sacrifices before reaching her. However, as she notched her final one and took a reluctant aim at the space from which she was confident the next attack would come, the nature of the game was about to change. Her eyes strayed towards the hidden exit. Right now would be an excellent moment for the appearance of a Knight of the Road. Chapter number 26, Leadership is a Burden. Varen was frustrated. He did not feel he was someone that should, so blithely, be dispatched to search the woods. He was not a henchman, he was the sort of person who had henchmen. He should be with Drunnock, directing things from the center of the village, showing everyone where the true power lay. Yes, that was where a man of his worth should be seen. Not wandering amongst the trees on some foolish search for the end of a tunnel. Particularly when the source for that information was some gibbering villager who kept begging the steward to believe it existed. During this little excursion, though, Varen quickly realized that one clearing in the woods looked much like another. He did not like to second-guess his command choices, but he now recognized that it would have been more helpful to have looked to bring that villager with them rather than blindly heading out. However, He knew that once they had finished answering Halkoth's questions, rarely was anything left to be of much use. Therefore, in lieu of any actual guide, they had been kicking their heels, looking for just the right configuration of trees, logs and bushes for the last few bells. Varen was just beginning to think he would need an effective scapegoat for Drunnock's rage when they came home with nothing to show for it when, out of nowhere, someone shot Larnock in the foot. To be fair, if anyone in his group had to catch an arrow, Lordling Hunt would have been right at the top of Varen's list. Slow, petty and obsessed with gambling, only the openness of his purse gave him continued access to their company. Indeed, he had spent much of this expedition seeking to wager on the likelihood of the next corner revealing the sought-after hiding place. The repetitive joy he took in this activity had so irritated the others that only his loss of several months' worth of tavern bills had mitigated his presence. "Bet you didn't see that coming," sniggered Varen. The others laughed dutifully, but he realized that was an unworthy comment for a leader of his gravitas. So, they dragged him to cover, regardless of personal animus. "You did not leave a fellow in a spot like that," and then tried to identify where the arrows were coming from. It was at this stage that they all realized how poorly their skill sets translated to guerrilla warfare. There was an art to being a bully. It involved size, strength, and significant familial clout for this little group to be highly intimidating. It did not need much intelligence, but a certain base cunning and a capacity to read the smart play in a situation was always helpful. Unfortunately, on top of these innate qualities, the lord class these boys possessed, to a lesser or greater degree, magnified things to an unpleasant level. Such enhancement to already questionable personality traits made them quite tricky to deal with when in a group and, say, in a tavern with enough people egging them on. Part of the reason the Lady Darkhelm had been required to conduct quite such a thorough scouring of the aristocratic youth of the village was that, within this generation, these traits, alongside their class, had combined into something exceptionally toxic. For the most part, the people of the village had identified this and did what they could, with limited success, to stay out of their way. However, whoever was currently shooting at them seemed pretty immune to the innate superiority of their bloodline. The sinking realization that it was challenging to overawe someone with the braying insistence of your presence when they kept hitting you with arrows was not a pleasant experience. That there had not been any deaths yet seemed more down to their attackers understanding that an injured, debilitated, and, most of all, screaming foe is more helpful in such situations than anything else. After several failed attempts to improve conditions, a council of war was called amongst the leaves, or, to put it another way, Varen hid beneath a rotting tree stump and gathered the remaining two of his still mobile fellows. They hunkered down as low as possible and peered out into the foliage. "Look, there must be at least 4 out there. I think the arrows have come from there and over there." It was a testament to the low levels of Varen's luck that he succeeded in indicating 3 areas in which Kirsten absolutely was not hiding. "So, what do we do?" Silence was his answer. Disappointed at the lack of options, Varen manfully stepped into the breach. "Okay, so this is the plan, then. Daniel, you go that way, and Ephron, you move to the left. I'll hang back here and watch for where they shoot from. That way, we can flank their position." His friends looked over at the remnants of their small group, some crying, some now worryingly quiet, who had learned to their cost the challenges of flanking an unknown number of assailants in an unknown position, particularly when they seemed handy with a bow. Ephron licked his lips. He had well learned to his cost that any attempt to disagree with Varen could be tricky, but that seemed relatively inconsequential compared to the more pressing concern of an arrow to the face. "I don't know, Ver. We were just coming to block up a tunnel. I don't know that Drunnock thought we would be walking into a war. I mean, if there's 4 of them, perhaps it would be best to get some more backup." If there was one leadership skill Varen had picked up from his more terrifying friend, it was the necessity of ruthlessly crushing dissent. "When I want your opinion, Ronnie," he used that hated nickname, the one which never failed to make his friend wince, "I will ask for it." Daniel and Ephron wisely ignored the fact that just such an inquiry for ideas had been voiced a few seconds earlier. Now get out there. Efren peeked his head out from the side of the tree trunk they were currently using for cover and, not immediately being murdered horribly, scampered as far to the left as he could go. The second youth, Daniel, who had more of a healthy fear of Varen than Efren, used the noise of his friend's movement to launch his scurrying charge. Kirsten tracked both boys as they made their way closer to her position. She only, dimly, knew these two. They were not the worst of Jack's friends. The one, Efren, seemed to be able to think for himself occasionally, whilst Daniel was about as inoffensive as this type of boy came. She had managed to hold back from hitting either of them thus far. And, without question, neither was worth wasting her final arrow whilst Varangiral still drew breath. Indeed, she had worked hard not to kill anyone during this confrontation. Her plan was to hope that the injured's shrieking and crying would alert Dane or Sinwin to the increased plight above ground. But, instead, the noise levels had shrunk to some rather pathetic muffled sobbing, with no sign of either of her friends emerging from the tunnel. Something must have gone wrong there, but she could not worry about that now. The three boys left standing had managed to maneuver themselves into a pretty decent position to launch an attack, especially against an arrowless archer. Cursing under her breath, she could not help but think she was running out of options. Varen did not miss that no whistling arrows of death emerged from the undergrowth to forestall the progress of either of the sacrifices. Instead, his friends had made significant ground and were now crouched, sweating and breathless, eagerly awaiting further instructions. Leadership was a burden, reflected Varen. Just once, he would like someone to show some initiative and devise their own plan rather than looking to him for everything. If he was scrupulously honest, it was why he liked being around Dranok. The younger boy just effortlessly took charge of every situation and never needed Varen's input beyond hitting the things he was directed towards. When he was in his company, Varen did not have to think like this. Instead, he just did what he was told. It was much more enjoyable to enact the plans of others rather than have to be responsible for what took place. A crunch in the undergrowth dragged his attention to Efren's position. The fool was standing, shouting and charging forward. What was he doing? Did he not understand that Varen had this all under control? He was yelling as he completed his headlong rush. What did he mean? It's Jack's sister. Entirely without thinking, he stood to berate the running youth for failing to listen to instructions. Kirsten swung her bow to track the approach of the one, it was Efren, wasn't it, who had moved to come at her from the left. He must have caught sight of her from that new position and now was poised to intercept. Well, she had done her best to keep the tunnel clear, but, at this stage, discretion would be the better part of valor. So, with some regret for the boy's fate, she drew her final arrow backwards, prepared to run as fast as possible in the other direction when it was loosed. Then, a fraction of a second before releasing the shot, the figure of Varen simply left cover and stepped into her peripheral vision. Whilst she knew Dranok to be a certifiable monster, there was a special place in her heart for causing Varen pain. Whilst Dranok came up with the plans, Varen was the one to get his hands dirty. And he enjoyed making things as messy as possible when the opportunity presented itself. He was the one, she knew, who had sought to egg on Jack's worst excesses. Day by day, week by week, his gleeful encouragement had helped to bring out the side of her brother she saw in his knife fight with Genos. If anyone deserved her final arrow, it would be him. So choosing to let Efren continue his dash towards her unmolested, she swung her aim at the group's leader and released. The funny thing was that Varen heard the arrow that killed him before he saw it. The soft hiss of a bowstring made him turn slightly to his left, appear, astonished, at the approaching projectile. This movement had the consequence of lining up his forehead quite perfectly for the shot to enter just above his nose. As he sank to his knees, there was just enough time to lament the behavior of minions who failed to do what they were told. And then darkness. It's all fun and games before your friends are shot with arrows. Efren and Daniel froze at Varen's death before, without making eye contact, both chose to flee into the woods. They left behind their softly mewling wounded friends and a somewhat surprised and entirely airless archer. With a quick check, there was to be no unexpected follow-up, Kirsten vaulted into the tunnel and went to check on the others. Chapter number 27, The Madness of Cart Horses. On reflection, Dane considered, it had been foolish to think there would just be villagers sent in pursuit of them. Her easy victory against the authority-controlled horde had given her a false sense of security, notwithstanding catching an axe blow to the back at the start of the fight. They had made it a bit further up the tunnel, still, no sign of Kirsten or the way out, when a hail of crossbow bolts smashed into the walls around them. Dane turned and saw 3 elaborately decorated Pavi's shields blocking the passage a distance back from them. The shield bearers were protecting 5 or 6 reloading crossbowmen even as she watched. She moved to stand between their line of fire and the tailor. Move further up the tunnel. They look pretty, but the range of those things is not great. Another hail of bolts was released, and she swept her hand to knock one that came too close out of the air. Sinwin jerked back as the bolts flashed around him, carrying Genos up and away from danger. Aren't they just going to keep moving up and closing the distance, though? I imagine that was probably their plan. And she ran towards the shields. You're slow, old Gant had told her. Not compared to your common or garden soldier, to be sure. But you're a trudging cart horse in the grand scheme of things. To reinforce the point he had, blurred was the only way to describe his movement speed towards her to tweak her nose. She had swung an arm to deflect him, and then he was moving behind her to flick an ear. You couldn't catch me on my worst day. And I'm old. Burned out. Past my best. A drunken joke. He punctuated each sentence with a prod and a pinch of exposed flesh. Dane whirled about, sweeping her hands in increasingly frantic efforts to defend herself from these unwanted attentions. The rest of the school paused their training to watch this important lesson be handed out. Many of them found that Torben had been getting too sure of herself. Had displayed too much unearned confidence in her progress. It was always the same with those that Gant brought in himself, they thought they were unique somehow. That he had specifically chosen them for greatness and that it meant something. Well, such an attitude made times like this all the sweeter. Have you ever seen one of those cart horses driven mad by a horsefly? It's a sad state of affairs. They run and fight and snap, but there's nothing they can do about it. A thin stiletto was now in his hand, leaving pinpricks of blood as he buzzed around her. These big, strong animals. Capable of such strength. And a tiny little fly can, through biting, and biting, and biting, make them want to die. Yet, for all their much admired power, they cannot do anything to relieve it. I cannot tell you how many I have seen that have needed to be put down. Because they were too slow. Dane was panicking now, helpless in the face of this frenzied attack. She'd seen what happened when Gant took his training sessions too far. The attrition rate at the school was horrific for just that reason. She had been wrong to push him, to brag over how fast her strength was outstripping his. As soon as she had said the words, she had watched as his face went slack in that terrifying blank way. But what had started as a correction for her arrogance had slipped into something more deadly. He had that faraway look in his eye again, the one he got when he forgot he was no longer on a mission behind enemy lines for the king. In this state, anything could happen. And it often did. The small graveyard at the back of the school was a testament to the dangers of Gant losing his sense of time and place. It had taken 3 weeks to heal from the damage the session had caused. Reportedly, Gant had sat by her bedside and drank solidly for every bell of those days. She had been 7 years old. There had been no apology, not that she would have expected one. But, in any event, there had not needed to be. It would not be the worst state she would be left in during her tutelage with him. Not by a long way. No, the most important thing was that she had learned an important lesson that day. Not that she was slow. She knew that already. Not for her, the blitz attacks of some of her peers. With her skills, she would not be found in the shadows of the rooftops, sprinting to avoid bodyguards and the like. No, what she learned, what Gant had leant over and whispered into her ear each and every morning during her recovery, was that, yes, she was slow. But so was an avalanche. It was generally seen as one of the cushier jobs in the keep. If you could hold the shield still whilst one of those fancy duns with the crossbows, the ones who would not even deign to eat in the servery with the rest of you, took their best shot and then crouched down next to you for cover whilst they reloaded, you were golden. To be a successful shield bearer, you needed to be calm, reliable and blessed with no imagination whatsoever. Artem liked the job. He had not been given with much luck, so finding a reasonably undemanding role that came with bed and board was a significant result. His mother had been so proud to see him in his uniform, and while House Culloden might not be the most prestigious of the houses with whom he could have served, at least it was not with House Strelick. The only qualification you needed for this role was to be strong enough to hold the shield vertically for as long as required and have the ability to cope with long periods of boredom. You did not even get equipped with a sword in case you were tempted to get ideas above your station. No, you held the shield and, in extremis, helped with reloading. Oh, and you got an extra half coin a week if you developed enough skill as an artist to decorate your shield. Truth be told, he was not much with a paintbrush but had been able to do a relatively serviceable depiction of the Dark God on his shield that brought some attention. He was quite pleased with it, and some friends had asked him to do the same on theirs. They had not been surprised to have been summoned to action this morning. It was common knowledge Lady Culloden wanted the head of that Knight of the Road. Something about a night battle that had got all the higher-ups with their pantaloons in a twist. So, once the news came down that she was debilitated and ripe for the plucking, they'd been ordered to gear up and move into town. Artem could not help thinking that, from the moment Lord Trellick finished his speech, it made his skin crawl the way the Trellicks used authority to boost their popularity. Things had started to spiral out of control. It was somewhat of an unusual course of events to be sent down into a smuggler's tunnel and even more so to be needed to spend time clearing a press of unconscious peasantry out of the way to get through a line of sight with their target. However, Artem was happy with the unusual when all was said and done. It broke up some of the monotony of the day. Crucially, however, whilst holding this shield upright might be an undemanding role, perfect for someone of his limited range of choices, there was nothing in his training about what to do when someone, apparently impervious to bolts, ran towards you. He exchanged a nervous glance with Stefan, the pay-vice bearer next to him, as the distance between them and their target relentlessly decreased. The old woman, anyone over 30 was old in their book, of course, was not moving quickly, but she was certainly getting closer. This was quite unprecedented. In his experience, the targets tended to run the other way. That could be quite a pain as you got shouted out a lot to scurry to keep up with them, lumping the heavy metal blocks at speed whilst a chinless wonder with a crossbow was berating you was the most challenging part of the job. It would be fair to say Artem's unease with the situation was not soothed when the crossbowman with whom he had been paired suddenly swore, backed away and started running away down the tunnel. Fortunately, he did not have long to worry about it. Dane crashed into and through the heavy shields blocking her and pressed on, seeking to close the distance with the fleeing crossbowman. As she went, she felt a crunch of bones under her feet as she stamped over a pretty decent picture of the Dark God. It was not a long chase, the ones fleeing were weighed down by weaponry and heavy armor, and she quickly caught and then batted the slowest couple of runners against the wall. They hit the sides of the passage with a screeching, metallic crunch, each embedding several feet into the soil. Seeing them hit the wall, Dane had to close down a burst of fear as to what she may have done to the integrity of that part of the tunnel and continued her chase. Realizing the futility of flight, the other three turned to try to make something of it. One still carried a loaded crossbow and fired it into the knight's stomach at point-blank range. Staggering backwards, Dane reached down to pull out the bolt. Experience had taught her it was better to do that now whilst the fury was on her. She felt something spill out from the wound and put it out of her mind. It would heal, or it would not. Nothing to be done worrying about it. And forced the gory wooden stick through the throat of the one who had shot her. Arterial blood sprayed out to cover her as she turned to break the neck of the second of them, who was too slow to do much of anything at all. The final one threw his crossbow at her, which, as a tactic, was somewhat of a surprise. The shock of it striking her on the nose made her eyes water, and that brief moment of uncertainty gave him enough time to resume his run back up the tunnel. He vanished round the corner and out of her sight. Dane was about to pursue him when a shout caught her attention. "Lady Darkhelm!" Dane turned and was pleased to see that Genos had awoken from his healing sleep. But, unfortunately, the sight of Sainwin collapsed to the floor, a crossbow bolt protruding from his chest, was a much less welcome sight. Chapter number 28, The Dark God. He was standing in the middle of a field. But not one he recognized. The fields around the village were all cultivated, carefully enclosed areas where everything had its place and every inch was chartered and owned by farmers. Those fields were passed down through the generations, and working on them was a jealously guarded privilege. So even during the harvest time, when he had expected all hands would be required to bring in the crops, his help had never been welcomed. This field was not like that. Lush grass stretched as far as he could see, and there were giant animals he had never encountered before, moving in herds in the distance. He could hear a river bubbling nearby but could not find its source through the tall grasses. Flocks of birds sang and arced through the air. The overwhelming sense was of a profound and abiding peace. Genos was not sure that he had ever dreamed before. If that was what this was, of course. He knew people enjoyed talking about their dreams, and he always nodded along when they described the fantastic adventures they had taken part in the evening before. But had he ever been in this state himself before? He did not think so. Nightmares, on the other hand? He had experience with those. Well, one nightmare anyway. Whenever he closed his eyes at night, he knew he was embarking on the next phase of an unending hunt. From the second he dropped off, he knew that he would spend his sleeping hours hiding, in terror, from something seeking him out. It was not entirely a chase. He did not think his pursuer ever quite caught sight of him that way, but he knew, deep in his heart, that he needed to make sure this. Something never lay eyes on him. He did not know the outcome should he be caught, but he had a horror of it happening. The quiet fear of the silent waiting and the never-ending need to scurry from one spot to another whenever he felt that sinister regard shift was overwhelming. He often awoke drenched in sweat. He had talked about these nightmares with Brother Evelyn. It felt ridiculous to speak of dark nightmares when bathed in the light of the Church of Dawn, but, in many ways, it was the safest way to do it. The old drunk had listened and noted that these dreams were an intellectual rationalization of your constant battle to survive. Your spirit knows of your daily struggles to escape your fate, and it plays that out for you in the dreaming. Genos was not too sure about any of that. When chased in his dreams, he felt that it was at least as real as anything that happened when Baron or Dra knocked loose their pack on him. And yet instinctively, he knew that the repercussions of being caught by that brooding presence in his sleep would be far more devastating than any beating at the hands of those boys. Yet that nightmare state was as different from his feeling of peace and serenity here as anything could possibly be. If this were dreaming, he could grow to love it. "He's looking for you, you know." He whirled to stare at the loveliest woman he had ever seen. Not that he had much experience in such matters, but, objectively, the figure in front of him was beautiful. Had she been standing there behind him the whole time? He did not think so. She must have just manifested from nowhere. In his dream state, he did not believe this was an especially unusual or noteworthy thing. She was tall and dark-haired with eyes that shone with a powerful golden light. That light overwhelmed any other detail he could make out of her. But, regardless, he knew he felt safe with her. Although he could not have told you how he knew this field belonged to her. And, what was more, he was welcome here. That welcome felt like home. Smiling, she spoke again. "Do not fear, little one. He does not know you are here." "Who?" "The one seeking you." "What do you mean?" "Who is looking for me?" "The Dark God. He has been hunting for you for such a long time. You were supposed to be his, after all." That did not sound like an especially good thing. Throughout his life, Genos had limited experience of being sought by anyone who had good things in store for him. Likewise, and he was beginning to draw parallels between what the woman was saying and the experiences of his nightmares, It was difficult to feel warm towards someone called the Dark God. Where am I? The last thing I remember was, he flashed back to his confrontation with Jack. The sharp hurt of the knife slashes. The overwhelming pain emanating from beneath his feet. His desperation to escape as the older boy cut and cut and cut. The woman leant forward and put her hand on his forehead. His breathing calmed at the coolness of her touch. Let that memory go. It is to little purpose to hold on to such things. You are as safe here as it is in my power to make you. Good friends have healed and protected your body. Your spirit is, well, he cannot find you here for now. As pleasant as he found standing in this field and as comforting as this woman's presence was, Genos did not like the idea of being separated from his body. Nor from his friends. Beyond everything else, he needed to ensure the Lady Darkhelm was okay. Could not forget, despite the woman's words, the pain he knew she had been experiencing. At that thought, clouds started to form in the perfect sky. The birds were no longer spiraling through the air, and their singing had halted. The woman frowned. His frustration is palpable. I can feel him intruding even here. He was promised he could have you, you have constantly slipped his grasp. He thought he had finally found you so many times, indeed, he took many in your village in your stead, but no, you always managed, at the last, to avoid his gaze. The woman's voice had lost some of its lulling quality. As if speaking of the Dark God had, in itself, disrupted her equanimity. I don't understand. Do not worry. You are not meant to, yet. Just know that he is looking and will continue to seek you. There is not much that any of us, can do should he find you. But we have had some success in diverting his search, and we will continue with those efforts. Even now, one of my own has put herself between you and him. Not that she would see it as such. Hear me, though. She will not be enough on her own. But where there is life, there is hope. The weather was transforming. Rain started to pour from the sky, thunder rumbling in the distance. The herds of animals he had noticed earlier had withdrawn, and he thought he could make out the sound of the howling of wolves in the distance. Then, lightning flashed, making him startle. Your time here has come to an end. I am sorry I could not keep you here longer, little one. But he grows angry and is more powerful when accessing that anger. So I leave you with a word of warning. Those who call the Dark God patron will hate you. They will not know why, they will not recognize you as the one their master seeks, but they will wish to destroy you. And they will not be able to restrain that need. To survive in this world, you must find friends on whom you can rely. You will need to get stronger. To develop who you are. But who am I? He shouted above the rising gale. I don't even know who I am. Why, is that not the beauty of it all? For the first time in a very long time, I look into the eyes of someone wholly free of us all. Genos, my dear, you are a blank slate. You can be whoever, whatever, you wish. Genos was suddenly snapped out of that field by being dropped to the ground. The impact was not significant but was enough to disorientate him momentarily. At least, he thought he must be disorientated because he appeared to be in a tunnel. That could not be right, could it? The ground was cold beneath his hands. There was also lots of noise coming from nearby, screaming and shouting of panicked voices and the crashing of metal. It reminded him of, he was going to say of the noises at the end of his dream, but he did not dream. Never had. Looking around further, he noticed that Sinwin seemed to have fallen to his knees next to him. There was something wrong with his breathing. He rose up onto his own knees and put his hand on the tailor's chest. They came away wet. Sticky. He explored further and found the bolt in the center of his chest. In the flickering light, the tailor met his eyes and smiled weakly. Blood was frothing on his lips. Lad, it's good to see you up and about. A growing boy shouldn't sleep in so late. You've missed all the fun. Could you? Genos understood and helped him to lie down on his back, careful to avoid touching the protrusion from his chest. He supported the man's head in his chest. How's she doing? His words came out slowly between labored breaths. Genos turned to peer down the tunnel and could make out the Lady Darkhelm dispatching several soldiers in the colors of House Culloden. So what was that all about? She's winning, I think. Then all is well in the world. It's my own fault. I wanted to see her fight again. She told me to get out of range. Sinwin winced with pain. She's going to blame herself for this, lad. You need to make sure she knows I was to blame. She does not need to add the weight of this to her shoulders. There's enough baggage there already. You will need to help her see that. I don't understand, Master Taylor. What is it you want me to do? There was no answer. Master Taylor? Sinwin's eyes were closed, and there was a smile on his lips. Far away, yet just out of sight, he was walking, hand in hand, with the loveliest woman he had ever seen through the most beautiful field. Genos looked on with horror at what he now knew to be a dead friend. Then, he carefully placed Sinwin's head on the floor, stood and called down the tunnel to Dane, who was just preparing to pursue the final crossbowman. Lady Darkhelm. Chapter number 29, An excellent source of life force. People died. Of course, they did. They died all the time and from all manner of different things: violence, indifference, illness, malice. Any number of causes could play their part, and all had the same result. People died. Sometimes deaths meant something, they left trails in the sky behind them to mark their passing. Other times, they were mean and quiet, and no one knew any different or cared much when that light faded from the world. Pernil was becoming, and in a very short period of time, something of a connoisseur of death. She had always found the ebb and flow of life force fascinating. There was something profoundly fluid to its movement, and yet it had a solidity to it. Moving it from body to body was like transferring quicksilver hand to hand. It was, for all her frustrations with healing, a feeling she loved. It was one of the central tenets of healing that each person had their own finite store of health. When you were injured or became ill, or simply aged, that store of health decreased. Therefore, a healer's role was to transfer their mana to replace the lost life force. However, whereas she had always visualized healing as the pouring out of a precious liquid into a great, unending void, it turned out the process worked just as well the other way around. Indeed, it had been the single most significant revelation of her life that there were all these pools of life force walking around her, just waiting for her to dip in for a refreshing drink. Other people and their woes were not just a consistent drain on her, they could also supply a much needed top-up. She had started small, a sip here, a sip there as she walked around the keep. Nothing so that anyone would notice, but all those little tastes began to add up. It was amazing that, what she had previously thought of as her full state, was nothing like it. It turned out she had the capacity to hold far more mana than she had ever thought possible. True, she could not maintain that state for long, but it made her feel utterly amazing and gave her somewhat of a bulwark against the incessant demands of healing placed upon her. For example, just this morning, she patched up a groom who had allowed himself to have been kicked by one of the horses. It was nothing particularly complex, some bruising and the odd broken rib. Usually, this would be just the sort of healing she would find objectionable, hugely mana-intensive for little real gain. He was not going to die from his injuries after all. In fact, because of her generosity with her gift, this idiot would not learn the crucial life lesson that he needs not to stand behind a horse. Her healing had removed the consequences of his unthinking actions. Moreover, the drain would leave her feeling low for the rest of the day, and, more than likely, the same thing would happen next week. Now, however, with her overpacked reserves, she could do the job in, she was sure, a manner of which her mother would be proud. Whilst in the past she might be tempted to do the absolute minimum, maybe fixing the brakes but not dulling any of the pain, she felt she could really put an effort in on this occasion. Amazingly, she watched as all that mana transferred from her to him without feeling any ill effects. Of course, she was realistic enough to realize that using this new power was not purely altruistic. Little sips of the life force of passing servants were one thing. It had taken far more than a quick sip to fill her up so entirely. That was where Dranok had come in. It turned out that the youngest relic had quite a bit more to him than she had hitherto imagined. She had feared, when she realized he had seen the burgeoning of her new ability, that there would be some significant consequence for her actions. Had she not, after all, drained the remaining life force of one of his, albeit terminally injured, men? Apparently, though, Drunnock could consider a far bigger picture than one broken knifeman. With barely a word, he had shepherded her through the gates of the keep and down into the cellar that lay hidden beneath the great hall. Dungeon, Pernil had thought. Not a cellar. A dungeon. A cellar was where you kept unnecessary furniture and perhaps stored some wine. In a dungeon, you constructed cages, locked people in them and then forgot all about them. A dungeon was a place of darkness and death. And in it, it was worth noting, resided an excellent source for filling up life force. I like painting them, Drunnock had said. Indicating one cell that contained someone that may, very likely, have once been a human. You like painting them, she repeated. Seemingly emboldened by her failure to run screaming for the nearest guard, Drunnock pressed on. Yes. But only when they are alive. That's the trick to it, you see. There's nothing within them to paint once they've died. I know, I've tried. It is a source of immense frustration. He opened the door, and the thing inside opened one eye. She was aware that when people said "I'm starving," they were exaggerating for effect. During countless lessons in anatomy, she had it drilled into her how much nourishment, precisely, the average human required to continue to function. It had always amazed her how long some semblance of life could continue with very little food at all. The body will protect the spirit at all cost, is how her father had put it, shutting down extraneous functions one after another to protect that dwindling pool of water. If the thing in front of her was any indication, this process could go on for a very long time indeed. Drunnock had entered the cage and was crouched in front of that within. What did they do? Pernil asked hesitantly. Do? Yes, what did they do to deserve this? Drunnock turned to look at her, his head cocked to one side. His lips moved as if tasting the flavor of the words she had used and finding them unfamiliar. He turned back to the figure at his feet. She was out in the woods one day. No one knew her. She said she was just passing through. Had some goods to sell in a pack on her back. Some money in her pocket. From what I remember, she was probably your age. And? Drunnock ran his finger, which slipped with a hiss, down the figure's papery skin. If we are to have a partnership, you need to understand a crucial thing. There is no end. She was there, and now she's here, and that is the way of things. If my men had not run across her, she would now be 1,000 leagues further down the road and, I think we can agree, probably much happier for it. He indicated the other cages that filled the space. Some were filled where shapes Pernil could discern, and others looked empty. It is the same for all of them. They were somewhere else, and now they are here. They did not do anything to deserve this. What could anyone ever do for this to be an appropriate outcome? Pernil slipped into the cage and touched, what she now saw, was what remained of a young woman. The emaciation was extraordinary, she had seen year-old cadavers with more flesh on their bones. Yet, with her healing sense, she could brush just the thinnest stream of life still running through her. Why have you brought me here? I'm interested. Interested in what you will choose to do. He was looking at her now, and she found that regard chilling. Chilling and yet not horrifying. He was genuinely interested in her next steps. Would she heal this woman? She could. All this body needed was fuel, and what was not mana but the purest stuff of life. If she were to simply empty her reservoir into this woman, it would be incredible how quickly she would come back to life. But she did not want to do that. She was dimly aware that there was a perfectly rational reason for not healing this woman. She was suffering, and to prolong that suffering would be cruel. If she were to heal her, it would only be a matter of time before she returned to this condition again. No, there was an excellent reason to withhold treatment here. However, it would be cowardice for her to pretend that was what was uppermost in her mind. It may be a convenient lie to tell others, but why seek to mislead yourself that way? She was reluctant to heal this woman because she simply did not want to do it. The connection between her fingers and the woman's head was becoming warm. She could see the soft tendrils of life running from the brain to the heart and back again. There was not enough to go much further than that, but that essential pulse continued. This woman still wanted to live. When she had drained Jack, she had done so almost unconsciously, drinking in his life force in an uninhibited manner. Here, she was more controlled, pulling on threads, and delighting in their flavor, rather than gulping them down. It was all over too soon. Drunnock was staring at the now corpse on the floor. You see? It looks different. You could see something left her the moment she died. Magnificent. He turned to face her. That's what I want you to do. Pernell was not satisfied. That taste had not been enough. She turned to look at the other cages and could feel the shapes within them pull back as if aware of her regard. What do you mean? It's that moment I want to paint. The transition from alive and dead. I've never been able to capture it. His eyes bore into hers. Do you think you could hold someone in that state? On the bridge of life and death without letting them pass? I want to paint that moment more than anything else in the world. There was nothing about that suggestion that troubled her. I don't know. Shall we find out? And, in that spirit of experimentation, what a few days it had been. Chapter number 30, The Mating Call of Failure. They made their way through the woods as quickly as they could. The night carried a quietly sobbing Genos, his face pressed tight against her chest. Sinwin had been one of the few constants in his short life, and he felt the loss keenly. He could not conceive of a world in which he never spoke to him again. Although not a boy unused to tragedy, the dying face of that too kind man had broken his heart. Combined with this overwhelming sorrow, he was troubled by flashes of memories he did not think were his own. A beautiful woman he had never seen. A serenely calm field. And a hunting darkness, a cruel malevolence searching for something. And he feared that something was him. Without the tailor as his jovial shield, he was exposed to that danger in a way he did not think had been the case before. He wondered if that woman in the field would be more afraid for him now Sinwin was gone. He sensed she would be. He hugged Dane even tighter, and his tears continued to flow. Kirsten ran next to them, eyes dark with her own grief. She had not known the tailor long, but coming so close on the back of the loss of her brother and the adrenaline of her own battle, she was emotionally raw. Her world had spun on its axis too many times in the last few days. The death of Jack had been mitigated by becoming part of this little group. It was not a new family, she was not so childish as to think something like that, but it was a belonging she craved. The attack by the people in the village, the flight through the tunnel, her desperate fight to defend the entrance and then, of course, the slaying of Varen. Each of these moments had left a scar on her already shaky spirit. Her confidence, in the moment, in her ability to win against those boys had evaporated into a host of what might have beens. Her death, and before that, she knew, worse, at their hands had been as close as ever before in her life. But, for someone so reliant and so sure of her own capacity and capability, luck and the incompetence of her enemies had seen her through. If she had rolled those dice again, the outcome could have been very different. She did not regret the death of Varen, she had seen it as more than recompense for the fate of Jack. That vile young man had been responsible for much of the woe in her life, and, whilst he might not have been as bad as Drunnock, the world was a far better place now she had removed him from it. But it was a weighty thing to take a life, to watch as the arrow sank deep. It was one thing to shoot the arrow. It was another one entirely to see the consequence up close. She could not stop shaking. Dane held the orphan tight as she moved through the trees. He had shared Sinwin's final words, and she had been grateful to hear them. She did not believe they were true but appreciated the man's last caring gesture. She knew she could have been faster. She could have insisted he moved further down the tunnel. She should have anticipated the crossbowmen being sent down after them. There were so many moments when a different choice, a more considered action, would have led Sinwin to be with them right now. Could-haves and should-haves are the mating calls of failure. I'm not putting all this effort into raising you right for you to run away and bed that loser. You make the best choice you can and keep your legs close to his flirting. Gant's words had resonated with her once. It seemed a very long time ago. Leaving Sinwin's body behind in the tunnel had been hard. But, with the return of more soldiers and with Genos to protect, she knew it was the pragmatic thing to do. She wished there had been time to show his body proper respect. At the first of the shouts from behind, she had gathered the boy in her arms and moved swiftly into the tunnel's darkness. Her vulnerability at this moment shocked her. Her back ached from the earlier axe blow. How long had it been since last an injury took this long to heal? Likewise, she could feel liquid spill from the wound from the quarrel she had taken to her stomach. Blood loss had never been a concern for her before, and the lightheadedness she was experiencing was deeply unsettling. She was still confident she could stand and hold her ground should the occasion call for it, but the very fact she noticed the weight of Genos in her arms was worrying. She needed to take some time to recover. But who would protect her charge whilst she did so? Kirsten had met them halfway towards the exit. Her quick eyes did not fail to read the situation, and Dane watched her sag with the weight of it. Trouble ahead? The archer shrugged. Some. Viren and his boys. They still there? It's clear. There was a story there, but no time to hear it. They reached the rope ladder and climbed upwards. Exiting the tunnel, they briefly took in the aftermath of Kirsten's defense. Dane did not miss the empty quiver on her back nor the hunted expression on the younger woman's face. It had been close, Dane thought. Having stood in the breach of enough hopeless causes in her time, she appreciated the mental toll it took. But, with a sinking feeling that did little to boost her flagging spirits, she saw that this girl would need as much care to recover as the boy in her arms. And what about you, Darkhelm? When you've pushed us all away, who is going to be there when you stumble? Which of us will have your back after you leave us behind? Who, at the end, will close your eyes and bid you well on your passing? Those were some of the last words Gant had said to her before the mind sickness took him wholly. She had thought, at the time, they merely showed the depth of his terrifying descent. That to be so focused on need and companionship at the end revealed something shameful about him in his brokenness. She remembered grimacing at those fanciful words. Then, turning away and shutting the door, with disgust, behind her. Why would she ever need someone? Knights of the road traveled alone, it was why she had pursued that path beyond all others. To be independent of the group. To stand and fall on the strength of her arm and her convictions. That clingy weakness of Gant in his dotage was a sad final chapter in the story of a great, if terrible, figure in the kingdom's history. To be young was to be cruel. She scanned the landscape around her. The goddess seemed to be back, reminding her she had been near this part of the world before. A soft push orientated her to a direction for travel. Memories stirred, unbidden. 20 years earlier. A cottage at the end of a winding path. Loud, shocking explosions. And laughter. So much laughter. These memories were bathed in golden approval. Had the goddess raised them in her mind? If so, why? He is good for you. Will be good for you. Dane was not minded to consider these words at the moment. She needed a destination, and this was as good as any other. There's somewhere we can go. Someone we can ask for help. It's a 3, maybe 4, bells travel yonder. If we move fast. Are you well? Kirsten looked anything but. You asking if I can keep up with you? She smiled wryly. Might be better if you tucked me under your other arm. I'll try. The mental map forged over so many years blazed into life in her head. A bell's hard running for her. Maybe 4 with the archer in tow. It would not be an easy journey, but they needed time to think. To recover. To plan retribution. More than anything, she needed somewhere familiar. Follow as close as you can. Don't push too hard. Shout out when we need to stop. Dane swung to the south and began running. Genos still pressed to her chest. Kirsten, who considered herself a runner and had a class to supplement that, did her best to follow, shocked at the speed and endurance of the older woman. The woods were quiet in this part of the world. Had they been attempting such a journey further north, they would have contended with wolves, maybe the odd bear. Here, nature had been tamed. Dane's ears picked out deer, fleeing at the noise of their unsubtle movement. Rabbits watched them cautiously from the undergrowth. Flocks of birds scattered at the approach and settled, cawing indignantly in their wake. They were far enough away from other humans that nothing, and nobody, sought to contest their journey. The goddess was a quiet hum in her mind. She remembered the reaction to her carrying Jack a few days past. The skin irritation which was the physical manifestation of the displeasure of her patron at touching him. This was different. It was not quite pleasure she could feel in their connection. More like, was it anticipation? Eventually, the pace proved too punishing for the girl. Kirsten pulled up, hands on hips, drawing deep breaths into tiring lungs. Can we stop for a moment? We've surely put a distance between them and us now. Dane nodded and halted to lean against a tree. Genos did not relinquish his hold on her, continuing to hug her tight. She rested her chin on his forehead and stroked his back. If she was shocked at her maternal impulses, that was for examining another day. Perhaps. We have. They'll be leaving us be for now. The Trollocs have plans to put into motion, and they've brushed us out of them. She scanned the wood around them. Not far to go now. You've come this way before? Once. 20 years back. I can find the way. Kirsten arched her brow in skepticism. Trust me. It was memorable,